Chapter 251 Skittering Problems. Dave's group entered the Chaos Dungeon. The dim interior of the cave was so sweltering hot it was difficult even to breathe. Heat radiated off the stone walls of the tunnel and scorching dry air blew up from the depths and into their faces. Dave checked through his character sheet. He was steadily approaching an overheated state. Man, this dive is gonna suck. It was 42 degrees Celsius. He kept an eye on his game time. Heat rose by 1 degree Celsius every 30 seconds. At that rate, it would take less than an hour to reach 100 Celsius, the threshold of the overheat abnormal status effect. Commander, the heat is overwhelming. I can cast Northern Wind on us to reduce the effects, the priestess asked. Elemental magic? He found it strange that she could cast elemental spells, which was the province of magic users, not priests and clerics. Yes, replied the priestess. Dave thought for a moment. Wait until we can't take the heat. Otherwise, it's just a waste of mana. As you wish, Commander. They arrived at another section of the mines, where a natural rock formation bridged a river of flowing lava. Two salamanders scurried away, crossing the rock that spanned the lava river to get away from the fearsome basilisks. A large bubble in the lava welled up and then burst with a loud popping sound. From the bubble, a fish leapt in a high ballistic arc. Twice the size of a basilisk, it resembled a large mammoth bass with extra-large, spiny fins. The giant fish sailed over the bridge and scooped the two salamanders into its cavernous mouth with a single snapping bite. It half fell and half glided back down into the lava on the other side, entering the molten rock with a tremendous splash. An eerie silence permeated the cavern afterward. Despite the temperature, Dave felt a chill. If salamanders hadn't tried to cross first, he would have ended up inside the fish in the river of hot lava. Dave jumped off Grumpy and approached the edge of the bridge. The rising heat seared his face, wrinkling his beard. Large fish shadows moved under the lava, circling like a pack of sharks around prey. Dave counted 4 of them. He motioned his companions to stay where they were. He waited 5 minutes for a fish to jump again, but nothing happened. Dave shook his head. These fuckers are actually waiting for us to cross. Dave mounted Grumpy again and said, "Get ready. We have to run for it. Use block, if you can't dodge." Dave waved a hand summoning 4 chattering spectral skulls. The glowing red orbs floated around his head, ready to be used. Go, Dave shouted. The basilisks sprinted for the other end, thundering over the rocky surface. As expected, Dave soon heard the sound of lava bubbles popping. Incoming. Dave raised his shield to block and the lava fish sailed over the bridge, snapping at him as it went by and then plunged past the opposite edge. He looked back. A second leaping fish had slammed into the rider of the last basilisk in line, knocking the paladin off and sending him tumbling across the rock and over the edge. The paladin managed to grab a handhold and stop his fall, but he was dangling precariously over the lava flow. "Keep moving," Dave shouted to the others and flipped down from Grumpy's back, running back along the bridge toward the paladin. "No one dies today." The sound of a bubble popping came from the lava. Another giant fish arced up over the bridge at Dave, rows of needle teeth showing. The dragger ducked under the airborne fish and grabbed the paladin's arm just as he started to slip and fall. They heard the popping sound again. Dave yanked the paladin up, then pushed him flat against the rock and threw himself under the trajectory of yet another leaping lava fish. "Thank you, Commander," the paladin gasped. "Just run," Dave shouted, pulling him to his feet. The paladin followed obediently, running for the other end of the bridge. Another bubble popped and another fish made the leap. Dave pointed and snapped his fingers, detonating the 4 spectral skulls against the flying fish and sending it off course. It fell onto the bridge. Like a game fish on the deck of a fishing boat, the landed fish flailed and twisted frantically until it finally dropped over the edge back into the lava. More fish leapt over the bridge. Dave blocked an attack but was knocked back into the trajectory of another leaping fish. The paladin that Dave had rescued jumped in front of him with block activated. The fish slammed into both the paladin and Dave, knocking them over like bowling pins. Then the fish dove back into the river. The paladin scrambled to his feet and ran to Dave to help him up. "Thanks," Dave said. The two of them continued their run until they reached the other end of the bridge, joining the rest of the group in the mouth of the cave. "That was some hairy shit," Dave mumbled. Another tunnel extended ahead of them. Dave mounted Grumpy and the group moved forward. He looked at his character info. His temperature meter was still rising. It was still too early for the priestess to cast her Northern Wind skill, but the situation was already demanding it. Without warning, the tunnel rumbled and shook, small rocks and pebbles falling from the ceiling. "Hold on," Dave shouted. He held on to the spikes on Grumpy's back. Steam vented from cracks in the stone walls of the tunnel, increasing the temperature even further. A notification popped up in front of Dave. "Warning, you are overheating. You will lose HP until you reach a more normal temperature." Red damage values appeared continually over each member of the group. -100 horsepower, -100 horsepower. "Shit," Dave cursed. "Commander, should I use Northern Wind?" "Yes, we can't put it off any longer." The unholy priestess waved her scepter and chanted incomprehensible words. A chill magic-infused wind blew up and swirled around each individual in the group. A notification appeared in front of Dave. "The abnormal status effect, overheating, has been countered. You are no longer overheated. You have reached an acceptable internal temperature." The priestess kept the magic wind going, channeling magic through her scepter to keep the spell running. "How long can you keep it up?" Dave asked. "Until my mana is completely depleted, about 2 hours. But I cannot use my healing or attack spells while I am channeling it. I gotta play my cards right from now on. I can't have anyone take damage needlessly." A couple minutes later they exited the tunnel into a new area. Lava flowed from the ceiling down the pillars that supported it and pooled on the floor. Dave counted 5 lava pits in the room. As the party moved nearer to one of the pools, Dave saw a shadow moving under the lava. "Fuck, there are more of those fish in there." The cavern shook again, and the wall on Dave's left side crumbled. The stone from the wall fell and rolled on the ground, leaving an opening that reached all the way to the ceiling. A monster as big as Grumpy entered through the new opening and skittered sideways into the room. Its domed carapace was squarish with an armored crab-like leg attached at each corner. The first creature was followed by more, scuttling into the room one after another. Dave counted a dozen of the crab-like things. The creatures gathered in the center of the room and linked their individual bodies together front to back with all the legs aligned to the sides. The creature on the nearest end shook. Its shell broke apart, revealing a human face with multifaceted insectoid eyes and massive pincer mandibles at the corners of its mouth. Finished with its transformation, the creature screeched and a notification appeared in front of Dave. "You have entered a boss fight against Chaos Centipede, Corrupted Mini-Boss. You will lose 5 levels if you are killed by a corrupted creature and have a -20% penalty to EXP gains for 7 days. Game time. EXP is doubled for killing a corrupted creature. Corrupted creatures drop all possible loot from the first kill except for quest items. Quest items still drop based on their rarity. The rarer the item is, the lower the probability of it dropping." The centipede face screeched again and the monster flowed toward Dave, legs churning in rippling waves of motion to propel it forward. Dave equipped his shield and flamberg. "Spread out," Dave shouted. Chapter 252 Chaos in the Chaos Dungeon. Dave inspected the centipede monster. Chaos Centipede, Corrupted, Level 450, Base Damage 80,000 100,000. Danger Level, HP 1,200,000, DN 60,000, MA 60,000. Skills, Mandible Crush. The Chaos Centipede bites the target with its mandibles, causing 100% base damage and an additional 20% of base damage and poison damage over 20 seconds. Tail Segment Crush. The centipede attacks with its tail end, stunning the target for 5 seconds. Poison Breath. The centipede releases a poison cloud that remains in a target area for 20 seconds. The cloud causes 1,500 horsepower poison damage per second. Acid Spray. The centipede spits acid that reduces movement speed by 20% and reduces weapon and armor durability. Defensive ball. The Chaos Centipede curls around itself, rejuvenating 0.1% of its total HP per second. Its carapaces deflects sharp weapons and increases the centipede's tenacity. Lore. The Chaos Centipede is a creature corrupted by the rampant chaos energy that permeates the underworld. Chaos Centipedes are monsters of a royal lineage. They are highly aggressive and territorial. The basilisk hopped to the side to evade the Chaos Centipede, then swung its tail club. The spiked tail bounced off the centipede carapace with a loud thud. Charge! The other 6 basilisks charged the boss, their heads lowered like battering rams. They slammed into the centipede, but the creature just shook them off and swung its tail end around, knocking one of the basilisks away and unseating the 2 riders. The centipede hissed, then lifted its body off the floor. Its mouth gaped open and it spewed a cloud of purple gas. The Chaos Centipede used Poison Breath on you. Your undead state grants you immunity to poison. Poison Breath has no effect on you, doesn't work on the undead. Bitch, Dave gestured. 4 chattering skulls appeared and flew up at the centipede's face. Dave snapped his fingers and the skulls detonated. A debuff icon, a red eye with a slash through it, appeared above the mini-boss. You have afflicted the Chaos Centipede with a blind status effect. The centipede is unable to locate targets for 60 seconds. Accuracy and damage has been reduced by 35% for the duration of the blind status effect. The centipede flailed, tail and body swinging wildly. Make it rain, boys, Dave shouted. As one, the basilisks puffed up and roared, shooting hundreds of spikes from their backs. Most of the bone projectiles bounced off the centipede's carapace, but some of them penetrated the joints. Dozens of red numerals appeared over the centipede as it squirmed and screeched in pain. -1000, -1000, -1000. The red eye icon disappeared from above the centipede, the debuff gone, its vision restored. Enraged, the creature skittered toward Dave, mandibles snapping. Grumpy, petrifying gaze. Grumpy's eyes glowed a bright yellow. A notification appeared in front of Dave. Petrifying gaze, level is too low to cause petrification. Petrifying gaze has inflicted a slow effect on the Chaos Centipede. The slow effect causes a 20% penalty to base movement speed. Dave jumped up from Grumpy's back at the incoming centipede face. His block activated. The mandibles snapped against the shield. Dave bounced away and fell to the floor, landing in a superhero pose with his shield held above him. 2 basilisks impacted low against the centipede's side and simultaneously strained as they lifted up from under the edge of its carapace. The centipede slowly tipped over. It thrashed, trying to prevent itself from tipping over, then writhed in panic as its wide underbelly was exposed. Grumpy bit at belly of the monster and dug into the soft flesh, making the centipede squeal and squirm in pain. -30,250. Dave moved back to the nearest pillar to avoid the wildly flailing legs. Good job. Follow Grumpy's lead. Attack the belly. Red damage values appeared above the centipede. Moments later, with a last desperate heave, the creature managed to flip itself back over. The centipede hissed and snapped its mandibles at the basilisks, but then flowed toward Dave, sensing an easier target. Dave rolled away at the last moment, causing the centipede to ram into the pillar behind him. Jagged boulders and sheets of lava rained down on the centipede, inflicting damage and stunning it. A pointed stalactite speared into a sweet spot, one of the joins between 2 segments, breaking the centipede apart and causing it to screech in pain. That'll teach you to mess with the Dave. The tail section of the centipede flopped once, then fell motionless. Attack the short one. Dave pointed at the immobile part. The basilisk's head butted the immobile part, tipping it over, and began biting and worrying at it. The paladins climbed the carapace and started stabbing their swords into the creature's soft belly. The basilisks tore at the tail part like hyenas, red damage values appearing above it whenever a hit landed. The longer section skittered toward them, slamming into one basilisk and tearing away 1/10 of its HP. The centipede reattached itself to the shorter end, rejoining the sections and increasing its mobility and power. Dave looked around. He could lead the centipede into the other pillars, splitting bits of it every time. One of the carapaces was cracked in two, a leg completely broken off. When the creature moved, the damaged part dragged instead of moving smoothly in coordination with the rest of the segments. "Focus your attacks on the damaged section," Dave said. He slammed the bottom of his shield into the floor, poised for an instant behind the rectangular slab of metal, then pushed the whole thing forward, activating shield charge. Aiming for the damaged segment, Dave slammed into the centipede, staggering it. Dave rolled out of the way before Grumpy rammed into the same area he hit. Grumpy's Dromple disjointed the segment away from both ends, the main body of the centipede and the tail part. The eighth segment rolled away from the centipede, stopping next to a lava pit. A fish raised its head from under the lava and dragged the carapace back under with it. A red number appeared above the centipede boss when the lone segment was dragged into the pit. -80,000. The centipede reattached to its second half, now only 11 segments long. It curled around itself like a pillbug. The centipede managed to squeeze itself in so that the joints linking its segments were no longer exposed. "Ram it!" Dave shouted. The basilisks backed away and charged at the curled-up centipede, but they simply bounced off the sturdy carapace with no effect to it. Dog's basilisk even got a stunned status from the impact. "Shit," Dave cursed. He attacked the centipede's carapace with decimating smash, in an attempt to stun the creature out of its healing state, but the sword bounced off, doing no damage and failing to apply the stun effect. He switched to his sworn stalwart gauntlets and punched at the carapace. Unlike the sword, the fist weapon were not deflected, but the carapaces were just too tough to dent or damage. "Okay, so you can't be stunned. Let's see if you can be electrocuted." Dave punched faster and faster at the centipede until the gauntlet's passive, "Ramp Up," was activated. His gauntlets blazed in white flames. He had activated Ramp Up Venom. Rune's sworn stalwart gauntlets have poisoned the Chaos Centipede. Chaos Centipede resists the effect of the rune Venom. "Not the one I need." "Come on." Dave kept punching as the centipede regenerated more HP each second. "Your sworn stalwart gauntlets equipped rune Venom has poisoned the Chaos Centipede." "Chaos Centipede resists the effect of the rune Venom." "Come on, proc already." Dave continued striking. Then it finally happened. Lightning flared from his gauntlets as it impacted the carapace. Electrical sparks danced over the centipede, eliciting a screech from it and disrupting its curled-up defensive posture. The notification Dave was waiting for popped up. "Chaos Centipede is under the runic effect. Electroshock." Electroshock has decreased Chaos Centipede's tenacity. For 60 seconds, the Chaos Centipede is more prone to be affected by crowd control abilities. The centipede lifted the first half of its body up and opened its mouth. A yellow liquid dripped from the centipede's mouth. "Spread out," Dave called. The basilisks moved away from the centipede's face as it spat a yellow liquid that splashed against the floor. The liquid smoked and bubbled, dissolving the stone floor. Dave got a whiff of the vapors rising up. "That's nasty." "Back away, boys." Dave switched to his sword and shield and ran at the centipede and jumped for its face as it snapped its mandibles at him. He activated Block in midair, canceling the damage. The impact flung Dave away. He rolled a couple of times and stood back up, then ducked away from mandibles aimed for his neck. "You're one ugly motherfucker," he said, and stabbed the sword in one of its compound eyes. The centipede screeched and shook, throwing Dave off. As he fell, Dave activated Double-Edged and Vertical Slash, backflipping in midair away from the centipede and the soon-to-be rising Mingekau. The Mingekau tore through the rocky floor and rose, its teeth buried in the centipede's first few sections. Dave scrambled back to his feet, poised behind his shield waiting for the Mingekau to finish, and the centipede to return to the attack. But instead of spitting the centipede out and returning to the depths as usual, the mighty Mingekau lingered and let out a thunderous growl through clenched jaws. A notification appeared in front of Dave. "You have triggered a special event. A Quarrel of Kings." New lore has been added to your lore catalog. The skill, Double-Edged, has been updated and modified. Boys, back away from them. The bonus bitch slap was great. But Dave had no illusions that the Mingakao was a friend. The centipede squealed in agony, still impaled on the Mingakao's teeth. It scrabbled desperately at the king worm's tough hide with its crab-like legs. The Mingakao tightened its jaws around the centipede, cracking carapace shells and tearing limbs. Then it started slamming the centipede repeatedly against the floor. Bits of carapace, legs, even whole segments were sent flying, bouncing off the walls and pillars. -100,000. -100,000. -100,000. The centipede screeched as bits of its body were torn away. The parts that landed near lava pits were dragged into the molten rock by the fish. Then the Mingakao spat the centipede at the floor, cracking the carapaces on several of the creature's segments. The king worm howled again, declaring its dominance, and dove back underground. The centipede wheezed as it turned and crawled toward the opening it first came through. "Oh, you're not going anywhere, ma bitch." Dave ran to Grumpy and hopped on. "Let's bring the pain and pilot on, boys," he called out. Chapter 253 Clubs and Fumbles. The Chaos Centipede, battered and wounded, was crawling forward into the new dungeon area when they caught up to it. The mini-boss looked back and screeched when it saw the players behind it, then it vomited a torrent of yellow liquid across the floor of the passage, covering a wide area. The puddle spread across the floor from wall to wall. The viscous fluid bubbled and smoked, eating into the stone. "Hold!" Dave called. Grumpy skidded to a stop at the edge of the spreading pool of acid. The other basilisks had more warning and came to a more controlled stop behind the onyx basilisk. Dave waited for the centipede skill-summoned acid to dissipate. The liquid soon disappeared, leaving a smoking crater. The stone dissolved inches down from floor level. Dave ordered the basilisks forward. The basilisk's speed increased as the tunnel floor downward angle increased. They caught up to the centipede rapidly. Dave waved a hand to summon 4 spectral skulls, then sent them flying between the centipede's legs and detonated them, making the centipede stumble. The insectoid monster started sliding, scrabbling down the inclined tunnel until it reached the bottom and rolled through an entrance into the next chamber. They followed after the centipede, entering a new area of the Chaos Dungeon. It was a domed cavern twice as large as the centipede boss room. The ceiling was covered in a mass of crystalline growths, glowing in all shades of blue light. The centipede reached the center of the room and turned back toward its pursuers. It started shaking and making moaning sounds. "Yeah, you better be afraid after all the trouble you've been," Dave said. "Commander, I don't think we are what it's afraid of," the unholy priestess said. "What do I mean?" Dave tilted his head, then 2 notification appeared in front of him. "You have found a node of extractable ore. The ore deposit contains the mineral oprenium. You have discovered a new mineral. You can obtain the mining rights to this deposit by defeating Dogoran. Valid for 30 days. At which time Dogoran will respawn. You have entered a boss fight against Dogoran, corrupted mini-boss. You will lose 5 levels if you are killed by a corrupted creature and have a -20% penalty to EXP gains for 7 days. Game time. EXP is doubled for killing a corrupted creature. Corrupted creatures drop all possible loot from the first kill except for quest items. Quest items still drop based on their rarity. The rarer the item, the lower the probability of it dropping. Another mini-boss? Where? Dave looked around the room, searching. "It's over there, Commander." The priestess pointed to a ledge. To the far right of the room entrance was a high ledge on the wall. A blue wolf-like creature jumped down from the ledge and landed on the floor with a heavy thud. It must have heard the centipede and come to inspect the situation. Flickers of lightning bounced over and across its scaly blue hide as it swung a spiked, club-like tail from side to side in anticipation of a kill. The scaly wolf-looking shaped monster opened alligator jaws and howled as it charged the centipede. The insect hissed and ran from the new monster. "That blue bastard is trying to steal our meat." "After him, boys," Dave called. He inspected the new creature as they chased after it. Dogoran, corrupted, level 750. Tier, demonic. Base damage 400,000 450,000. Danger level absolute death. HP, DN, MA, skills, ? Lore? When Dave saw the what level the second mini-boss was, his eyes bulged. Dogoran had the same level as the Black Dragon. Nope, he can have the centipede. Everyone pull back to the entrance, Dave said. The group left the dungeon room but stopped outside the exit at Dave's command. Dave climbed down from Grumpy and snuck over to the entrance to watch the two monsters from hiding. The centipede screamed as it tried to escape. Dogoran opened long crocodile jaws, shooting a streaming column of white lighting that split the ground and cut entirely through the centipede. You have slain the Chaos Centipede, corrupted. Because you did not deliver the killing blow to the Chaos Centipede, the EXP reward is reduced by 20%. A glowing aura lit up around Dave and the sweet sound of multiple level ups echoed in his ears. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Dogoran sniffed at the centipede's carcass, circled it a few times, then prowled back to the ledge it came down from and jumped back up onto it. Without any fanfare, it simply flopped down and went to sleep. Looks like it isn't worried or just forgot about us, but I still need to get that loot. Dave waited for a while, then crept through the entrance into the room. He looked toward the ledge. Dogoran was still sleeping. I can probably grab the loot without waking it. Commander, the unholy priestess called in a hushed tone. Dave turned and looked at her questioningly. Northern wind won't reach all the way to the monster's carcass, and if I come with you my magic will disturb the dungeon guardian. Dave thought for a moment. He'd forgotten. He couldn't be greedy and take the priestess with him because his underlings would get roasted. He had to go in there alone. Commander, there is no need for you to risk your life. I can go in and bring the valuables out, a paladin offered. It was the same paladin Dave had saved from falling from the bridge over the lava river. Dave patted the paladin's shoulder. No, I appreciate the offer, but I can't risk any of you guys. If I get killed, I'll just come back anyway. Dave didn't want to waste valuable NPCs. It had taken a lot of time and effort to properly recruit the priestess and her paladins. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, sir. What's your name? Dave asked. Zora. Zora, don't get me wrong, buddy, I'm honored to buy your loyalty, but I need all the soldiers I can get, not suicide squads. I only wish to serve, even in death, said Zora. Dave smacked him on the head and said, no more death wishing. That's an order. Yes, sir, replied the paladin. Dave thought for a moment and said, listen up. If you really want to serve me, then, if something happened to me, you lead this group of this dungeon. Can you do that? Yes, sir. Good, that's what I like to hear. Dave took a couple of deep breaths, then crouched and moved toward the Chaos Centipede's corpse. Every few steps he stopped and looked in the direction of the ledge, making sure Dogoran was still asleep. Halfway to the centipede's remains, Dave felt the coolness of the northern wind disappearing. His dragra skin sizzled. The air was much hotter than in the centipede's room. Dave received a notification. Warning, you are overheated. You will lose HP until you reach a more normal temperature. Warning, remaining in an overheated area for prolonged periods of time will lower your equipment's durability. Red numerals appeared above Dave's character. -100 horsepower, -100 horsepower, -100 horsepower. He'd lost the buff from northern wind, moved beyond the priestess range. Dave kept moving. He had enough HP to get to the loot and back before he was cooked alive by the heat. Finally, he arrived at the corpse with his HP bar still 2/3 full. He inspected the corpse, hoping against hope for a corrupted bloodstone crystal. Chaos Centipede mandibles, X2. Chaos Centipede carapace, X3. Chaos Centipede eyes, X4. Grim blade, weapon, dagger. Book of Chaos, page 1. Quest item. Corrupt bloodstone crystal. Yes, a crystal. Dave barely suppressed the impulse to jump around in a victory dance. He placed his hand on the carcass to loot it. Dave heard a low frantic hiss from behind him. He turned and saw the priestess and the paladins waving their arms at him wildly. Dave turned to the ledge, looking for Dogoran. The ledge was empty. A chill ran up his spine, and it did nothing to relieve the his overheated status effect. The blue glow from the ceiling grew dimmer. Dave looked up and froze. Dogoran was blocking the light as he fell toward Dave, claws and fangs extended. club tail cocked back for an attack. A boom shattered his eardrum simultaneously with the club-like tail hammering across his chest. He was sent flying across the room, all the air expelled from his lungs. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times. A damage number floated up, -362,880. Then a notification appeared. You have 1% HP remaining. You are in critical condition. Passive skill, Unyielding, has been triggered. You are immune to dying for 5 seconds. Damn it, I didn't get the loot. Groaning, he got back to his feet. Dogoran growled, annoyed that the dragger wasn't dead. Lightning crackled across the spikes on the boss's back. The monster disappeared in a burst of lighting and a clap of thunder, immediately reappearing right in front of Dave. The fucker can teleport. The monster lifted a paw and swiped silvery claws at the dragger. Dave reflexively lifted his shield up in block, but Dogoran was too strong. He crushed Dave into the ground. Then the mini-boss swept its tail into Dave, sending the dragger sliding across the floor. The 5-second immunity from Unyielding was over. Dave's HP began dropping continuously as overheating went back into effect. The loot was a stone's throw away from Dave, but the monster was not going to let him get it without a fight. Dave cursed and ran toward the remains of the Chaos Centipede. I should have just used the loot all option in the first place. Thunder boomed and Dogoran materialized out of the lightning bolt that struck the floor between Dave and the centipede. The monster opened its mouth. Lightning and fire swirled and coalesced in front of its mouth and shot at Dave in a straight line. Dave activated Bastion just before the attack landed, negating all the damage. Dogoran stood on its hind legs, then dropped down, raking with its claws. Dave teleported away using Immortal Apparition, and appeared behind the monster. You failed to apply Horror effect on Dogoran. Dogoran was preparing to swing its bludgeoning tail again, but Dave flipped into vertical slash, evading it. He came down right next to the centipede's carcass and grabbed the pointed end of one of its crab legs. Dave heard another crack of thunder and everything went dark. A notification appeared in front of him. You died. You have been killed by a corrupted monster. You have lost 5 levels. -20% EXP gain penalty for 7 days. In-game time. Chapter 254 Sears and Ladders. Dave opened his eyes back in the Moria respawn area. Sunlight shone through the thick foliage of the old trees, lighting the graveyard. Dave worried about the paladins and basilisks. He hoped Zori lead them out safely. He didn't know when he would get back to the underworld. Dave took a deep breath and exhaled, then checked his inventory. A smile broke out across his dragger face. He had one corrupted bloodstone crystal, just as requested. He lost 5 levels from dying, but he'd gotten those 5 levels when Dogoran killed the Chaos Centipede, so easy come easy go. The week of 20% less EXP was going to be annoying, but getting the corrupted crystal was worth it. Overall, counting the final ingredient to revive the Legion, he thought he had come out ahead. My precious, Dave said, taking out the dark crystal. A black tar-like substance dripped from it over Dave's hand and dripped to the ground. The crystal released a sweet smell. When he inhaled it, his head spun for a moment and a notification appeared in front of him. Corrupted bloodstone crystal. Rarity. Epic. Quest item. Give the corrupted bloodstone crystal to the Undeath god to complete the quest. Get the shiny. Dave put the crystal back in his inventory and he took a look at the other loot. Chaos book. Page 1. Illegible. A page from a book written by the God of Madness. Obtain all 5 pages of the book to unlock a unique skill. Grimblade. Category: Weapon. Type: Curved dagger. Damage: 20,000 30,000. Attribute bonuses: +200 agility, +200 dexterity. Effects: increases the duration of stealth by 30 seconds. An additional 50% base damage to the first attack after emerging from stealth. On every hit there is a 20% to inflict one of the following 3 effects: poison, paralysis, or laceration. Requirements: level 500 or higher. Assassin class. Rarity: unique. Weapon tier: S. This little baby will be great for Mercy when she reaches level 500. He grinned evilly. and I'm gonna make her pay through the nose for it. Did you hear something? Someone said. Someone. Let's check it out. There were other players in the graveyard. Dave rummaged through his inventory for a teleportation scroll. He was still in his Dragra form and didn't want to deal with random scrubs trying to get EXP off him. What the fuck? There's a Death Knight here, said a player. The voice came from behind Dave. Dave recognized the player. It was a hunter he'd fought on the border of the wilds near Moria. A character named Sato, an assassin in white, joined the hunter. There ain't any high-rank undead left in Conquest, man, the new player said. These guys were the two players Dave had beat on to vent his frustrations after the Death Heart was stolen. Dave thought for a moment, then stepped into a brightly lit spot in the cemetery. His black Death Knight armor was fully visible, his eerie blue drag eyes glowing from the darkness within the black helm. The players stepped back unconsciously. In a voice full of portent and doom, Dave intoned, "Tell them, tell everyone that soon the undead will rise again." Dave stepped back smoothly into a pool of deep shadow, hiding himself from their eyes. He tore the scroll and disappeared, leaving behind two nervous and confused players. "Did you see that? It was Mr. Skeletal," said the hunter. "It's probably just a skin or something. It can't be the skeletal guy. CCN hasn't released a new video for a long time." "No man, it was him. I inspected him. The system said it was Gishnbra." "Okay, so maybe it was." "What was all that tell them stuff?" "I dunno, man. Maybe he's one of those weirdo role-playing guys or something stupid like that." Dave appeared in the ruined city of Rurburg. "Hey, asshole, where are you?" There was no reply. Dave tapped his foot, annoyed. He'd been through a lot. He wanted to finish the quest and move on, but there was no sign of the undead god. "Can't a god get some sleep around here?" the punk god complained, rubbing his eyes. "Why does a god need to sleep?" Dave said. "I'm a young god, kid." "Whatever, and stop calling me kid." The undeath god chuckled. "So, you got the stuff?" "Yeah, I got the stuff." "Gimme it." "Why does it feel like I'm doing a drug deal?" He handed the crystal to the deity. "Oh yeah, my precious." The undeath god inhaled deeply, holding the crystal close to his face. "That's the stuff. Good job, kid." He pocketed the crystal. A notification appeared in front of Dave. "You have successfully completed the quest. Get the shiny. You have gained plus 3 million XP, minus 20%. Level up, level up." Dave was pretty damn happy. He'd gotten some levels back. He figured he was pretty far to the good now. "So," Dave looked at the teen deity expectantly. "What's on your mind?" "The undead. You said when you got the crystal you would bring the undead back." "Yeah, but I need to do rituals and stuff," the god of Undeath said. That was a bit of a letdown for Dave, but still, it was almost done. They had all the ingredients. The punk god just needed to get off his ass and do his rituals, mix the magic ingredients up, or whatever it took. "How long will that take?" "A while. I'm not really sure." The normally brash and assertive deity was being evasive and non-committal. "What do I mean you're not sure? Are you gaslighting me, you fucking punk wannabe?" "Wannabe? Watch it, kid. I'm the god of Undeath." "Alright then, Mr. God of Undeath, wave your hands, or whatever, and bring the Legion back like you promised." Okay, listen. "There's one last ingredient I need," the punk god started to say. "I knew it. You're full of shit, a fake. You can't bring them back. Admit it, you're not even a god." Dave interrupted, throwing his hands up in frustrated anger. The undead god shook his head and looked off to the side. "Look kid, some divine workings that I can't say anything about went off the rails, like a crazy train. Because of that I'm here, awake before my time. I was always supposed to be the god of Undeath when I grew up. Instead I'm the god of Undeath before I'm a grown-up, so I'm not as strong as I should be. So work with me." "Okay, kid. No promises, but I'll listen to what you have to say. If you stop calling me kid." "Ha, deal, K. Deal." "You told me the corrupted crystal was the last thing you needed to bring the Legion back. So why the fuck do you need another ingredient now?" Dave said. "Well, I thought I could get that particular ingredient myself, but something or someone is working against me. Even though I warned the other gods off when I got here. So I have to rely on you again." Kid, unless you're going to give up on the Legion. Dave groaned and asked, what is it this time? I need undead kin blood. Pretend I haven't taken magical ingredients 101 and tell me what undead kin blood is. The king's daughter has the blood of the undead king in her veins, the blood of the first greater undead. That's the final component I need for the ritual. And what's stopping you from getting it? Dave asked impatiently. Something or someone is interfering with my divine perceptions, hiding her from my sight. It's up to you to find her. Dave rubbed his temples. And how am I supposed to find her? Do I need to buy a vowel? The undeath god shrugged. There's this rather peculiar man who has a suitable talent for this situation. He lives on Mount Glory. His name is Balaam. Tell him I sent you. He owes me a favor. That's it. Wouldn't it be better for you to go yourself? Dave said. The teen punk god shrugged. I told you. Even gods have rules. I can bend them, but not break them. Then he disappeared. Aw shit, here we go again, Dave said resignedly. A notification appeared in front of Dave. Legacy quest update. Quest name, to see or not to see. Quest difficulty, unknown. Quest description, Eleanor, Princess of Ritsu has been kidnapped. Again, you are tasked with discovering her location. Ain't that a kick in the head? An oracle named Balaam lives on Mount Glory, located in the northern part of the Southern Kingdom area, 650-899. The location has been marked on your map. This is a solo quest. You cannot take players or NPCs with you on this quest. Failure conditions. Balaam dies before he tells you the location of Princess Eleanor. So get to step in, gopher boy. Just great. The smartass is back. Chapter 255 to Mount Glory. Dave checked his map for the Mount Glory marker. It was in the Southern Kingdom, which belonged to the Heaven's Dawn Guild, and those particular guildies were very protective of their turf. Dave groaned. The closest teleportation gate was hundreds of miles away from Mount Glory, not to mention the way from the gate to the mountain was probably filled with monsters. Grinding along the way would have been great to get some EXP. But he needed to get to Balaam fast. The quest fail condition was that the NPC might die. The faster he got to him the better. Dave operated the teleport gate, entering the coordinates for the Southern Kingdom. Suddenly, the gate started humming and the controls moved by themselves, overriding the coordinates. The arch of the portal filled with a whirling vortex of black and violet light. Dave stepped back, drawing his sword. The Rubber Gate was linked to the underworld and had once been used by demons to access the overworld. The druid that used to live in the ruins talked about the gate's history and warned them against using it. But the undeath god claimed he'd made it safe to use. Now Dave wished he'd listened to the druid instead of that maybe god punk rocker. Dave tightened his grip on his sword anxiously, preparing for some interdimensional horror show to appear. Black light flared and a basilisk with a rider on top pushed through the vortex. The portal flared again and another basilisk came through. The flashes of light repeated as more basilisks and paladins continued to step out of the swirling vortex. Commander, I did as you ordered. I got everyone safely out of the dungeon, Zora saluted after dismounting. Holy crap. How did you manage to come through the gate? Dave was delighted. We discovered a hidden chamber with a teleport gate inside the Chaos Dungeon, the priestess answered as she joined them. How did you know which gate to take then? Dave asked in wonder. I had a divine revelation, my lord. In it a strange child appeared and told me to come to this place. That damned punk god again. You guys can stay here instead of the underworld then. I am leaving on a quest. Just don't go past the city walls and you should be okay. The wilds are very dangerous, Dave warned. As you command, sir, Zora said. Grumpy stomped over and stood in front of Dave. The basilisk grunted and pushed his massive head against Dave, making the dragger stumble. Commander, Grumpy wishes to go with you on your journey, the unholy priestess said. Dave scratched under the black basilisk's jaw. Okay Grumps, you can come along on my quest. Can we join you too, sir? Zora asked. No, I can't bring anyone with me on this quest. Grumpy, let's go, Dave said and jumped onto the basilisk's back. The onyx basilisk, Grumpy, looks forward to the journey and the battles that will surely be a part of it. Your affinity with the onyx basilisk, Grumpy, has increased. Affinity level, 3-7. You can now summon the Onyx Basilisk, Grumpy, to your location anywhere in Conquest. You have unlocked a new mount option, Spirit Link, passive. Communication and understanding between you and your mount has improved. Level 1/4. You have unlocked a new mount option, Mounted Combat, Ground. Level 1/10. Fight from the back of a pet or companion beast. Damage is increased by 10% when fighting from a Spirit-linked mount. Wow, this is great, Dave said, looking through the bonuses for mounted combat. Then he remembered when he'd tried to fight from atop the basilisk before. His reach was too short. He could use ranged attacks, but his ranged skills had long cooldowns, so he wouldn't be able to spam them. Grumpy snorted and chuffed in the direction of the other basilisks. Dog's basilisk replied with a grunting cough and came over to stand in front of Grumpy. The smaller basilisk started hacking and gagging, like a cat bringing up a fur ball. The basilisk continued, and with a final convulsion of its throat, it spat out a coiled length of sharpened and articulated vertebrae capped with a spiked knob of heavy bone on one end. It was Dog's bone weapon, the one he'd crafted from the spine of the first basilisk they'd fought and killed. Dog's basilisk picked the coiled length of bone up with his mouth and tossed it to the dragger. Dave caught the weapon and inspected it. Basilisk bone flail. Category: Weapon. Type: Barbed whip club. Requirements: Dullahan race, or level 450, or Death Knight class. Damage: 20,000 30,000. Attribute bonuses: plus 100 STR, plus 100 VIT. Effects: Club form, Slug M, passive. Attacks have a 10% chance to inflict a stun effect on the target. Causes target to stagger if the user's strength is 100 or more points higher than the target's strength. Skull Crusher causes disorientation to targets. Duration 10 seconds. Disoriented targets will be afflicted with a 67% reduction in accuracy and response time. 2-minute cooldown. Whip form. Too long. Negative passive. Whip form causes 20% less damage than club form. Bypass. Passive. Attacks can be changed in mid-stroke. For example, from overhead sting to side snap. While in whip form, the flail can strike around shields and other obstacles. Pokey Pokey, a whip form attack that has a 10% chance to cause laceration, bleeding targets for 10% of base weapon damage. Stacks up to 5 times. Flailing Circle of Death whirls the whip form around the user, creating an offensive barrier that deflects projectiles and causes 20% base weapon damage per hit. Cooldown 5 minutes. Rarity: Epic. Weapon tier: S. A weapon made from the spine of an azure basilisk using forgotten eldritch techniques. Crude in appearance, the flail is designed to be used from close and mid-range, adaptable to many situations. The bone flail was a good deal heavier than his sword, but when he equipped the weapon it felt right. He lashed the whip in the air, cracking it. The whip form of the weapon was long enough to reach the ground with length to spare while he was on Grumpy. He flicked the grip a certain way and the vertebrae clicked together, transforming the weapon into its solid club form with the grim spiked knob on the end. Dave was impressed with the reach and versatility of the weapon, and the base damage on the flail was the same as the stalwart gauntlets, which were dropped by a level 750 mob. Dave wondered how Dog, a newly created undead, could create a weapon like the flail. Maybe he was a legendary blacksmith when he was living. That fucking Dog and his tricks. Yeah, this will work. Let's go, Grumps. Dave led the basilisk to the teleport gate. They appeared on the teleport platform of an oasis town set in the middle of a souk. NPC shops were rugs spread under the shade of palm trees, with all sorts of wares on display: weapons, rations, potions and more. The NPCs competed, calling for players to look at their items, and bartered intensely with any player interested in buying what they had to offer. A scream echoed through the town square. A female elf with red hair pointed a trembling hand at Grumpy. A player in full steel armor, including a helm with a red horsehair crest, ran up to the platform. Another player in silver-chased leather armor carrying a halberd followed close behind the first. Both players did a double take when they got a clear view of the dragger seated on the black basilisk. The leather-armored player grounded his halberd like he had to use it to stay standing up. "A death knight," the red-crested player said. The player in leather armor gulped. "I thought all the greater undead were gone." Dave inspected the first player. Name: Snake King. Smile: level 220. Class: Hellion. "Hey man, what's the best way to get to Mount Glory?" Dave asked in his hoarse dragger voice. Snake King looked to both sides, then pointed at himself in a "who, me?" gesture. Dragger Dave smirked. "Yeah, man." Snake King shrugged. "You've never been here before?" Dave shook his head. "Good thing you didn't just take off into the desert then." The wiki doesn't mention or give the locations of the sand eaters. Sand eaters? Dave tilted his head. "Yeah man. Not all quicksand is quicksand pits. Some of them are sand eaters waiting underneath with their stomachs open, waiting to trap you." Falling into one really sucks. "How do you tell the difference?" "If you're careful and go slow you'll smell it." Sand eaters are basically open stomachs. "Got it. Thanks for the heads up, bro." "Can you mark the pits on my map?" Dave asked. "Sure thing, Mr. Skeletal." Dave shared his map with Snake King, and moments later Dave's route to Mount Glory was marked with red symbols. "So, can I get an autograph?" Snake King asked. Dave tilted his head. "An autograph?" "Yeah, I'm a big fan of your videos." Dave looked at Snake King blankly for a second, then he rummaged through his inventory. He found the cutlass he didn't use anymore, the one from his days as a low-level dragger. "I don't have a pen, but I used this when I first started as Skeletal. There's probably video of me with it online." The player caught the weapon Dave threw to him. His smile grew from ear to ear. Grumpy galloped through the oasis town and past the entry markers, heading north in the direction of Mount Glory. Extra: Hellion, a melee character class that uses halberds. Proficient in close-quarter combat, good as a half-tank half-DPS build, but lacks mobility to be considered an all-around combat unit. Chapter 256 From Entrails to Peaks. The Basilisk's 6 broad, padded paws kept them from sinking into the southern desert sands. Crossing the dunes was like being on a roller coaster. The basilisk sprinted up the face of a sand dune, throwing up plumes of sand behind. Then came the descent, jumping and sliding down the opposite side. Rinse and repeat, over and over. Dave's armor was scorching hot to touch. The desert sun wasn't hot enough to cause overheating, but it sure did feel like it was. It felt like his already desiccated dragger skin was going to become brittle and crumble to dust. Maybe he'd evolve into a mummified dragger. They were halfway to Mount Glory when the weather changed. Dave noticed the sky was less bright and the wind had picked up. He looked around and then behind. Rushing toward them was what looked like a wall of roiling reddish-yellow chaos. The phenomenon stretched across the horizon and towered high into the atmosphere. "Sandstorm, run, Grumps, run," Dave shouted. The basilisk snarled and increased his waddling lizard gait. They had just slid down into a small open area between several large dunes when a rancid smell assaulted their nostrils. "You gotta be fucking kidding me." Dave yanked desperately at the basilisk's dorsal spines to get him to veer away. The stretch of sand ahead of them collapsed, the sand around the edge flowing into a gaping hole filled with concentric circles of sharp teeth. Grumpy was sliding down toward the gaping maw, carried along with the hissing rush of sand. The basilisk roared and leapt in the opposite direction of the sand flow. Landing, he moved his 6 limbs rapidly, scrambling to get away from the trap. Finally, after seconds of desperate effort, the basilisk outpaced the pull of the sand eater's trap and escaped. They survived the sand eater, but they weren't out of danger. The sandstorm was closing on them rapidly, moving much faster than their best speed. They would be engulfed by it soon, and Dave would be sent to respawn seconds after that. Grumpy stopped abruptly. "Grumps?" Dave looked behind at the looming sandstorm. The basilisk hunched his back and leaned over to the side, dumping Dave into the sand. Dave's shoulders slumped as he sat up and looked disconsolately at the approaching sandstorm. "Yeah, no sense trying to outrun it. Fucking punk kid and his stupid quest. He was not looking forward to making another try at this fucking desert at all. The onyx basilisk grunted and began digging and pushing sand around furiously. "What are you doing, Grumps?" Dave asked. The basilisk kept working. Soon it became clear he was forming a nest-like sand structure. Grumpy nudged Dave over the low wall into the depression he created. The storm hit them almost immediately after that. The basilisk groaned, his bulk still partially exposed. The shrieking winds blew so hard and fast that the sand particles were like tiny flying teeth, stripping flesh from bone. But the wily basilisk knew how to survive in the desert. It didn't take long for the sand to accumulate and cover them almost entirely. That's how they waited the storm out, huddling under the growing weight of sand that formed a windbreak around them. Dave sat in the hollow created by Grumpy, curling protectively around him, leaning against the basilisk's bulk, bored out of his mind. When the winds finally subsided, Grumpy stuck his frog head up from the sand covering them. Dave's dragger head popped up through the sand right next to the basilisk. After making sure the storm had blown itself to nothing, the two of them left the depression. Dave turned. Everything looked different, as if the dunes had moved or changed completely. Fucking sand gets everywhere. Dave was glad the girls weren't along on this quest, because the sand did actually get into every nook, crack and cranny. Everywhere. After doing his best to get the worst of the sand out of his armor, he jumped onto the basilisk. "Let's hit the road, Grumps." Dave chuckled when the obviously puzzled Grumpy looked around, searching for an actual road. "It's just a figure of speech, big guy." They took off, resuming their up one side and down the other mode of travel, heading for the Mount Glory marker on the map. A black dot appeared on the horizon. That must be it. It grew slowly as they continued their trek until Dave could finally make out some detail. The mountain was unusual to say the least. The conical peak didn't rise up from the surface of the desert. The entire thing floated on top of a shimmering column. What in the name of Alfred? As they got even closer, Dave realized the shimmering column was a continuous fall of sand, a falling river of reddish-yellow sand. Even more strange to Dave, there was no accumulation of sand at the bottom of the column, no growing mound of sand where the falls ended. Soon they were standing near the falling curtain of sand. Grumpy even walked right up to the falling sand and sniffed at it curiously. Dave checked his map. The location of the quest marker was nearby somewhere. They followed the quest marker, moving around the curving border of falling sand until Dave spotted two players. A girl in leather armor with a green coolie on her head looked back at Dave curiously. The red-armored knight standing next to her had a hand on the big two-handed hilt sticking up over his shoulder. Dave inspected each of the players in turn. Name: Winter Rose. Level: 410. Class: Sword Dancer. Guild: Rovania. Omni. Level: 431. Class: Surge Binder. Guild: Rovania. They were high-level players and he still had multiple bounties on his head, the ones issued by Heaven's Dawn and the Blood Roggers. "Mr. Skeletal," the girl, Winter Rose, said. She skipped across the sand towards them, coming to a stop right next to the basilisk. She looked up at Dave. "What ya doing way out here in the desert, Skelly?" she asked in a giggly voice. "I'm on a quest." "What about you two?" Dave asked. Omni looked up then back. "We're waiting for the lift." Old Glory is a good grinding area even though it's a pain coming through the desert. "Yeah, that sandstorm was a real motherfucker," Dave commiserated. "You got caught in a sandstorm and survived?" "How?" Omni asked. "Yup, thanks to Grumpy here. I guess he just knows his deserts." Dave patted the onyx basilisk. "Grumpy the basilisk? Cute name." "Can I pet him?" Winter Rose asked. Dave shrugged. Grumpy growled but let the girl scratch his chin and even seemed to enjoy it. "What were you saying about waiting for a lift?" Dave asked. "An elevator. The platform should be here any time now." "It runs every hour," Omni said. Dave decided to wait for the lift with them. He chatted with the two players and they seemed nice enough. Then Omni pointed. "There it is." Dave looked up. A wooden platform was descending rapidly. No ropes, no wires, just seeming to levitate. The lift slowed and touched down on the sand. The other players hopped onto the platform without hesitation. Winter Rose looked back. "Are you coming?" "Yeah, Dave nudged the basilisk onto the platform. All 3 players got a notification. Weight limit exceeded. Lift operation will resume when the load is reduced. Sorry, Grumps. You gotta get off. You are just too fat, bro. I'll summon you when I get to the top, Dave said. The basilisk grumbled unhappily but complied. Dave dismounted as the basilisk shuffled off the platform. Where did you get Grumpy? Omni asked. I'd love to have a basilisk mount from the underworld. You might be able to get one once the expansion opens. Dave didn't know the 2 players well enough to give them free game tips or other vital information, but he didn't want to be a dick and antagonize them either. He was learning to get along with people slowly. Aren't you worried about leaving him down there alone? Winter Rose asked, looking concerned. Nah, Grumpy can take care of himself. The lift was accelerating upwards. The curtain of falling sand was behind them while the panorama of the bright desert spread out before them. Hey, have you guys heard of an NPC named Balaam? Dave asked. Omni spoke up. Yeah, he's the weird guy that lives at the top of the mountain. Why? It's for my quest. He's useless. He doesn't give any quests. He never even talks to players. Just don't try to fight him. I saw him one-shot a level 400 Blood Rager that was messing with him, Winter Rose added. Huh, good to know, thanks. The platform rose past the top of the wall of falling sand then jerked and came to a stop. They'd reached the top. We're here, Omni said in a sing-song voice. Winter Rose clapped, jumping up and down. Dave smirked and rolled his eyes at their antics as they debarked the platform. Mount Glory dominated their view. Its peak hidden in clouds. A forest covered the gentle slopes that led to the mountain until the terrain changed to bare gray rock and steep cliff faces. Trails led from the platform area to the right and left, curving around the top of the pillar. Walking down either would put the forest on one side and the precipitous edge of the sand falls on the other. Not a pleasant thought for Dave. A curbed walkway paved with white stone stretched straight ahead into the forest. The walkway apparently extended all the way to the mountain. Dave could see a white line of stairs rising from the forest and up the steep cliff sides toward the hidden peak. Just past the edge of the trees a red-painted Japanese torii gate adorned the walkway. There was a torii every few hundred steps as far as Dave could see, little bits of red color accenting the white line of the path going up the mountainside. The 2 players turned to the right and started walking down the trail. See ya, Skelly. Winter Rose turned and finger-waved at him like a little girl. Yeah dude, ladders. Good luck on your quest. Omni looked back and threw up a peace sign. Dave waved back at the 2 players. Once they were out of sight he crouched down and put a hand to the ground to initiate the summons for Grumpy. He got a notification. Summoning failed. You cannot summon your mount, Grumpy, to this location. The air turned pleasant cool as he climbed, and the view became more and more spectacular. He could see the forest around the mountain and even the desert beyond. The temperature continued to drop as he got closer to the peak. Soon the way ahead was hidden by a blanket of thick white. He was about to walk into a cloud. Dave continued climbing. Soon after, the stairs did in fact lead all the way to the top of the mountain. Unexpectedly, the peak was flat and level, as if something or someone had sliced the very tip of the mountain off. Dave smiled as he climbed the last step and walked onto the stone surface. True level, huh? An old man weighed down in heavy chains was walking slow circles around nothing in particular that Dave could see. The old guy had worn a visible path into the bare stone of the ground. Balaam, the man nodded to Dave. Servant of the Undeath God. I need to find Eleanor, daughter of the King of the Undead Legion. I know why you are here. What are you willing to sacrifice for your desire, young Dragger? Extra. Blade dancers dominate the battlefield using a combination of high damage output, rapid movement abilities, and potent control skills. Foregoing most defensive capabilities, they evade attacks instead of blocking or absorbing damage. Blade dancers excel at blitz tactics, often ending a fight before enemies can even retaliate. They overwhelm opponents with chained, high-damage physical and magical attacks while moving at high speed. Blade dancer crowd control abilities are class-specific. The effects synergize with the damage and movement skills, significantly increasing their power and effectiveness. Blade dancers do not have the stamina or resilience to survive prolonged heavy conflict, but they are an ideal class for short, intense engagements, and they can excel in both individual and group combat. Chapter 257. Knocking on. The old man was asking him for a sacrifice. Dave took a moment to think. He didn't have anything valuable in game. He'd lost all his properties when the Legion died and the underworld was close to him. He didn't think the Oracle dude was interested in money or things anyway. Dude was an ascetic if he'd ever seen one. I don't have much, old man, Dave shrugged. The important things were taken from me. But I'll give you anything that is mine to give. A broad smile appeared on Balam's wrinkled face and his eyes twinkled. Wisely spoken, especially for one so new to this world. Dave looked at the skinny old man expectantly, waiting for him to reveal Eleanor's location. The Oracle nodded affirmatively in response, but looked troubled. I owe a debt to the young divine for a blessing he bestowed. I will speak the truth to you, but you will not like the words I have for you. What you seek I cannot see, though I have searched with my inner eyes since I foresaw your coming. A divine force clouds the perceptions of my eye and prevents me from finding the truth you wish to hear. Dave stared at the Oracle in disbelief for a moment, then his hands clenched so hard his knuckles popped. Of course, divine beings are screwing with my quest. Again, with an effort he unclenched his fists, trying to regain his composure. He hadn't gotten a quest failed notification, so it could still be completed if they figured out what to do. The sample of Eleanor's blood was the final component needed to revive the Legion. If the little punk's claims were the truth, asking Balam for Eleanor's location was plan B to acquire the blood sample. He didn't see any way there could be a successful plan C if divine beings were blocking both the god of Undeath and a super-oracular old hermit. He needed to talk to the punk god. Hopefully the little shit would come up with another backup plan for the backup plan. He also had to figure out a way to get the Mohawked menace to spill the deets on why the gods and their ridiculous divine rules kept messing with Dave's game. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Dave looked up. The Oracle had been watching Dave's inner turmoil with sympathy. Good, young Dragger. You realize the truth that hope is never far from despair if you have wisdom enough to nurture it. And so it is time for you to return to the young divine. Take with you my apologies and tell the young god I consider myself still in his debt. Thanks, old man. I will. You're pretty cool for an ancient hermit guy. See ya. The Oracle chuckled and returned to his circle to resume walking. Dave headed for the white stone stairs and resigned himself to another unpleasant desert pilgrimage. At least Grumpy would be waiting at the bottom of the sandfall. One more thing, young Dragger. Dave turned back to the Oracle. Tell the young divine that every time my inner eye's vision was blocked I saw a great golden door. What? That bastard of fourth-generation incest. That homo-aborted Sonuva castrated hermaphrodite. The enraged, screeching voice came from a tornado of dense shadow and purple lightning. The whirling funnel had appeared without warning. The tirade of insults and curses continued without pause. The rage and volume swelling. The language changed to something guttural and unpronounceable by human vocal cords. Then the language changed again, this time to something other than the mortal concept of language and words. Sounds were uttered that were not meant to be understood or heard or even known about by any beings lesser than celestials. The words twisted out of the shadow vortex as if they were malevolent life forms. The first word plunged deep down into the rock. Mount Glory shook and rumbled like it was going to erupt, throwing Dave and the Oracle to the ground. You have resisted. Terror. Effect. 10,000 horsepower. Another notification appears right afterward. Local server announcement. Wrath of a god. A deity has become enraged. An apocalyptic event is imminent. The area around Mount Glory is in an apocalyptic status. The likelihood of natural catastrophes, unnatural catastrophes occurring and the probability of the appearance of various world-threatening monsters are increased in said location. Dave looked up as the mountain continued to rumble and shake. Fuck me. The second word rose straight up until it was lost from sight. Then it became visible as a soundless burst of gray. The day turned pitch black as if someone had thrown a switch. Fissures grew across the dark starless sky, oozing lurid red light. Insane laughter leaked through the expanding cracks, gradually growing louder. Sprawled across the stone of the mountain top, Dave watched, weak and unable to move. Visceral dread and a feeling of imminent and unopposable doom rose within him, while an oppressive force pressed upon his spirit, assaulting him from all directions and sapping his will. Yame, Dave gasped in relief and looked around. It was the oracle who'd spoken. He stood calmly against the flood of malevolence, like an immovable boulder, the same skinny old man with wrinkles and liver spots. But the heavy iron chains that once weighed the oracle down now hindered the frail ancient as much as tissue paper. Enough, young divine. This is most improper. Remember who you are. The funnel of swirling shadow dissipated instantly. The god of Undeath gestured, and as if the switch was flipped again, the sky returned to normal. Another average, blazing hot day in the desert. Local server announcement. Event, Wrath of a God, has ended. Thank you for playing, and have a nice day. Dave took a shaky breath and got ever so slowly to his feet, panting. The oracle was standing with the punk god, very near, speaking too softly for Dave to hear. The teenager was looking down, scuffing at the stone with a booted toe and nodding occasionally. The oracle finished talking and stepped back. The punk god raised his head and gave Dave an abashed look. Ahem, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said bad words. Shit, the little fucker did all that damage. With words, bad words. I gotta start being nicer to this little asshole. So what the bleeping fuckity fuck are bad words? The teenage punk was still looking at him. Oh, right, okay. No real damage done. I think. The oracle snorted and shook his head at them. Youth, go. Both of you. You have things to do and I must tend to the wheel or the cataclysms will be loosed upon the world before their time. The punk god grabbed Dave by his chest plate and lifted the drag effortlessly off the ground, his feet dangling in midair. Holy, Dave squeaked, still not recovered from the traumatic effects of the bad words event. Unholy is the more usual reaction, though neither is exactly right. The god smirked. The slender teenager's strength was disconcerting, but it made sense. A god would be stronger than any boss monster, and by extension, be frightfully stronger than a lowly dragger. But the teenager's appearance and behavior were so contrary to what was expected of a god. It was just off-putting. The young deity was still holding Dave in the air as if the weight was nothing. Okay, kid, we're gonna go get this clusterfuck unraveled. Whatever happens, stay close to me. Be ready, yo, cause shit be going down nah, mofo. Wannabe gangsta talk. Dave rolled his eyes. Way to go, punk. Keep going against everyone's expectations. The teen deity stepped forward and reality blurred around them. They were in deep space. The stars emitted celestial music and divine harmonies as they shone down on them from the heavens. In front of them was a golden door that dwarfed the mountain they had just been standing on. We're here. Dave looked at the teenage deity sharply, wondering if the god had been observing his interactions with Winter Rose and Omni. The punk god marched right up to the massive metal door. Open up, you poncy git. I know you're in there, he shouted. He lifted a fist and struck the golden door 3 times. Each knock shook the door in its frame and boomed like a danger-close lightning strike. The reverberations from the knocking faded away. They waited. Nothing happened. Even aside from his ringing ears, Dave was shocked. Lifting a dragger in full plate like he was no heavier than a newborn baby was one thing. Shaking this titanic structure just by knocking on it was a whole other ballgame, a different league. The punk's strength was godlike. Shit. He was going to stop expressing himself so freely to the powerful divine entity. No more insulting him, at least not to his face. HMPH. It's not like any of this really matters anyway. Gotta remember it's only a game. The Undeath god snarled and Dave winced, afraid more bad words were going to spew out of the godling. You know why gods never have to knock twice, kid? Because if we don't get an answer, we do this. The Undeath god raised a foot and kicked the golden door. The massive double-leaf doors were blown in and apart. One door leaf broke off its hinges, sagging down at an angle against the frame. Fuyuya. First the bad words, now this. That's it. I'm keeping my mouth shut when I'm around him. Just monkey see, monkey do, and tip my cap. Yes sir. Dave shaded his eyes against the beams of brilliant golden light that shone through the open portal. Come out, poser, the Undeath god thundered. Two slender figures appeared from within the golden light and positioned themselves in front of Dave and the godling, crossing their long spears to forbid entry. They wore pearlescent white robes under glowing gold armor, and their 6 rainbow-feathered wings extended outward from their backs. Dave tensed. Angels, who disturbs the domain of Lord Demiurge, the Most High, the Most Great. The voice sounded like a choir singing in multi-part harmony. The Undeath god snorted and rolled his eyes at the titles. Don't start. Just get Demikup out here. The Most High Lord is attending to otherworldly matters. You mean he's napping? Out of my way, the Undeath god said, stepping forward. Grave pardon, Dread Lord, but Lord Demiurge ordered us to stop anyone from entering. The god of Undeath glowered at the angel. Demikup, he yelled past the divine messengers. Get your ever-expanding ass out here. Don't make me turn your silk-swaddled messenger boys into fairy dust. There was a long silence, then a curse and some indistinct grumbling reached their ears. The angels kept their eyes forward and their expressions blank, but in some mysterious way their embarrassment of their lord was obvious to Dave. Serves 'em right, self-righteous goody two-shoes, butting their noses where they don't belong. Dave may have felt some residual resentment against angels. Oh, my good self. What did you do to my door, you filthy hooligan? I had to special order that, and it took them centuries to deliver it. A deep voice boomed in strident tones, disrupting the stars, which had just reharmonized after repeated disturbances. The light inside the open doorway shifted and grew brighter. Ugh, this guy's holy light shines way too bright for my taste. The teenage deity made a plucking motion like a street magician performing a coin trick, and there were 2 pairs of sunglasses in his hand. He tossed one to Dave. The sunglasses filtered the light from Demiurge to a manageable level. Dave could see a man-shaped figure in the doorway now. It was proportionate with the golden door, bigger than drama at his maximum size. Demikup, the Undeath god said with a sneer as he adjusted his sunglasses. It's Demiurge, maker of the cosmos. Prime architect of Demiurge sputtered to a stop as he caught sight of Dave. You brought one of your undead with you? Here? Ha-ah. This time you're the one that broke the rules. Pipsqueak. The glowing figure actually did a little jig, laughing gleefully and pointing at the god of Undeath. Extra. The Surgebinder class. There are those who believe that the first Surgebinders came to our world from a different reality, bringing with them power and abilities unknown to the world. Infused light, or I-light, is a synthesis of psychic energy and elemental light and gravity. Surgebinders use I-light for both surge and physical skills. Accordingly, they have a large reservoir of infused light instead of stamina and mana pools. Surge skills are much more costly than physical skills, and reckless use of surge skills will quickly exhaust the Surgebinder's reservoir. Brief, precise bursts of surge skills used in conjunction with physical skills is the accepted combat doctrine among Surgebinders. All Surgebinder skills are channeled and sometimes require an initial amount of I-light to activate. The I-light cost per second of surge skills increases with distance, and the rate of I-light consumption keeps increasing as long as the skill is active. On the other hand, surge skills are instant cast and do not have cooldowns. Contrary to popular belief, Surgebinders only have a handful of surge skills, but they are endlessly adaptable. Respite Sprite summons an elemental sprite to catalyze I-light regeneration. The summoned sprite orbits the meditating Surgebinder until dismissed. At higher levels, the Surgebinder does not have to stay seated to meditate. This is the only known method to generate I-light. Push and pull surge forms an invisible I-light tether controlled by the caster. The tether can exert a push or pull force, most often used as a movement skill. The uses for this skill are limited only by the user's imagination. A favorite Surgebinder push-pull tactic is to boomerang combatants, allies or enemies, around the battlefield. Anchor Surge, a static skill, it binds the Surgebinder to a surface he is in physical contact with, similar to pull but consumes much less I-light. Vortex Surge, a chaotic casting of I-light, causes incapacitating status effects such as vertigo and severe disorientation. At higher levels, the skill can cause blindness and hallucinations. Light Sculpt, S tier, allows the Surge Binder to create objects made of solid light, armor or simple weapons. See requirements. Chapter 258 Deity Digressions. The God of Undeath, divine patron of the Undead Legion, watched as Demiurge cavorted back and forth in front of the golden doors. The prime architect of creation was doing the chicken dance poorly. Dave looked around uncomfortably. The two angels, celestial messengers and guardians of the golden door, had taken positions to either side, yielding the stage to their most high lord. They were deliberately looking anywhere but at the dancing deity. The expressions on their inhumanly smooth faces were neutral, but Dave felt a sense of increasing embarrassment coming from them as Demiurge danced, who was now moonwalking and pop-locking. Dave resisted the urge to facepalm. This fucking guy needs to calm the fuck down. Even his almighty divine douchebag act was better. He glanced at the god of Undeath, calmly watching his fellow deities' antics. And this one, why the fuck did he bring me along if it's against the rules? Fucking gods and their shit. So not worth the trouble. Demiurge was in the middle of either a seizure or the worst robot dance Dave had ever seen. Then he switched to a booty dance, popping it backwards at the god of Undeath and slapping his rear in time to a beat only he could hear. The punk god raised a hand. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself and everyone else, rump shaker. You got it all wrong. I'm here because the balance is swinging more in my favor. The dancing deity came to a figurative screeching stop. He turned to face them, horrified. What? Question mark. No, that's inconceivable. You brought your pet undead. Shut up, dummy ass. You brag about that ball of mud you created, but you have no interest in being part of it. Worse, you have no clue what your jackbooted church minions are doing. That's why we are here now. Know what? Demiurge lifted his head regally, and spoke in formal tones. Our house is in order. The malefactors were purged from our holy church. I have taken no action against you or your demisons. I know that, Demidic. You're too lazy to get involved in politics and intrigue. But your non-involvement is why our church fanatics keep meddling in my affairs. The last few words came out in a scream full of righteous fury. Dave cringed again, steeling himself for more bad words. The punk god reined himself in with a visible effort. You need to. Don't tell me how to run my domain, Nicholas. Nicholas? Dave blurted. The punk god winced but ignored Dave. I'm not telling you how to run your domain. I am formally giving you notice that your church is violating the rules. I am here to go down there with you right now and uncluster their interference in my domain. I'm not going down there. It's filthy and crowded. Descend and lay down some divine wrath. Almighty Smiter, show the sinners who's boss. Take the helm and fix what needs fixing, or else. The god of Undeath had a switchblade in his hand and he was glaring up at the golden god. Demiurge's face turned an alarming shade of puce. The immense god drew a deep breath to shout a rebuttal. Then his shoulders slumped and Dave felt a gust of wind as the god exhaled in resignation. Fine, fine. You win. It's just not fair. Somehow the rules always seem to work out in your favor. Demiurge shrank rapidly down to human size and joined them. He waved a hand and a golden door frame in human proportions appeared. I suppose we should just get this over with so I can get back to my very important work. The god of Undeath smirked and gestured grandly for the golden god to precede them through the golden doorway. Grand pillars lined the walls. Framing stained glass windows and rows of wooden pews covered most of the floor space. They were in a church. Statues and icons of Demiurge were everywhere. Dave checked his map. It was back online and showed their location was the Northern Kingdom's Grand Cathedral. A priest in ornate regalia entered the cathedral from a small side door. Catching sight of the glowing figure of his god, the priest dropped to his knees and tried to bury his face in the stone floor. Trembling. HMPH, yes, you have demonstrated your utter devotion to our divine self. Where is our supreme pontiff? We would have words with him. The priest looked up at Demiurge. His holiness is not here. He has withdrawn to his spiritual sanctuary for the day. Demiurge frowned. He waved and another golden door frame appeared, revealing an oversized, overstuffed four-poster bed with cardinal red and cloth of gold sheets and covers. The wrinkled flaccid buttocks of a very naked, very old man worked rhythmically at a well-endowed, very young woman underneath him. Damn it, Demi, I can't unsee that. It's in my brain now. You swore to stop peeping after they caught you at school. No, I didn't mean to. Shut up, Nicholas. Dave looked away hastily. That doesn't look very spiritual to me. The priest peered into the door and gasped, Sister Melinda. The old naked man jumped off the woman. Dave thought he was pretty spry for such an old dude. The woman shrieked and ran screaming out of the room, though she retained the presence of mind to grab her clothes on the way. The Supreme Pontiff sat against the headboard, staring back at them. He opened his mouth and closed it a few times, but nothing came out. Finally he managed, My Lord Demiurge, this is truly a blessing. Scrambling off the bed, the pontiff threw a robe around his body to everyone's relief. Then he fell to his knees, intoning, Most divine, most bright, most high and greatest of gods, Lord of light, maker of the world, Lord Demiurge, how can I serve thee? Ah yes, good to see you too, Geoffrey, Demiurge said agreeably. The praise and adulation seemed to wipe any concern for the probity of his foremost representative on the mortal plane. That's it, this poser was well, we all saw what he was doing. Dave was outraged. The guy was the leader of a church. Our followers are imperfect, it is our duty to forgive them and grant them grace, Demiurge said beautifully. The Undeath god snorted, a little ass-kissing, and suddenly you are all about duty. The pontiff smiled, Our Lord's wisdom is truly inspiring. I am blessed and humbled to lead the Divine One's holy church and shepherd his flock. Dude, you worshipping one of his flock. I don't know what you are talking about, heathen undead. Really? He's going with the it wasn't me defense. Shaggy would bust a gut. I'm not interested in your church's inner workings to me. Just get on with it. Stop telling me what to do, Nicholas. Geoffrey, where is the woman? What woman? Most High, the pontiff asked innocently. What's her name? The daughter of the undead king. We are here for her. Oh, that woman. Yes. She is a vile one. I sent her to the flagellation chamber to renounce her sins and welcome the embrace of the church. Yeah, embrace. Dave rolled his eyes. The punk god coughed and smirked, but everyone else ignored Dave's comment. Where is the flagellation room? The Undeath god asked. In the catacombs under the cathedral, the Pope replied. The cardinal nodded and Dave, Demiurge and the punk god followed after him. They walked through a stone hallway lit by torches hung on the walls. Dave sidled up to the god of Undeath on the way to the flagellation room. So, Nicholas, we're having such lovely weather today. Nicholas, I'm looking forward to getting this done. Nicholas, the punk god gave him a sour look as they walked down the hall. What's your point, kid? Oh, I have lots of points. Nicholas, the first is, we made a deal. You were supposed to stop calling me kid. Nicholas smirked. I promised to stop. I didn't say for how long. Dave glared at him. It's gonna be like that? Nick, I don't know why you're oversaying it. Nicholas is a good name. You don't have anything on me. Dave nodded vigorously. Oh absolutely. It's a much better name than Elliot, for example. Yeah, Nick's a real name. Nick's your buddy, the kind of guy you trust. The kind of guy you can drink beer with. Nick, but Nick Almighty? Nick, God of Undeath? Nick the Dread Lord of the Undead? Not so much. Dave was smiling gleefully. Mortal or god, payback is a bitch. Nick the god glared at the dragger. You know, I could choose another apostle, one with less piss and more respect. Then I wouldn't have to listen to your nonsense. Oh, is that all you got? Nicky boy, I quite like being Undeath's apostle. Nick means I get to spend more quality time with my buddy. Nick, Dave heard the sound of grinding teeth coming from beside him. Hey, it's tough to get the last word in when you can't just poof away. Nicholas, the hallway led to stairs that went down into a labyrinth of corridors. After a confusing number of turns they stopped at a steel door. The sound of muffled whines and cries echoed from beyond the door. This is it. The cardinal unlocked the door with one of the many dozens of keys he kept on a thick metal hoop. The stench of old blood wafted out. My good self, this place is nasty. Demiurge waved a hand in front of his nose and dug around in his pockets for a hanky. Two men in hoods and blood-stained aprons looked up at them from the middle of the room where they stood over a stone table with a woman strapped to it. Prison cells lined the walls, crowded with men and women huddling together on the filth-covered floors. The torturers held golden crosses and blood-slicked leather flails. She was battered and bloodied, but Dave still recognized the woman strapped to the table. It was Eleanor. They'd found her. "Motherfuckers," Dave roared, equipped his sword and stomped his way toward the two white robes. "Not now, kid. Let's just get her out of here." Nick the God grabbed Dave's shoulder. Demiurge remained silent for a moment, then said, "I should have taken better care of them. They taught us all about this stuff at God's school. Demi failure. But you never took it seriously. You were too busy partying and being creepy." "Right. I've had enough of this." Demiurge's tone was grim. He clapped his hands with a thunderous ear-splitting boom. The blood stains and the smells were scrubbed away instantly. The people disappeared from the cells. Only Eleanor was left, her wounds healed now, but still on the table. Dave moved until he was face to face with her, peering down at her. "Eleanor, you're safe now." Dave spoke softly to the woman. Eleanor started when she opened her eyes and saw a dragger within her personal space. "I recognize you. You're the one who escorted me from the underworld." Her face grumbled. "My father is gone, isn't he?" Tears welled up in her eyes and overflowed. "Eleanor, we can bring your father back, but we need your help," Dave said confidently. "I'm not undead. What can I do?" Dave turned to Nick, the god of Undeath. Nick moved to where Eleanor could see him. "No worries, you've no need for you to be undead. You've got your father's blood in you, and that's what we need." The punk kid made the shard of Death Heart appear. "Hold out your hand, you've." He grabbed her hand and turned it palm up, then jabbed the pad of her finger with a needle and turned her hand over so that a drop of blood fell onto the shard of Death Heart. "That's it?" Eleanor asked. Nick looked at her for a moment. "Waste not." Chapter 259 Counter's Trick. "Open a way to the underworld, Demi. Be useful," Nick said. Demiurge huffed but waved a hand, summoning a golden door that opened into the underworld. "I only wish it would get rid of you for good." "Aren't you coming with us?" the punk god asked with an innocent smile. "I have a big mess to clean up here, thanks to you." "Are you sure?" "I know Ramshaw would love to see you." The punk god's smile grew malicious. Demiurge scowled at the teenager. "You really should hurry, or the doorway just might close prematurely on an inconvenient person." The punk kid laughed and walked through the door with a jaunty step. Dave and Eleanor followed quickly. The doorway closed behind them, leaving them in a barren field of black soil surrounded by mountains. Dave looked up to where the broken moon still hung in the sky, the only source of natural light in the dark of the underworld. "Something happened between Demi and Ramshaw?" Dave asked, glancing at Nick. The god of Undeath chuckled. "He's gotten better, but Demi was always socially awkward and clueless. Ramshaw was our homeroom teacher." "You can connect the dots from there." "Ouch, I can imagine." "Okay, let's get this ritual rubbish done." The god of Undeath materialized the corrupt bloodstone crystal and brought the Death Heart fragment and the corrupted crystal together, fusing them into a larger crystalline mass. Nick raised his hands up. The crystal began vibrating, gathering an eerie dark energy from the world. The punk kid closed his eyes and mumbled some incomprehensible words. More dark aura gathered around the crystal when the Undeath god opened his eyes. The aura dissipated. "So?" Dave asked. "It's not perfect," he said, "but it's good enough for government work." The Undeath god shrugged. "Quest, the forlorn hope of the Legion. You have helped the Undeath god restore the Death Heart to partial functionality. The Death Heart can be used to revive one greater undead every 24 hours. Game time. The fate of the Undead Legion rests in your hands." Requirements: revive 5 greater undead, 1 each of the ranks shown below, then return the Death Heart to the top of the Bone Palace Tower. Undead Captain, Death Knight, Doom Knight, Abyssal Knight, Undead King. Conditions: you are only able to revive undead that you had a friendly relationship with at the time of their final fall. The Undeath god handed the Death Heart to Dave. "Take this and use it to bring the undead back. When you complete the quest, you should be ready for your legacy challenge. so come find me." The Undeath god waved a hand and summoned a circle of twisting shadows. Dave glanced at Eleanor. "What about her?" "I'll take her to a safe house and have Nathiel watch over her until this gets sorted." "You're going to the Dead Realm, be careful. Demons will be all over the place." Dave turned and stepped through the vortex. "Hold on, boys, it won't be much longer," he whispered to himself. He appeared on top of a hill overlooking the undead city. There were demons patrolling the hills around the city, so he hid, lying down and concealing himself in the undergrowth. From there he watched the activity in and around the city below him, watching for patterns, hoping to find holes in their defenses. Watching the city and waiting for patrols was boring work. To pass the time he took the black crystal out and inspected it. Death Heart, dormant. This artifact absorbs the dark magic of the underworld to reconstruct the undead. This artifact is partially functional. To fully awaken the Death Heart, it must be returned to its rightful place at the top of the Bone Palace main tower. The Death Heart fragment is not functioning optimally. It can only revive 5 greater undead, one of each tier starting from Captain up, limited to 1 revival every 24 hours. Undead Captain 01, Death Knight 01, Doom Knight 01, Abyssal Knight 01, Undead King 01. Activation conditions: call out the name of the greater undead you want to revive at the site of the Chosen's last death. Dave put the Death Heart in his inventory. He then placed a hand on the ground. Black sigils spread across the earth and with a loud pop Grumpy appeared. Grumpy looked at Dave and grumbled angrily. "Sorry, Grumps. Stuff happened and I got caught up in shit as usual." "We still good?" Grumpy muttered low sounds of complaint, but was apparently still willing to carry Dave. "First thing is to revive Dog. He died in the siege close to the gates. Getting close enough to the city to revive him is going to be dangerous. This is one of those times I really wish I had a stealth build." Dave looked at his surroundings, trying to figure out how he was going to get the quest done. He couldn't assault the city. He didn't have the manpower, undead power. To the east was Dave's old territory, gifted to him by the Undead King. A single snow-capped mountain rose up out of the otherwise low forest lands. A grin appeared on the Dragger's face. "Go there, Grumps." Dave pointed at the mountain. The basilisk climbed down the hill they were on and headed to Dave's territory. As they were moving, a nymph that was hiding under some rocks and dead leaves jumped toward Dave's face. Grumpy's eyes shone yellow, his petrifying gaze turning the imp into a falling statue. Dave snapped the bone whip and the spiked knob on the end crushed the imp's head before it hit the ground. -120,000. Dave slapped Grumpy on the back in victory. "Nice one, Grumps. We one-shotted that little fucker." Grumpy just kept running. He'd barely changed stride to deal with the imp. After 10 minutes ride, Dave's territory was in sight. "Slow down, Grumps. There might be demons around here." The basilisk slowed to a walk. He sniffed at the air and looked warily around him. The buildings were still there. They looked unchanged from the last time he saw them. There was no sign of demons. Suddenly Grumpy made clicking sounds like a dolphin and changed direction. "Where are you going, Grumps?" Dave asked, but it quickly became obvious the onyx basilisk was headed to the basilisk breeding ground. 7 basilisks were gathered, huddling in a group, most of them sleeping. 3 juvenile basilisks were wrestling and romping amongst the 6-legged adult basilisks. Grumpy made a croaking sound, calling the basilisk to him. They awakened and gathered around Grumpy, sniffing and rubbing their heads against him. The new basilisks were smaller than the ones with the paladins. They were females, left home to tend to the baby basilisks. "I'll let you catch up with your girls, Grumpy. I need to talk to the trolls." Dave left the basilisks and headed into the trees around the settlement. He hiked through the forest toward the base of the mountain. A chorus of howls greeted him, coming from the high-up mountain, followed by grunting and hooting. The trolls had seen Dave at the foot of the mountain and came down to greet him in a minor avalanche of snow and tumbling trolls. Redmane reached Dave at the head of his tinkle. The trolls gathered around Dave hooting happily. In concert they lifted the Dragger and started throwing him straight up and catching him repeatedly. After a dozen throws the trolls put Dave back to his feet. Redmane slapped him on the back, hooting. "Good to see you again, too," Dave said, patting Redmayne in return. The trolls wanted to pick Dave up again, but he avoided their attempts. Okay, calm down everyone, I have a favor to ask. Sensing Dave's serious mood, the rambunctious trolls quieted and gathered around to listen. As you all know, the Legion and the undead were wiped out. Well, I've found a way to bring them back and I need your help. I have to go to where my friends were killed and revive them right under the demons' noses. We're going to have to fight a delaying action, to buy enough time to get it done. Redmayne jumped into the air and beat his chest, howling. The other trolls mimicked their leader, beating the ground with their clubs. The trolls followed him back to the basilisk breeding area. Grumpy was waiting, looked contented after spending time with the female basilisks. This is an extraction. The goal is to revive Dog and get out. Dave didn't think Dog's ability to raise undead would go toward fulfilling the death heart requirements, but he wanted to revive Dog first because the Dullahan had an inherent ability to raise the undead from corpses or graves. He was going to leverage Dog's ability to create a force of undead warriors that could help finish his quest. We're going to revive Dog. He died near the city gates. Dave nudged Grumpy in the direction of the city. The trolls followed at a trot to the undead city. 10 minutes later, the party was close to the undead city. A demon on the walls of the undead city saw the group approach and blew a horn, sounding the alarm. Demons climbed up to the top of the walls and started shooting arrows at the approaching Dave. Dave activated Flailing Circle of Death. His barbed bone whip whirled around him, batting the arrows away from the group. 3 demons in leather armor ran to block the group's advance toward the city gates. Grumpy increased his speed and rammed into them using Trample the Meek, sending the demons flying like bowling pins. Dave yelled, "Keep moving to the gate." The demons patrolling around the city were converging, drawn to the alarms and the sounds of fighting. Dave arrived at the city gate. Inside the city, demon reinforcements were running toward the gates. Redmayne howled at the tinkle. The trolls stomped their feet on the ground and ice spread out and rose from the ground like a frozen wave. The trolls created an ice wall reaching halfway up the undead city gate, barricading the demons inside. Dog died somewhere around here. Dave held the death heart shard over his head. Dog the Dullahan. Black light shot from the crystal to a dirt mound a dozen steps away from Dave, but nothing else happened. He checked the count of revived undead in his heads-up display. Nothing. Shit. Guess the shard has to be closer. He's there. We have to move closer to the mound the light is pointing to, Dave shouted. The demons that were already outside the walls were regrouping into a line formation, blocking Dave from the mound the shard was pointing to. I'm gonna regret this. Redmayne. HHH. Dave pointed at the mound. I need to get there now. Do the drag projectile. The troll grinned. Chortling. Redmayne rushed over and picked up Dave, hefting him like a javelin. Then Redmayne grunted and lunged forward, his arm muscles flexing mightily as he launched Dave in an arc over the demons toward the mound. Shit. Dave plowed into the mound of earth face first. -400. Dave sat up, spitting dirt. Fuck. At least his aim was good. He pulled the death heart shard out and slammed it into the dirt. The sky shuddered and a bolt of black lightning struck where Jem lay. The demons around Dave drew back, afraid of the unknown. A mound of earth was pushed up and apart by an arm covered in green armor. Success. You have revived the undead captain, Dog Dullahan. Undead management option has been unlocked. Welcome back, Dog Bro. Dave grabbed the Dullahan's wrist and helped him, pulling the armored Dullahan free from the earth. The headless undead was, as always, obsessively clutching his detached head under one arm, like a pallid basketball with sickly green glowing eyes. Dog's eyes were unfocused, disoriented. He was not his usual paranoid aggressive self. Come on Dog, snap out of it. We're in the shitter and we're gonna have to fight our way out. You'll need this. Dave pushed the flail at him. Dog grasped the weapon awkwardly in his free hand. Suddenly the Dullahan's eye focused and started glaring all around, projecting his insane hatred and desire to kill. Dog lifted his head and positioned it onto his neck, twisting it on. Then he crouched and put a hand on the ground. Black symbols spread out and with a loud pop the Dullahan's basilisk appeared. But Dog wasn't done. He shifted his bone flail to the solid club form and pushed it into the ground, Searching, shadows materialized and gathered into a column, then dispersed, revealing a pale-skinned ghoul who looked at Dave with an amused smile, revealing his serrated dripping teeth. What the? A notification popped up. Your follower, Dog, Dullahan, Undead Captain, has used, Raise Undead, to revive Samael, Ghoul, Abyssal Knight, has been revived. Abyssal rank revival condition has been met. Remaining ranks: Undead King 01, Doom Knight 01, Death Knight 01. Here you are, in the thick of battle once again, young undead. Chapter 261 More rejoins the ranks. Welcome back, Samael. Feel free to lend a hand. Dave raised his shield to block an axe. There's enough demons for everyone to get their kill streak on. Very well, young Dragger, but you will explain when we are done killing this demon scum. Samael disappeared in a whirl of black shadows, leaving Dave and Dog fighting with their backs to each other against a dozen demons. The demons surrounding Dave moved closer to him, tightening the encirclement. Suddenly, they all stopped moving. The extending shadows under their feet were twisting. Then silhouettes in the shape of a man rose from every shadow. These silhouettes were black as the abyss, but Dave could still see that they all had the outline of Samael. The shadows moved at the same time, grabbing the demons by the head and slitting their throats with a dagger in the other hand. The bodies fell with a plop, all headless. Dave was left staring with wide eyes. These were more than 20 demons, all level 400 at the least. A loud crashing sound woke Dave from his stupor. The ice the trolls created to block the gates was broken and the demons inside the undead city boiled out like angry ants, heading to Dave. Samael shadow clones all spoke at once. Go. You'll only slow me down here. Pull back, Dave yelled to the boys as he jumped onto the already moving Grumpy. Dog leapt onto his basilisk and urged the beast to follow after the onyx basilisk. A demon ran up and tried to pull Dog off his mount, but the Dullahan swept his bone club into the demon's face and kicked him away. Two demons with swords and kite shields escaped the pull of Samael's copies. The Dragger waved a hand and snapped his fingers in the same motion. Two spectral skulls appeared and immediately exploded against the shields, throwing the demons back into Samael's effigies. The trolls followed after Dave, but a formation of demons chased them as they retreated from the battle. Redmane shouted at the other trolls. He turned and struck downwards with his club. Ice spread over the ground from the impact of the club. The other trolls imitated Redmane and the expanding sheets of ice connected, covering a large area. The first three demons chasing them slipped and fell when they hit the ice. The demons behind them tripped over their sprawled bodies, falling on top in a dog pile. Dave wasn't sure if the trolls had used some kind of mischief skill on the ice that made the demons clumsier and accident-prone, but it was a very Three Stooges slapstick scene. With a roar, Samael's body expanded and twisted, transforming into a tornado of death shadows. A continuous wailing sound came from the twister, rising and falling like a haunted siren. The tornado vacuumed the demons up as it moved across their battle formations. Inside the funnel, the demons were torn apart and drained in seconds, then expelled. The desiccated bits and pieces thrown out and away, making a grisly rainfall of mummified corpse parts. The tornado's speed and buzzsaw wail increased, sucking demons up and ejecting body parts in every direction. Dave was in awe of Samael's display of power. It was frightening. He was like a destructive force of nature. 2 more ranks and I can become an Abyssal Knight. They checked behind them for demons as they traveled away from the city, but did not find any following. To be on the safe side, they picked a random direction to travel instead of going directly to Dave's settlement. The circuitous route took half an hour instead of the 10 minutes going directly would have. When they got to the unfinished settlement, Dog looked around at the deserted buildings and directed a questioning grunt at Dave. Yeah, just you and me left. Let's wait for Samael, Dave said. I'm here. Samael's voice came as he materialized in shadow form beside Dog's basilisk. From what you said, the only undead here are you, me, and the Dullahan, Samael said. Yes, for now. Well then, young Dragger, what's the situation? We can revive the Legion by fully restoring the Death Heart. We do that by finishing the task I was given, reviving 5 ranks of greater undead. So, counting myself and the Dullahan, We need 3 more, Samael said. Yes, the ranks we are missing are Death Knight, Doom Knight, and of course the King. But I can only bring back undead I was friends with before they died, and the ones that fit that criteria are Delvina, Madeline, Drama and Durhaza. Samael looked around as he considered the situation. We can't get to Durhaza or Delvina easily. Durhaza died inside the city that is now full of demons, and the last I know, Delvina was at the undead frontier. So it's Madeline and Drama next. Drama and Madeline fought with the Wendigos on the front lines during the siege. I know where they were when the king fell. Okay. That makes things easier. We should go as soon as possible. We need to wait until your Dullahan is ready to raise another undead. Dave gave Samael a tour of his settlement while they waited for the cooldown on Dog's skill to expire. They explored the partially constructed buildings, visiting the barracks, the archery range and the mansion. But it was the basilisk and their breeding grounds that Samael was most enthusiastic about. The ghoul asked a lot of questions about the creatures and their habits, many of which Dave didn't know the answers to. Dog's skill was off cooldown when they finished the tour. It's time, Dog is set, we can go back to the city. Very well, follow me. Samael transformed into a wisp of black smoke and coursed toward the undead city. Dave gathered his units and followed after him. Samael wasn't moving fast, so Dave caught up to him in a few minutes. When the city came into sight, Dave asked, was Madeline close to the gates when he died? No, he was far away from the gates when he fell. That makes our mission easier. Dave pointed at the gates. Lines of demons stood in formation in front of the city gate. A horn sounded, signaling them to march. No, we will still have to deal with them. I will hold them off. Continue with your mission, young Dragger. Madeline died somewhere around here. Samael moved off to intercept the advancing demons. Closing the distance, he transformed into a tornado of shadows and whirled into the advancing formation of demons. Dave took the Death Heart out and raised it over his head. Madeline of Ash, Death Knight. A beam of black light shot out and pointed at a patch of ground a few feet away from Dave. Dog, that's where Madeline is. Do your stuff. Dog dismounted and walking up to the mound he pushed his club into the earth all the way to the hilt. Dave joined him as the ground pushed up and an arm came through the dried earth. Dave grabbed the searching hand and helped Madeline the rest of the way out. The newly risen Dragger stood there with unfocused pale green eyes. He wore the same armor as Dave, but the deep black of his armor was marred with gray-colored blemishes all over. Your follower Dog, Dullahan, Undead Captain, used. Raise undead. Madeline of Ash, Death Knight rank undead has been revived from the dead. Death Heart, Death Knight, revival condition has been met. Remaining, Undead King 01, Doom Knight 01. Kshmbra, I am in your debt. Just doing what I can to help. Madeline. Samael was still ripping the demon army to shreds. We can't let Samael have all the fun. My sword craves demon blood. For the Legion. Dave followed Samael, charging the demons at the gate. Dog hopped back onto his basilisk and raced towards the battle. Grumpy came up to Dave, expecting him to ride into battle. Sorry Grumps, my weapons aren't long enough for cavalry work. The basilisk snorted, but seemed to understand. He stayed next to Dave as they ran toward the mayhem Samael was causing. Samael changed to his ghoul form and started teleporting all over the battlefield to stab, eviscerate or slice the throats of individual enemies. Dog's basilisk kept moving deeper into the thick of the enemy formation, goring demons and tossing the bodies to the side, while the Dullahan swatted demons left and right from his mount. Samael was too busy killing demons to bother with the loot. Dave on the other hand, didn't want to miss free loot. He ran through the battlefield, dodging attacks as he interluded everything in sight. He got multiple notifications about the items he picked up. Demon Horn X1, Demon Glaive, Broken, Demon Wrist Guard, Demon Stone, Rune. He waved the notification away and continued looting. Where? Madeline suddenly appeared standing over Dave, tower shield blocking a demon's axe swing. Thanks, man, Dave said. How many times have I told you to always keep your guard up? Madeline scolded. Dave smiled ruefully then suddenly grabbed Madeline and yanked him forward, Swinging his shield around, Dave's interposed shield shattered the javelin flying toward Maitland's head from behind him. "Guess we're even now," Dave laughed. The two joined Samael. Samael shredded the last of the demons at the city gates, leaving only the ones inside the walls. The demons inside the city had closed the gates and prepared for a siege instead of sallying out. Dave had leveled up twice during the hours of fighting. He checked his status screen. Level 326. Class Death's Apostle. Name Deathstroke. Race Undead Human. Health 452,400. Mana 6,600 plus 290. Stamina, Rage, Focus 100. Intelligence 400 plus 20. Wisdom 450 plus 22.5. Dexterity 400 plus 20. Agility 440 plus 22. Vitality 45,240. Strength 600 plus 30. Magic absorption 6,000. Damage nullification 9,000. Immunity 30%. Prestige 1,800. HP regen 0.1% per second plus 0. Mana regen 1.1% per second plus 0. Stamina regen. Rage, Focus, regen, 1 per second. Unassigned attribute points, 232. Titles, I Know It All, Grand Strategist, Pride of the Undead, currently disabled, Shield Border. Dave decided it was time to use the attribute points he'd been building up. He had a total of 232 unassigned attribute points, so he put 100 points into strength without hesitation. His strength, agility and dexterity numbers worked for the melee skills and tactics he liked to use in a fight, and the Death Knight armor gave him huge bonuses in vitality, so his HP pool was as big as any tank class with his level. He still had 142 points to use, and he added them all to intelligence after a bit of thought. His reasoning was simple: when he fought he used a lot of non-melee skills that depended on INT for their damage output or other effects. "What are you doing, Gishbra? It's time." "Revive drama," Samael reminded the dragger. Right. Let's go, dog." Chapter 261. Rise, and rise again. Dave held the death heart over his head and said Drama's name. The black ray from the crystal lit a patch of ground almost directly at Dave's feet. "He's right here, dog. Your turn." Dog once again thrust his club deep into the earth. "Your follower, dog, Dullahan, undead captain, used, raise undead, Drama the unfettered, Doom Knight rank undead has been revived from the dead. Death Heart, Doom Knight, revival condition has been met. Remaining, Undead King 01. The ground trembled and rose like a mountain being borne up from the depths of the earth. A scream of unbridled rage was loosed into the world as Drama shook himself free and towered over all. The last Titan returned to Undeath. "Welcome back, big guy," Dave said. "What happened, Gistingbra?" Drama asked, his voice booming out over the land. "You've been dead and gone for a while. I'll tell you all about it later. Right now we need your help." "Always happy to assist, young dragger," Drama replied. "Drama, we need you to make a path through the demons to the Bone Palace," Samael said. "With pleasure, Lord Samael." Drama stomped on the ground and the earth parted around a rising pillar of granite. Drama whirled the heavy pole and ran to the undead city gates, shaking the earth with every step. Drama ran through the city gates, shattering them. The demons inside the city shuddered as the undead titan barreled through the destroyed gates. A demon in blue armor grunted commands and demons formed into single file, defending the street that led to the Bone Palace. Drama ran toward the formation. Every ponderous step shook the buildings and walls. He roared. His hatred of all things demon stoked his already terrible battle fury. The giant undead stomped into the demons, crushing scores under his feet as he whipped his pole viciously, back and forth across their formation. A grisly Icarus paste dripped down the length of his weapon, spattering from it with every swing. "Follow him," Samael called. Dave followed after Samael with the rest of their forces on his heels. As the trolls ran along the street, they summoned ice spears and threw them at demons, picking off stragglers with low HP. Dog rode straight away from the group, riding his basilisk into the demons without a care, crushing skulls left and right with his bone flail. "Dog, we need your skill," Stay in formation." Suddenly a horn sounded through the city. More demons emerged from the houses. Bows at the ready and spells prepared to rain down on the invaders. "Shit, we're surrounded," Dave cursed. The thoroughfare to the Bone Palace was filled with demons. "Drama," Samael shouted. "Throw us." "No, not Odysseus again." Dave's wailing protest was cut off by the giant hand that plucked him, Dog and Samael from the ground and hurled them high into the air. Dave screamed as he flew upward in a parabolic arc, but too soon their flight reached apogee and they started downward. "Ag fuck it, this gonna suck." He swallowed and closed his eyes. Then the falling sensation faded. He opened his eyes, unsure if it was frying pan or fire. It was a cloud of black smoke underneath them, slowing their fall, controlled and maintained by streams of black vapor coming from Samael. Moments later the abyssal night landed them gently in the palace courtyard. A wall enclosed the courtyard and a barbican, with steel gates open, faced the city street. Grand steps led up to the large double doors that led into the palace itself. There was a patch of blackened pavement in the middle of the courtyard. Dave didn't need to use the crystal to know that was where the undead king had died. A horn blew inside the palace and dozens of demons charged down the stairs from the palace doors. Dave looked back. More demons were rushing toward the Barbican gate from the streets. Drama can't keep all the demons occupied by himself. "I'll block the gate." "Samael, you have to hold off the demons coming from inside the palace." "You're giving orders now, Death Knight?" Samael said, smiling. "You have a better plan?" Dave asked his superior officer. "No. We will do as you say. Commander Kshnbra." Samael ran toward the palace stairs to intercept the wave of charging demons. Dave swung the steel gates closed and placed a thick bar across them. He checked Dog's cool-down timer and groaned. Ray's undead still had 55 minutes to go. Samael shoved his hand into the chest of a demon and ripped his heart out. 4 other demons ganged up upon him. Samael dodged back and swept sideways with a black dagger in his hand. The blade cut through the demons like a hot knife through butter, splitting the demons in twos. Just as he finished off the demons coming out from the palace, even more demons emerged from inside. "Dog, summon your basilisk and stay near it. Don't fight. Just stay alive," Dave said. Then he summoned Grumpy to him. "Grumps, make it rain." The onyx basilisk puffed up and launched spikes in every direction. The spikes pierced leather armor and demon flesh, thinning out the demons. Grumpy tore into the demons with teeth and claws, tossing them like ragdolls. Dog's basilisk loosed its baleful yellow, petrifying gaze, turning demons to brittle stone. Grumpy wasted no time shattering the affected demons to dust with his tail. Dave could hear a new group of demons pounding at the palace gates. Too soon the pounding turned to hacking, and dents appeared in the steel doors. Samael was still occupied fighting an endless wave of demons coming from the palace. Dave swore it wouldn't take long for them to get through the gates. He simply didn't have the manpower to actively defend the gates. "We've got a fucking hoder situation here." Dave looked around. A staircase led to the top of the wall that circled the palace. Hoping to delay the gate crashers from the top of the wall, he started up the stairs, sprinting. From out of the blue a tremendous blow slammed into Dave's chest plate, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Minus 18,225. Fuck. He scrambled to his feet and looked up. A demon holding a massive two-handed warhammer laughed down at him from the wall. Dave activated Stampede, and charged up the stairs, crashing into the Hammer Time demon and sending him flying from the wall and over the next row of buildings. "Payback's a bitch, bitch." Dozens of demons were ramming onto the gate. The streets were filled with. The palace gate shook, the steel making it bent and deformed with every hit. Dave's fingers flickered through a series of ninja seals and flames gathered over his head, growing into a sphere of dense fire. He pointed, sending the fireball into the demons packed around the gate. Red damage values drifted up from the demons, but they ignored his attack and just kept going at the gates. Dave equipped his sworn stalwart gauntlets. "Okay then, let's just go ahead and turn the heat up." He ignited Aura, and jumped down into the pack of demons. He struck out with Dragon Fist, and the flame dragon conjured by the punch blew through his opponent and the demons crowding behind. Dave followed the fist with dragon kick, sending another flame dragon into the pack of demons. Overheating, proct and red numerical values started rising from the demons within the aura. Dave just kept adding more heat, spinning into infernal tornado, while ray of flames spewed continuously from his mouth, adding more heat and creating a vortex of fire around him. The heating effects of aura, infernal tornado, and ray of flames stacked, amplifying the overheating effect. But the demons still didn't give up. Undeterred by the constant damage they were absorbing, they just kept attacking the gates. -18,990, -20,000, -25,110. Fuck it. Dave used Zealot, a skill granted by the legendary Tear Earring Drama had given him. Blasts of steam escaped from his joints as he expanded, growing to twice his normal height in seconds. Zealot doubled his HP and increased his damage output by 300%, but it also doubled any damage he took. Dave rubbed another ring, one he'd gotten in Ashkra's tomb. The Fleshimancy rings, imperfect reflection, skill activated, creating a Zealot enhanced clone of himself. Then Dave disabled the Azure Water rune embedded in his chest armor. A pounding beat pulsed in his brain and a web of cracks spread across his armor plates. Chaos radiated from within the flaws, glowing like agitated lava. A notification flashed open. Chaos energy imbalance. Your body is suffering from an overflow of destructive energies from the runes of chaos. Plus 300% damage to all abilities. You will lose 1% of your maximum HP per second until your energy balance is restored. Dave's HP didn't decrease. The clone passively soaked in all the damage Dave was supposed to take. Dave swung both fists down on a demon's head, caving it in. -228,225. That's a one-shot, baby. His fists blurred as he punched holes through torsos and turned limbs into bloody parts. The gauntlets turned white and he smiled. More bad shit was coming for these demon scum. He already knew what the notification was. Ramp up activated. All your skills have plus 10% increased damage. Power. UNN limited power. Dave roared like an Uber nerd hyped up on too much Jolt and Mountain Dew. He triggered approaching dragon, and started disappearing and appearing repeatedly all over the battlefield. Attacked at each instance, he broke through armor and bones with his punches, but his kicks exploded through the demons entirely, separating upper and lower halves. New demons joined the fight, coming from nearby streets and swelling the number of his opponents. Dave summoned and detonated a barrage of spectral skulls in an arc around him, killing some and blowing others away to give himself some space. Dave broke through the demons surrounding him and moved away from the palace gates. When the demons followed him, he used double-edged, and followed it with perfect reflection. Dave switched position with the clone. The ground trembled and dropped down like an enormous sinkhole, and hundreds of fangs burst up from the paved courtyard around the circular depression. The Mingakau's fangs closed over the circle of ground, sucking in dirt, rocks and demons as it rose up. You have leveled up. Dave paused, eager to jump back in as soon as the worm returned to the deep earth. But the Mingakau was lingering. It swayed over the courtyard, then vomited a yellow liquid. The demons below were showered with the acidic venom and their flesh sloughed and dissolved, leaving a pink bubbling sludge scattered with the intact bones. The Mingakau dove back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Dave was delighted. He thought it was a damn cool skill upgrade. He made a mental note to review. Double-edged. After the fight, a commotion in the distance drew Dave's attention to Drama's looming presence, still rampaging through the city. Inevitably, packs of demons had gotten past the Titan and were headed for the palace. Dave still had some time left before his Herculean power-up ran out. He ran into the pack of demons, punching and kicking, crushing skulls and rib cages. His EXP meter rose steadily towards the next level up. By the time he'd killed off the last demon, his HP was down to 1%, so he re-enabled Azure Water rune to remove the chaos imbalance buff. Azure Water Rune activated. The Azure Water Rune reduces damage from chaos energies. Balance restored. Dave slugged back a health potion and his HP started rising slowly. When there were no demons left in the streets, he used Immortal Apparition to teleport back into the courtyard. He leaned against the gate, tiredly. It had been a long day with a lot of fighting. He had a few moments before the next pack of demons reached the gate. He glanced at the blackened courtyard pavement where the king lay, then at the stairway that went up to the palace doors. Despite not being a real tank, Samael was still holding back an endless flood of demons coming from inside the palace. Dave waited for a new wave of demons to arrive at the gate. Hearing activity outside the walls, Dave ran up the stairs leading to the courtyard walls. He shot spectral skulls at the demons hammering at the gate. There were only 6 demons in this wave, so Dave jumped between them and started another slugfest. Without the buffs, the fight was grueling. He was at 10% HP when he finally killed the last one. Dave teleported back inside the courtyard and threw back another health potion. He pointed at the blackened area of ground where the undead king fell. Dog, stand there and be ready to revive the king as soon as you can use your skill. Grumps, the gate is going to come down soon. We need to hold them here. The basilisk moved to stand in front of the gate and growled. The demons kept bashing at the gate until it finally gave in. The steel gate fell into the courtyard with a thump and a cloud of dust, revealing the dozens of demon attackers. Dog stayed near the king's resting place but sent his basilisk to help them. The basilisks charged the demons together and Dave followed behind them. The 2 lizards were great in tanking many demons at once. This gave Dave enough time to dish out explosive damage. Dave swapped tanking with the 2 basilisks constantly, distributing the damage between them. The 3 of them. Time dragged by as they fought to hold the gate. They soon faced even more than the original numbers of attackers. Demons kept streaming in from the street, swelling the ranks. Dave struggled keeping his HP at a moderate level with potions and his passive. Unlike Dave, the basilisks couldn't heal. Their HP were dropping rapidly. 1 minute left for Dog's skill. Dog's basilisk was in critical condition. Dave ordered the beast to the back. Grumpy and Dave fought on. 30 seconds left for Dog's skill. Dave signaled Grumpy to retreat. He was fighting alone now. He killed another demon, then 2 more, but it didn't matter. They just kept coming. You have 1% HP remaining. You are in critical condition. Passive skill, Unyielding, has been triggered. You are immune to death for 5 seconds. Dave blasted demons away with spectral skulls as he started retreating, then he used vertical slash to backflip away. Dave's passive skill, Vigorous, kicked in, restoring some of his HP. Gishbra, it's time. Samael roared from the palace stairs. Dog, magic time. Dog thrust his club into the ground. Your follower Dog, Dullahan, undead captain, used Raise Undead. The Undead King, Monarch ranked undead, has been revived from the dead. Deathheart, Undead King, revival condition has been met. A pulsing dark aura preceded the figure that rose smoothly from the blackened rubble. The shroud grew until it filled the courtyard and the king finally stood again, looking down at the Dragra and Dullahan before him. Dave's was smiling in welcome, but his expression froze when he saw the tag above the Undead King's head. The information was displayed in screaming red text. Extra. Double-edged. A whistle is the summoning call for a Minehakao from deep underground. Duration? 5 seconds. Cool down. 20 minutes. The deep earth-dwelling Minehakao is hostile to the summoner and the summoner's allies as well as his enemies. The Minehakao attacks from underground, engulfing a circular area with a radius of 20 meters in a single bite. Then the Minehakao returns to the depths. Damage: 100,000 flat damage plus 50% basic weapon damage to each object and individual within the affected area. Special effect: the Minehakao spews an acidic bile that melts flesh and metal, weakening armor and weapons durability and causing 5,000 points of flat damage over 5 seconds. Lore: the Minehakaos are destructive, universally hostile creatures. They are rumored to be the ultimate and final evolution of a 10,000-year-old earthworms. Lore addendum: This particular Minhakao defeated and consumed a chaos centipede, a highly evolved creature from a different monarchical lineage of deep earth dwellers. Consequently, the Worm King has defied the limitations of gods and nature and evolved into an emperor worm. Chapter 262 The Revenant. Dave yawned and opened his eyes to what was becoming a familiar sight, the inside of his hotel room. What a weird dream. He looked at his phone. He'd gotten 4 texts, 3 of them from Vanessa. Damn, I forgot she invited me to come see her modeling gig. Dave sent her an apology for missing the show and promised to make it up to her. The other message was from Zoe. She wanted to meet for coffee and talk about the meeting between her father and the Giovannis yesterday. He ordered room service, then got out of bed and took a quick shower while he waited for the food to arrive. After breakfast, Dave stepped across the hallway to Ralph's store and knocked, but wasn't at all surprised when there was no response. The chance his friend was awake was truly minuscule. Ralph slept like the dead. Even Dog would have a hard time raising him. Dave left the hotel and walked the bustling sidewalks of NYC towards the coffee shop. He smirked when he overheard people talking about the big event in Conquest. The coffee house had patio tables with umbrellas set up outside and the place was busy. Dave saw a familiar head of purple hair among the crowd and made his way over. She was sitting alone, checking her phone, and looked frustrated. Her back was to him as he approached the table and pulled out the chair that was next to her. Without looking up, she said in a cold tone, "I'm waiting for someone." "Okay, I'll just go back to the hotel and get some more sleep then." He started to turn and step away, but Zoe grabbed his hand. "Hey, wait. I didn't know it was you. I've been fending off douches and wannabe pliers for the last half hour." "You didn't answer my message? I didn't know if you were coming or not." He looked at her sheepishly. "Yeah, sorry. Got your message when I woke up and didn't stop to reply. Just started getting ready. But I made it and you're still here." After a waitress took their orders, Dave turned back to Zoe. "So, what's going on? You said something about the meeting?" Zoe hesitated, not sure how to start. She was still feeling awkward about what happened at the hotel and later in Conquest. "Daddy met with the Giovannis. It's just business. Wants to contract Mr. Skeletal to help the new guild with the Eastern Kingdom invasion. Tyvo feels he owes you and wants to make amends for what happened." Dave shrugged. "I'm not sure how I feel about contract work. I'll think about it. I'm pretty busy right now." "Yeah. So I hear. Everyone is talking about the latest shakeup in Conquest." "So what happened?" "Well, if you've heard, you already know what happened." Dave grinned at her. "Come on, Dave. Tell me how it happened." Zoe poked him with a finger, her eyes sparkling. "Start talking, mister." Laughing, he pushed her poke finger away. Okay. Stop that. "We were standing in front of equals 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 equals. The undead king glowered down at the two insignificant worms. His billowing aura filled the palace courtyard, spilling through the gates and into the street. A pack of demons running toward the palace with weapons ready slowed at the sight of the glowing black energy pushing out through the broken gates. Dave took a step back. There was no sign of recognition or even sentience from the revenant monarch. Uncharacteristically, Dog bowed humbly to the king, trying to placate the revenant. It didn't help. The king drew his black sword, the blade that devoured light. "He's not alright," Samael said, glancing back at the king as he kept the demons bottled up on the stairs. "He's confused. He doesn't know who he is." The king snapped his head around to glare at the ghoul. Then the revenant noticed the demons still flooding down the palace stairs, and any hint of uncertainty in the revenant's behavior vanished. The glowing black aura writhed, becoming sharp and spiky in agitation as the revenant reacted to the presence of his ancestral enemies. "Pet cemetery," Dave whispered, his eyes widening. The revenant raised a hand and clenched it into a fist. The king's barbed aura surged and all the demons in sight yelled at the same time as thousands of pinprick wounds appeared all over their bodies, as if they had been put in an Iron Maiden. Then the king exhaled noisily, And very demon in sight burst apart and fell to the ground in piles of small chunks of meat, bone and equipment. Puddles of demon ichor spread slowly from the piles as the moment after the grotesque display stretched out. The moment was interrupted by demons appearing at the palace doors and advanced down the stairs towards Samael's position. A vibrating growl came from the ghoul. The sound ratcheted up to a continuous bestial scream, accompanied by wet tearing sounds as Samael started growing, changing. The ghoul grew taller as his shoulders widened, back hunched and swollen with brutish muscle. The bones of his face grew immensely thicker and heavier, showing curved fangs, the chin and jaw protruding like a steam shovel. The serene, friendly ghoul that Dave knew was gone, replaced by a savage, frenzied brute 3 times bigger and taller than his original form. Samael swiped black, scimitar-length claws through the demons rushing down the stairs. The shifted ghoul growled at Dave in a voice like crushing boulders. Your Dullahan's magic was not sufficient. The king has no memories, no persona. He is an empty husk. There is one chance to fix this. Putting the death heart back in place might restore the king's memory. I will keep the revenant occupied here. You go and put the death heart back. The undead king slashed at Dog, but Dave pulled the Dullahan away from the sword and interposed his shield. Sliding back from the impact, Dave cursed. He needed to disengage and try to get the death heart back to its place. Samael's form blinked and appeared in front of the undead king. Black claws met black sword, dark lighting snapped and arced where the edges met. Samael strained against the revenant's strength. He leaned back. Please don't make me do this. Then he headbutted his king, disorienting him. The king shook his head and roared as he lashed back at the ghoul with his sword. Scimitar claws clashed against sword, but Samael was faltering. Go. The Jatan ghoul grunted through clenched overdeveloped jaw. Dog, you're with me. Dave ran for the stairs and started climbing them with the Dullahan right behind him. They went through the palace doors. There was a spiral staircase leading up to the throne room in the entryway. 2 demons waited on the stairs, swords ready. Dave activated Stampede and rammed into the demons. He moved past them with Dog following close behind. As he climbed, more demons appeared. He used spectral skulls to blow them off their feet and continued past them. He used the same tactic on the next pair of demons that got in his ways. The stairs circled up all the way, leading directly to the throne room entrance. His ultimate destination was a small door in the throne room that led to the roof of the tower. Halfway up the stairs, a larger group of demons showed up on the steps above, and he could hear the ones that he'd bypassed chasing them from below. Dog crouched, palm down on the step, black sigils spread across the stone from his hand. His basilisk appeared and suddenly the steps were much more crowded. Dog grunted, pointing, and the basilisk leapt up the steps, blowing away demons, clearing the way. Damn good idea, Dog. They followed after the basilisk and arrived at the top. The throne room's golden doors were open, revealing the columned interior. Dave's expression turned grim when he saw the pack of 10 demons inside. Dave looked down the steps they had come from. Demons shouted insults as they rushed up the steps toward them. He had to keep the demons away somehow or they would be surrounded. He pushed the golden doors closed, but knew they wouldn't hold against the demons long. Dave knelt and touched the floor. Black sigils wrote themselves across the stone and Grumpy appeared. But the summoning drew the attention of the demons in the throne room. Shouting, the demons came running at Dave. Chapter 263 Rise of the Undead Legion. Grumpy, I want you to bash these 2 columns down and use them to barricade the door. Get your basilisk buddy to help. He really hoped the basilisks understood what he wanted them to do, but his worry was unwarranted. The basilisks immediately started attacking the pillars with their tail clubs. They were damaging the columns, but it would take a while to bring them down. Dog, with me. Dave equipped his sword and shield, then advanced on the demons. Grumpy kept bashing at the pillar, but turned eyes, brightly shining yellow eyes, on the demons, turning 2 of them to stone. Dog's basilisk also used petrifying gaze on the charging demons and froze another 2. So Dave and Dog only had to fight 6 demons. Dave switched to his gauntlets and activated aura. He smashed a fist into a demon's face and punched again with his other hand, staggering it. Another demon swung a sword at the dragger, Dave jumped back, dodging the attack. He lunged back in with dragon kick, sending the demon sprawling across the floor. Dog snapped his bone club, transforming it to its whip form, then lashed the linked vertebra at a demon's hand, crushing fingers and disarming him. He ignited the whip and struck at the demon with the inflamed weapon. The Dullahan whirled his bone whip at the demons around him. Two demons swung their swords down at Dave at the same time. The dragger blocked with his forearms. The blade screeched across his gauntlets in a shower of sparks. The dragger grabbed the demons by a horn each and spun into infernal tornado. As he spun, he used the demon he was holding to batter the rest. That was when the petrification ended on the other four demons, freeing them to join the attack. But Dave just hammered into them too. When infernal tornado finally ended, Dave was in the center of a very battered and very angry pack of demons. A loud crash came from behind him. Grumpy had toppled his pillar and guided it down across the door. 3 hits later and the second pillar fell across the first, blocking the door. The basilisk turned to the battle. The onyx basilisk puffed up and launched spikes in every direction. The spikes pierced leather armor and demon flesh, staggering them and doing damage. Dave's gauntlets glowed white. Ramp up had activated. He traded attacks with 2 demons, punching as he dodged their swings. Dog was fighting 2 demons himself, which left Grumpy and the other basilisk 2 demons each. Dave was left to fight 4 demons by himself. A hammer struck to Dave's side, forcing a grunt from him. Minus 18,222. Dave used all his speed, agility and movement skills to maneuver around the pack of demons so that he only fought one at any time, preventing them from surrounding him. Grumpy and the other basilisk killed a demon each and were in finishing off the other 2, but Dog was struggling against 2 level 400 demons and had already been wounded. His HP was at less than 20%. Dog, pull back and recover, Dave ordered. He moved to engage Dog's opponents, fighting against 4 demons again. Dave's HP continued to drop. He killed one of the demons before the basilisks finished off their demons and joined him. 3 minutes later, all the demons were dead, the loot scattered on the floor. Dave swept all the dropped loot into his inventory without looking at any of it and handed out health potions to everyone. He was almost out of potions. He needed to resurrect Dickens so he could restock. Maybe then the fucker would start charging fair prices. The sounds of heavy impacts were coming from the direction of the throne room door. The demons were trying to break through the barricade. Dave walked over to the small door that led to the roof. The small door was blocked by furniture, debris and rocks. Help me get clear this. He started moving the rubble blocking the door. The basilisks did the heavy lifting, removing the larger pieces of rock and stone. Dave tossed chairs, tables and even golden cups aside, clearing the way. When it was mostly clear, Dave opened the door, revealing a cramped circular stone staircase leading up. As they took the steps, Dave felt he was missing something. He was preoccupied with fighting the demons to notice that the sound of battle outside had long since died down. Dave walked up the stairs carefully. You never know where a demon with a big-ass warhammer might be hiding, ready to ruin your day. Dave looked around when he stepped out on the rooftop. Flagstones arranged in a circle. The roof had no rails. He could see out over all of the undead city and the territory around it. Before the fall of the undead, the Death Heart had hovered over the center of the stone tower. Dave took the Death Heart from his inventory and walked toward the center of the roof, but turned when he heard metal clank behind him. The undead king stepped onto the roof, glaring at Dave and dragging Samael's limp form behind him by the neck. The king's sword dripped a thick black fluid. Undead blood. Still in Jatan ghoul form, Samael was making faint wheezing sounds. The undead king stood for a moment and looked around. Then the revenant moved, flickering like a ghost, stabbing with the black sword, the point already against the skin of Dave's neck. But the sword didn't penetrate or even cut the dragger. A puzzled frown crossed the king's empty visage. The wily dragger had activated Bastion. Dave didn't know what he needed to do to return the Death Heart, so he just said a Hail Mary and raised the stone over his head, hoping it would return on its own. A whirling tide of black energy spiraled out from the stone, washing through the bone palace. It spread across the undead city and out toward the horizon. A fanfare sounded and a notification appeared. Conquest server announcement. The Legion of the Undead has risen again. Player Gishinbra has successfully completed the S-rank hidden quest The Forlorn Hope of the Legion. With this quest completion, the Undead Legion has returned. Player Gishinbra is awarded a unique title, Paragon of the Undead, plus 10 million EXP, 10,000 gold. Conquest server announcement. In 30 minutes the Conquest game servers will be going down for the installation of a new service pack. Please find a stopping point or finish what you are doing. Players already inside dungeons will get a free save to resume play wherever they log out in the dungeon. Patch duration 72 hours. Game time. Please check the forums for information about the new additions and mechanics. Another notification appeared in front of Dave. You have gained the following trait. Unique character trait, Progenitor of Undeath. You can now turn willing players to undead. They can join the Undead Legion and rank up in the Legion. The players you sire will only be able to rank to Doom Knight as the highest rank in the Legion. You have finished the quest, The Forlorn Hope of the Legion. Meet the Undeath God, Nicholas, at Reberg for your final Ascension quest. Plus 5 million EXP. Multiple level up notifications dinged. Excited by everything coming together at last, Dave waved them away for later and looked at the Undead King expectantly. The blood red tooltip over the king's head wavered, the color of the text changing. The king withdrew his sword and shook his head as if to clear it, a confused expression on his face. He looked down as if he didn't remember what was in his hand. Recognition entered his face as he saw a very battered Samael. The expression quickly changed to distress. "Samael, my friend, what has happened?" he asked in a puzzled voice, releasing the ghoul gently. The ghoul sank to his knees, coughing. "I will gladly explain, Your Majesty. But you are well now, and all else that is not well soon will be." The king looked toward the dragger standing near him at the center of the tower roof, right under the Death Heart. The king's eyes met Dave's. "And this dragger?" Dave's elation vanished. There was no recognition in that cold gaze. The text above the Undead King settled into a bland yellow shade, the attitude color of a neutral NPC. Chapter 264 Service Pack 2.0. "Your Majesty, it's me, Gishinbra. You named me yourself, sire," Dave pleaded, looking up at the majestic visage with sorrowful eyes. The king was unmoved by the appeal. "Majesty, the dragger speaks truly. Your Majesty named the dragger and accepted him as your own child. He saved your royal daughter's life more than once. You granted him entitlements and territories as a greater undead within your domains. It is through his efforts that we are both here now, returned from oblivion to our rightful place. We believe you, my friend, but we cannot rely on things we have no memory of. Until he has demonstrated his mettle and his loyalty to us, he has no voice in our council. Leave us, dragger, we will summon thee if we have need of thine services." Dave opened his mouth, but Samael shook his head. The dragger bowed, then signaled Dog to follow. Summarily dismissed after bringing the king and the entire legion of undead back to conquest from oblivion, they left the Undead King and Samael conferring about the next strategic steps. Feeling like he had just been kicked out of his home, Dave brooded as they made their way down the tower, his mood dark and frustrated. "Come on, Dog, let's head back to the settlement. At least the boys will be glad to see us." And that's what happened. There wasn't enough time to get to my estate before the server went down, so I sent Dog and the basilisks ahead. Then I just logged off and went to bed. I was exhausted, so I slept like the dead. Hey, she groaned at his quip. Their coffees were almost untouched and had long since cooled. Zoe had been completely engrossed by Dave's story. "So, just like that the undead are back?" "Yup, seems so." Zoe hesitated for a moment. "Dave, about?" "Yeah, that." "Listen, Ralph is the only family I had growing up. He's not like a brother, he is my brother, not a bro or buddy. Conquest is his job, and he's doing pretty good for himself with the guild and all. What you did was out of line. You jeopardized his position because of what happened after a night of drinking. Not to mention how it could have affected my quest. It was supposed to be a joke." "Zoe, we both know that isn't true." "It wasn't a joke, it was retaliation. and it was way out of line. You are judging him just from the incident between you two. You need to step back and see past that, like how he was willing to help you, a stranger. Level up your character just because you asked. What he did was, I am absolutely sure he thought I was in that bed when he laid down the Ralph stamp. I know it's douchey, but he doesn't stamp women, only brothers. The Ralph stamp, he named it? What the hell, Dave? I still have a bruise on my butt. You should see some of the bruises he's left on my Never mind, that came out wrong. What I'm saying is, Ralph is important to me and so are you. You want to start a prank duel with Ralph, that's fine. I'll even help you. But don't go over the line and try to fuck up his life. Dave paused uncomfortably. He didn't like confrontations, but the stuff from that night and in Conquest afterwards had festered for too long. Anyway, the important thing is I don't want this awkwardness hanging between us. Me either. Okay, so we're cool? Yeah. We cool. Despite having just cleared the air, Zoe shifted uncomfortably. So, there's one other tiny thing. Tyvo wants to talk to you personally. Not about business, something else. Like what? Dave asked suspiciously. He might have mentioned something about you courting Caitlin without asking permission and unsupervised. Dave stared at her, his mouth open. You didn't, Zoe. Number. Even if I wanted to win, then the light dawned, Ralph. Dave grabbed his phone and dialed. The line started ringing. Then he heard a familiar electronic tune come from the sidewalk. Dave turned. Ralph was moseying by the coffee shop, shoving a hot dog into his mouth with both hands while holding a white paper takeout bag. Mustard was smeared all around his mouth and his cheeks bulged with food. He looked like a powerlifter chipmunk. Ralph stopped to juggle his phone out of a pocket and finally answered, still chewing. Dave, shup, bro. Dave hung up. Ralph stopped mid-chew and looked at the phone, puzzled. Dave tapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Dave asked. MMMNPH. Ralph pushed the rest of the hot dog into his mouth. Wash gone back to a hotel. Did you see Caitlin last night? Why you and hello Zoe. Hey, are you guys on a date? Ralph, focus. Are you and Caitlin dating? Of course not. You know me better than that, bro. I'm a free agent. Dave relaxed. Okay, that's good. But we did hang out last night. Gah. Zoe had heard Ralph and joined them. You took Caitlin out on a date? Number. I don't do dates. We just hung out. Why? I've known Caitlin a long time. She's never, ever, gone out with a guy as far as I know. Ralph smirked and flexed his guns, straining his shirt sleeves. Ralph charisma strong, resistance is futile. Zoe gave Ralph a peculiar look. Do you know who she is? Sure, Mercy from It's Just Business, the best assassin player in Conquest. You know all this. You were there the night we met. Ralph said impatiently. No, I mean in real life. Don't know, don't care. Ralph shrugged. Zoe stared at Ralph much like Dave had stared at her earlier, speechless. She took a breath to start explaining, but Dave touched her arm. He shook his head slightly, her eyes widened and she coughed to cover the hysterical laugh that almost escaped. Ralph wasn't paying any attention to their little byplay. As he'd said, he had no cares in the world. His attention was already on other, more relevant, topics. So did you guys see the Conquest patch notes? Nah, not yet. What's new? Everything basically. The devs dropped in a new combat and damage system, and they changed the player interface. Alfred was buggy, so they replaced him with Albert. Zoe and Dave looked at each other. No more Alfred. That was a relief. The patch details are up, on the Conquest website. Yeah. I'm going to it. Dave browsed for the Conquest website on his phone. Zoe and Dave navigated through their phones, checking the patch. Conquest Patch Notes 3.0. Hello players, Emil Kata here. The Conquest development team has decided to make some changes to the game world and how players interact with it. This service pack update includes changes to several key game mechanics as well as a few other items. The patch notes give a brief summary of those changes. Patch note contents: new skill progression system, removal of the level difference penalty, status screen template update, EXP and combat damage calculations, changes for calculating experience gain and level up. Changes to monster and NPC defensive attributes. New death penalty system. Player interface eye replacement. Attribute point refund and respec. New skill progression system. The game of conquest is meant to be experienced as a world of fantastical and magical wonders. Players can explore the massive world of conquest as they quest, create, forage, trade or any of a myriad of other activities available for their enjoyment. But the main focus of the game has always been and always will be about strife and player combat. To encourage more ingenuity in combat and other gameplay, the developers added a progression system for skills. Players should experiment with skill combinations and uses them in different ways to discover how they synergize to create more powerful abilities with additional effects. Removal of the level difference penalty. The level difference penalty between players and monsters was meant to extend gameplay longevity. However, on balance it has done more to impair the adventurous spirit of players. Status screen template update. A new effect has been added to the dexterity attribute. Reflexive evasion. Reflexive evasion. Players have a chance to completely evade damage and attack. Agility now increases critical chance to skills and attacks. Critical hits cause double damage and do flat damage. Critical hit chance is increased by 1% for every 100 AG, capped at 50% crit. Reflexive evasion is increased by 1% for every 100 AG, capped at 10%. The vitality attribute has been removed. Adding one attribute to health points increases character's health maximum by 10. Rogue classes. Adding one attribute point to health points increases health maximum by 5 health points. HP. For avatars that are considered tank classes, adding one attribute point to health points increases their character health maximum by 20. Strength now increases carrying limit by 1 kg, 1 kg, for every 10 points of STR. Stamina consumption is decreased, becomes more efficient 1% every 100 STR, capped at 50%. The defensive attribute, magic absorption, has been renamed Magical Defense. The defensive attribute, Damage Nullification, has been renamed Physical Defense. Damage immunity has been removed due to its redundancy with the other defensive attributes. Items with magical defense attributes, physical defense attributes or both will be modified by a 1.3 base attribute multiplier. Items that do not already have these stats will not gain anything. The amount of stamina an avatar has will be displayed in the corner of the player's interface in a stamina bar. When an avatar takes damage, stamina is consumed. Emptying the stamina bar results in the player entering the exhausted state, in which the player will be unable to attack and receives 50% more damage from all sources for 5 seconds. The focus and rage attributes have been removed. Skills that used focus or rage will now use stamina. The restrictions of focus and rage combined with skill cooldowns created unreasonable delays in the pacing of combat. The base stamina point, health point, and mana point now regenerate at a fixed percentage rate. Each pool is restored by 0.1% per second starting 150 seconds after combat. Taking damage or engaging in combat stops the regeneration. Below is the new character status screen template. Vertical bar name, vertical bar, X, vertical bar level, vertical bar, X, vertical bar class, vertical bar, X, vertical bar race, vertical bar, X, vertical bar stamina, vertical bar, X, vertical bar mana, X, vertical bar health, vertical bar, X, vertical bar strength, vertical bar, X, vertical bar intelligence, vertical bar, X, wisdom, X, dexterity, vertical bar, X, vertical bar agility, vertical bar, X, vertical bar physical defense, vertical bar, X, vertical bar magical defense, vertical bar, X, vertical bar HP regen, vertical bar, 0.1%, vertical bar mana regen, vertical bar, 0.1%, vertical bar stamina regen, vertical bar, 0.1%, vertical bar prestige/honor, vertical bar, X, vertical bar unassigned attribute points, vertical bar, X, vertical bar titles, vertical bar, X, EXP and combat damage calculations. The new formula used to calculate the amount of EXP needed to level up is 4, CL3/5 plus 200, where CL is the character's level. Example 1. Using this formula, level 100 player needs 800,000 EXP to level up to level 101. The amount of EXP a player gains from killing a monster is calculated using the following formula. 4, ML3, 10, Mr plus LD/4 EXP, where ML is the monster's level, Mr is the monster's rarity. From 1 to 5, 1 equals legendary, 2 equals epic, 3 equals rare, 4 equals uncommon, 5 equals common. LD is the difference between the monster and player level, from 1 to 20. This is only valid if the monster is below the player's level. The EXP the player gains from killing a monster that is higher in levels is calculated by 4 ML3, 10, Mr plus LD/4 equals EXP plus EXP 0.2 LD. Players will not receive any EXP for killing monsters 20 levels below their own. Example 2. If a player avatar at level 100 kills a common monster level 90, the EXP rewarded is calculated as 4, 93, 10, 5 plus 10/4 equals 4860, which means the level 100 player in example 1 would need to kill 165 common monsters at level 90 in order to earn the EXP necessary to progress to level 101. EXP from killing a monster is divided equally between players in a party. To prevent power leveling, the support EXP system was removed. Players in a party must meet one of the following conditions to gain EXP in a party. Player must cause at least 1% of monster's total HP in damage. Player must heal at least 10% of the total HP lost by the party during the fight. Bardic classes. See details. Changes to monster and NPC defensive attributes. The hit points and defensive attributes of monsters and NPCs have been revised to account for the now removed level difference system. Only a set number of players will be allowed in a dungeons at one time. The number varies according to dungeon difficulty and other factors. There is a 50-player cap on the maximum raid party size. All world bosses have a new trait, called territory, which limits the number of players fighting the boss to a maximum of 200 players. Once the boss fight begins, new players cannot replace the original raid members that are sent to respawn. If a world boss kills the entire raid party, the world boss will regenerate health, stamina and mana to maximum levels instantly. New death penalties. When a player character is killed, the avatar loses all EXP in 1 character level. The player will respawn without a delay period in a planar reality adjacent to Conquest called Limbo. The player is banished to Limbo for 8 hours in-game time, after which the player can choose to return to Conquest at the player's previously chosen normal Conquest respawn point. While in Limbo and before returning to Conquest, the player can earn EXP, at double the normal rate, to regain the penalized character level, but not the lost EXP. Attribute point refund and respec. Last but not least, there are a lot of changes, so of course, players will be able to respec their characters when they log in after this service pack is installed. All attribute points from level ups will be refunded to players. The character respec is meant to allow players to optimize and personalize character builds to suit their game preferences. That's it for the patch notes, players. But before I leave you, we want to welcome a recent addition to our group. A new general artificial intelligence, named Albert, is administering the player game interface. Due to the higher demands and growing complexity of game operations, management made the decision to replace Alfred for a more adaptable AI with greater capabilities. That's all for now. Emil Kata, Conquest lead developer. What do you think? Ralph asked. This is going to change things a lot. Dave had a faraway look in his eyes. Zoe groaned. I gotta respec my character again. And that death penalty is icky. Yeah, but it'll keep people from doing a lot of really dumb stuff in the game, Ralph said. Then, at the same time, Ralph and Zoe both looked at Dave. Zoe shook her head slowly. Maybe not so much. Chapter 265 A New Wolf in Wall Street. Do you guys have plans for the rest of the day? Ralph asked. Don't really know what to do without Conquest, Dave said. Zoe chuckled. I lost touch with reality when I started playing Conquest. The server's gonna be down for the whole day. We should go to a club and have some fun. It's 11 in the morning, Dave said. I didn't mean now, silly. Zoe giggled. Their flirting was cut short by Dave's phone ringing. It was perfect shot. Hey Stroke, hope I didn't wake you up. Nah, what's up bro? Dave replied. My pops wants to know if you're going to send us the feed of you bringing back the undead. He wants to broadcast it tonight. Perfect said. I haven't done anything with it yet. I'll send it as soon as it's ready. Dave replied. Great, I'll tell Pops. Then Zoe's phone rang. Hello uncle. How are you? Dave and Ralph bantered while Zoe talked to her uncle. Dave, he wants to talk to you, Zoe said and handed her phone over to Dave. Good morning Mr. Silvana. Good morning kiddo. I want to talk to you about something important. Dave sat up straight to pay better attention. Yes, you need to invest that Conquest money. It's been just sitting in a bank account doing nothing. You're losing money. You have a good investment opportunity right in front of you that could bring you another big windfall. What opportunity? Dave asked, bewildered. CCN. Buy as much of their stock as you can. Why? Dave asked. To make money from speculating on their stock. Your feed is almost certain to be another, even bigger, hit for CCN. It's easy to predict their stock prices will skyrocket. After you make your nut, sell off most or all the CCN stocks and invest in other stocks. Invest in a portfolio of diversified stocks that will give you a regular, decent return on your capital. Oh, Dave understood now. Why had he been poor for so long? It was so simple and obvious. Just be sure you understand the risks, kiddo. Investing in CCN stocks like this isn't 100% risk-free. Anything is possible, but I looked at CCN's financials. The company is healthy and the stocks are low risk. You won't lose all your money even if things go completely different from how I expect them to. I've never bought stocks before. Don't worry about that. Zoe knows what to do. Pass over the phone to my niece. Dave handed the phone to Zoe. Zoe's took the phone, speaking to her uncle. Hey uncle. Huh? Yeah, okay. I'll tell him. Zoe hung up and turned to Dave. What did he say? Well, he told me to go see a family friend for this stuff and the amount of money that you should invest. He has an office nearby. We can go and talk with him. What do you say? I got nothing better to do. Ralph shrugged. Dave thought for a moment, and said, okay, let's go. Zoe rubbed her hands together. Goody. Glad I drove the Chevy today. It has more room than the Lambo. Zoe got up and started walking toward the street. What was that about? Ralph asked. Dave patted his friend on the shoulder as he stood up to follow her. I hope you enjoyed your hot dogs. You're about to regret it. Hey, you didn't pay your bill, Ralph shouted after him. Dave grinned and just walked faster, pretending he didn't hear. Dave heard an engine roar. Zoe had parked just around the corner. He got in and fastened the seatbelt, making sure it was tight. Zoe chuckled occasionally while they waited for Ralph. Ralph's mouth was wide open when he saw the car. Ralph sat in, swallowing hard as he shut the door and started to say something, at which point Zoe shifted into reverse and stomped on the accelerator. Ralph was thrown face forward against the front seat, then bounced back into his own seat as Zoe shifted into drive and stomped the accelerator again with perfect timing. Easy, Ralph shouted. Even though Dave was holding on for dear life, he still smiled. Guess Zoe's getting a little bit of payback for the stamp after all. Zoe slid through the busy streets of New York at speeds way over the legal limit, passing other cars like they were standing still. Zoe seemed to think every corner necessitated violent handbrake turns which knocked Ralph around from side to side in the back seat. Luckily for Ralph, the Wall Street business that was their destination wasn't far. The Chevy came to a screeching stop that bounced Ralph's forehead off the front seat one more time and they were safe. They got out and followed after Zoe. Does she always drive like that? Yeah, that's the usual, Dave laughed. They went through the revolving door of a skyscraper, elevator and to one of the top floors. The elevator opened into a large floor. They followed Zoe until they were next to one of the largest bureaus on the floor. There was a desk next to the bureau where a beautiful redhead woman was typing on a holographic keyboard. When the redhead saw Zoe, she picked up her phone and called. "Mr. Belfort, Zoe Silvana is here." The door opened on a huge office with a magnificent view. Abstract art hung from the walls and a large desk sat in the middle of the floor. The man behind the desk stood up, smiling. "It's been a long time, Zoe." "Belle, it's been long. How is Nana doing?" "She is great. She's in her last month and the baby's doing great." "Good. Tell her I said hi," Zoe said. "Of course." "Who are these gentlemen?" Belfort asked. "Oh, sorry, this is David Ruster, and this is Ralph." Zoe trailed. She didn't know his last name. "Rupert." Ralph reached out to shake hands. "Good to meet you, gentlemen. I'm Belfort Wolf. I brought Dave here at my uncle's suggestion. He wants to buy some stock." Belfort turned to Dave. "Have you ever bought stocks before?" "No." The man nodded. "You have your ID with you?" "Yeah," Dave replied. "Give me a second," Belfort said and picked up the desk phone. "Yara, bring me an M2 form." A moment later, the secretary came in with some papers. "Please give Yara your ID, so she can scan it. I need you to sign this form so we can start." Dave did as the man asked and signed the forms. "Good. Now tell me, what stocks are you considering?" "CCN." "Okay, CCN is a decent company." "What other companies are you interested in?" "Just CCN for now." "Okay. And how many shares do you want to buy?" Dave looked at Zoe, who nodded and smiled encouragingly at him. He took a deep breath. $80 million worth. $80 million, Belfort repeated. He looked at Dave, then glanced at Zoe, then looked down at a screen and started tapping at keys. Wheels turned in Belfort's head as he bought some time to think by looking busy. He didn't think Dave had that kind of money, but the young man had come into his office with Zoe Silvana on the recommendation of her uncle. Belfort finally looked up. 80 million is more than 2% of CCN's outstanding stock. You really should consider diversifying, instead of putting all your eggs in one basket. Even Ralph was doubtful. He knew Dave had sold the right of conquest for 100 million. Investing most of it in one stock didn't seem smart. "Right now I want to buy CCN stock. I might consider diversifying into a portfolio later." Dave wasn't even sure what he was saying. He was just parroting Zoe's uncle. A light went on in Belfort's head. This guy knew something. Greed took over. "And when do you want the trades executed by?" Before tonight," Dave guessed, since that was when CCN would broadcast the feed if he got it to them in time. Belfort was almost salivating now. If this was as good as he suspected, he could get on this train and ride it to Moneytown. "And the funds?" "I don't have cash right now." Belfort's suspicions returned. "The money is in my conquest account." "The VR game, I mean." "Oh?" Belfort's relief was evident. "That's not an issue at all. We handle those kinds of transactions all the time. We can take care of it for you." Then he added, "We charge a 2% fee for converting conquest currency, and there will be our broker's fee and—" "Belle, you're going to do this at cost," Zoe interrupted with a smile, "because you're planning to use this tip to make yourself a lot of money too. Just make sure Dave's trades are executed first, before the price starts going up." Belle spluttered, then smiled ruefully. "Okay, you got me. You're just like your uncle." "Can't blame me for trying though. I just need your account information, then some signatures and fingerprints, and we can get cracking on your trades." Half an hour later they left the office. Dave was a little dazed and starting to worry about losing all that money, but he shook it off. He was not gambling, he was speculating on himself, not something he knew nothing about. "That went good." "What are we going to do next?" Zoe asked. "Caitlin just texted me. She said her pops wants to meet with me." She also said I can't refuse Ralph." Dave patted Ralph on the shoulder. "It was good knowing you, buddy. When your body floats up in the river, I'll come ID you." "What do you mean floating in the river?" Chapter 266 Legacy Quest begins. "You guys are coming with me to meet Caitlin's dad, right?" Ralph asked. Dave shook his head. "Bro, I'm trying to keep my distance from the Giovannis, Caitlin included. Wow, bro, I feel like there's something you're not telling me here, Zoe interrupted. I'm not coming either. There's really nothing to worry about, Ralph. The Mafia doesn't order hits on people unless you mess with their business or kill a made guy. Usually, Mafia hits. Ralph gave them the stink eye. Caitlin is mobbed up? Why didn't you tell me? You assholes. Zoe shook her head sadly, her voice saccharine sweet as she said, "Oh, Ralphie, I tried to, really I did, but you weren't interested." Your exact words were "don't know, don't care." Ralph looked from Zoe to Dave and back. "You're sick, twisted and evil individuals. I'm cutting you both out of my will." He ignored the twin expressions of comically exaggerated shock on their faces. "I guess I need to get going." Caitlin said, "I need to be there at noon." Ralph said, "Want a lift?" Zoe grinned at him. "Nope, I'll take a cab." Stuck in a room with a mafia boss is better than being turned to red jelly in a car accident. Zoe laughed and punched his arm. "Scaredy cat, you should go change into something nice before you go to meet your future father-in-law." "I'm not going to propose, it's just a talk." "Later, guys." Ralph waved as he sauntered off to hail a cab. "Sigh, bro, bye-bye, Ralphie." Entering his hotel room that evening, Dave checked the time and smiled. The Conquest servers were about to come back online in just a few minutes. Perfect. Dave got into the Conquest capsule and hit the login as soon as the countdown reached 0. He appeared in the undead city and immediately received a string of notifications. "Greetings Gishmbra. Conquest is now running Service Pack 3.0 and will be different from your previous experiences. For details about the changes and updates, please go to the Conquest wiki. May you have good game in Conquest." He swiped the greeting away and got the next notification in the stack. "All of your avatar's attribute points have been refunded. You can respecialize your avatar or keep the same character build." Warning: Service Pack 3.0 has changed game features and gameplay significantly. Your title, "I Know It All," has been removed from the game. You will no longer benefit from the 5% increase to all attributes the title gave, but you will be refunded the bonus 100 points per attribute the title granted. WTF, that's complete bullshit. I'm going to put in a complaint. Health points have been changed to hit points. You have contribution points. You have 220,000 CP, refunded. For reviving the Undead Legion you are awarded 5 million CP. Dungeon Raider, you can sense dungeon cores and can capture cores to take control of the dungeon. If you control a dungeon core you can transform dungeon into an undead dungeon. You receive a daily tithe of CP from dungeons you have transformed. For details select a dungeon from the list below. The following transformed dungeons under your control have reopened: Desolate Temple, Ice Palace Dungeon, Skeletal Soul Eater Dungeon, Mustakrakish's Desert Palace. Ownership of your settlement in the underworld Dead Realm has been restored to you. Yeah, I'm back, baby. Dave punched a fist in the air then rubbed his hands over each other in greedy overlord glee, cackling. As a member of the undead race, you are able to access the underworld at your discretion. The Dead Realm, Red Fortress, and Undead Frontier teleport gate coordinates have been restored to your logs. Undead management options have been unlocked. You can revive your undead and other units from the respawners in your settlement. Finally, the last notification: a divine being of Conquest has issued a call for you. You will be transported to the deity in 2 seconds. 2 seconds, nu? I haven't respect. The timer reached 0 and Dave was teleported from the Dead Realm without further notice. Protest was unheeded. He appeared in an empty nightclub. The industrial fluorescent lighting revealed its age and neglect in too much detail. Against one wall was a rundown stage with a drum set, mic and speakers on it. A bar stretched the length of the opposite wall. Too few decrepit stools scattered at irregular intervals in front of it. Way to shove 10 pounds of shit into a 5-pound bag. Genius, the god of Undeath said from behind the bar, wiping a glass with a dirty bar towel. What are you going on about? Dave tried to quell the annoyance he felt as soon as he saw the punk god. I said, revive the greater undead with the death heart. But no, You had to get clever and revive a monarch tier undead with time storm magic. Dumbass. How was I supposed to know he'd turn into whatever that was? You're his god, so fix him. Nick spread his arms out. Do I look like a god that does miracles? The king was brought back without his mind or soul. Consider yourself lucky the death heart fixed what it did and he only lost some memories. I really wanna know, is it just electric fences? Or do you go around pissing on bonfires to put them out too? Whatever, Nick, if you can't bring back the king's memory then what the fuck do you want? You didn't bring me here for this conversation. No matter how scintillating it is, you're going on a vision quest. The punk god grinned at Dave. A quest to see something? Like what? Dave was honestly puzzled. Nick sighed and shook his head, muttering something about youth and shallowness. I'm sending you on your final legacy quest. He tried again. Oh, okay. You coulda just said that first. Gimme a minute, I need to respec. Dave pulled up his character sheet and started running calculations in his head. Pointless. The punk god muttered and waved a hand. A vortex materialized under the dragger's feet and sucked him in. The last thing he heard was the Nick's gleeful, "Gbai." Chapter 267 Siege of Aritza. Dave appeared in the middle of a hall. There were people kneeling in front of him, heads down on the floor. Dave felt a sense of déjà vu. The hall and the people were somehow familiar. Your Majesty, what are your orders? A knight in heavy armor spoke. Dave turned to see who the man was speaking to. There was nothing but a very familiar throne. It was the undead king's throne. Dave took notice of his equipment. They were not his Death Knight armor, but an ornate gold and crimson robes. A notification appeared in front of him. To be a champion of Undeath, one must know how to rule over Undeath, to use your mind in planning and strategy, to balance out the numbers of troops and discover the weakness of the enemy and your own. You have been placed in a precarious position, the same position the king of Aritza was in before ruin befell his country and was turned undead. You will lead an army that hungers, that tires, that fears, all traits that the undead do not have. You will be leading an army that will die and will not rise again. Your mission is to manage limited troops to fight in a numerical disadvantage. You are the king now. You are lord over 10,000 soldiers against 50,000 Vinlandian invader. Your task is to defend the walls of the capital of Aritza, Muliner, for 7 days. You have full command of the forces in the capital of Aritza, Muliner. The Vinlandian army is marching toward Muliner. They will arrive in 1 day. Good luck. Dave understood what he had to do: defend against a siege. He had already seen the armies that were stationed around the capital of Aritza the last time he was here with the Death Goddess. Dave knew he was not the smartest person in the world, but strategy and troop management, this was his field of expertise. The unfavorable condition and numbers of enemy troops might give him a real headache, but he believed he could hold on for a week. Sieges usually took months to years. If he properly organizes his troops, 7 days should not be an issue to clear the legacy quest. Give me a detailed map of the land around here and tell me what are all the available information we have. What's the type of forces we have? How many weapons do we have? War tools? What does the Vinlandian army has as weapons or siege weaponry? Do we have any anti-siege weaponry? Give me full details. Dave asked questions in full succession. The man in full plate armor walked up to Dave and handed him a scroll. Here is all that is available. Dave opened the scroll. There was a detailed drawing of the city they were in. It was the same as the undead city, circled with high walls, and in the center of the city, the palace was built. To the west of the capital, Muliner, was a wide raging river that flowed close to the walls of the palace. It acted as a natural barrier preventing possible attacks from the west. There was also a forest growing not so far from the north of the city. There was a ravine that cut through the forest, separating it from the east. From the east all the way to the west was open plain. There were plantations and wheat fields next to the city walls. Dave remembered that most of the army he saw when he came with the Death God was positioned at the south and eastern areas. The man in plate armor handed Dave another scroll. 10 trebuchet, 30 heavy ballistae, 5 tons of flammable oil, rocks, 2,000 heavy cavalry, 2,000 archers, 4,000 light infantry, 2,000 heavy infantry. What about arrows? spears and such? Dave asked. We have enough weapons, arrows and spare shields to last us months of siege and enough food to last us 2 weeks. Okay, so ammunition and people starving won't be a problem. Do we have any allies that can come to our aid? Dave asked. No, Your Majesty. All of our allies had turned their back on us. We are on our own. A man in black robe spoke up. Let us use the demon book, Your Majesty. The might of a demon is strong and can help us. Dagla. The knight in plates shouted. That is the last resort. The man in black robe didn't reply. So that's Dagla, and this knight must be Dedra, and the book they are talking about must be the one the king used when he sacrificed Eleanor. No one is using demons. Alright, Samael, Dave said. Hoping Samael was here, a man in black leather came forward and knelt before Dave. Damn. Badass as always. Dave admired the armor Samael wore. Yes, Your Majesty. I need units that can move stealthily and quietly. Have them bring me as much information about the enemy forces, scout them and see what you can get me. As you command, Your Majesty. Demendi, Dave called. A woman in green leather armor came and knelt before Dave. Yes, Your Lordship. You will be leading the archer units. Also, what about communication? Do we have trained eagles, crows or pigeons to send and receive information? We do have battle-trained pigeons. They fly high and can avoid archers. Very well, Demendi. Organize the archers and wait for my commands. Demendi nodded and left. The rest of you, have people dig holes and pits in the city. Place spikes in the pits and cover everything with dirt rags. Leave only a couple of clear paths to retreat back the palace. Also, order the people to stockpile on water. As much water as possible. As you wish, Your Majesty. A man wearing loose robes said. Dagla, I need frozen souls, Dave said. I have no idea what that is. Dagla replied in confusion. Damn, I thought they should have them in this time period. But I guess it's thousands of years before the Legion became what it is. They are pearls of a highly explosive nature. They could have made the siege much easier. If you wish for us to create explosives, I can have a word with the Alchemy Academy. They can supply us with chemical explosives. Great. Create as much as possible, put them in kegs or crates and plant them on the east and southern fields. How are we going to detonate them then? Do test runs with the trebuchet and give me details on their range and accuracy. Then plant the crates under the most accurate point of impact, Dave said. I believe I understand your intentions. Marvelous idea, Your Majesty. Also, Dave pointed at the map. Plant some here, here and here. Dave pointed at several spots inside the city map. Sir, but that's dangerous. Do it, Dave said in a commanding tone. What about civilians? A large man spoke. By morning, I want all civilians underground and in hiding. I don't want a soul walking the streets by the start of the siege. Only us. Come with me, all of you, Dave said. Dave walked out from the throne room and went to the palace balcony. The balcony was facing the eastern gate. The city walls were sectioned by a tall tower. There were 20 towers circling the city. Have someone rope large boulders. Place the boulders in one tower, and tighten the rope end on another. When the boulders are pushed, they should sweep enemy ladders with them. This is the first time I hear of such novelty, Your Majesty. Ingenious. This can be only used once, so make sure to have plenty of hot oil at the ready. Prepare acid, boiling water and hot sand to repel the ladder climbers. Also, build trenches around the city. This will tire the soldiers. Dave thought for a moment. Use civilians. No children, just those that are capable of digging. Fill the trenches with flammable wood. Also, move all the cavalry to the forest. Have them hiding and waiting. Cavalry is useless inside the city. We don't have long or large enough paths for them to gain momentum. How are we going to signal the cavalry to charge? The large man asked. I won't be using the cavalry this early. They are too priceless to waste in a meaningless charge, Dave said. Should I order the reinforcement of the gate? The large man asked. No, leave the gate as it is. Also, leave it open. What? All of the men behind Dave asked at once. Yes, you heard me. Leave it open. Let them come in. Dagla, one last thing. Yes, Your Majesty. I need you to ask the Alchemy Academy to create something for me. What is it? Dagla asked. Dave got closer and in a wicked smile, he spoke in Douglas' ear. Douglas' face turned from surprise to a euphoric evil grin. "Oh, is that the reason you asked to stockpile the water? Quite evil, I say. I knew you will like it. Now get done with it. This should be enough preparation then. Lastly, place the ballistae in the streets, and have soldiers protect them. Also, who here can ride fast on horseback?" Dave asked. "None of us, sir, but I have many underlings that can race the wind," a thin man in noble clothing said. "Good. Order them to take explosive powder kegs with them and go across the river. You will be informed of your mission by pigeons." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Dave crossed his arms gazing at the setting sun. Now we wait. Chapter 268. Like fish in a barrel. Dave was sitting on the throne room. He had already given his orders, but he wasn't finished yet. There were many things he had to prepare and oversee. The sun had already came down, but he was having second thoughts about his plan. One day was too short for him to prepare for a siege and he was under pressure. He was feeling unease. His plans had been laid down to defend against the siege. He even did mind simulation to all that could go wrong and prepared countermeasures, but he was still felt that something wasn't right. Unable to shake off that bad feeling, Dave ignored it. He didn't have the luxury to think about things that might or might not happen. Dagla and Samael entered the throne room together, followed by a small boy. The small boy trailed after Dagla, carefully looked around. He was fidgeting, agitated. The boy grabbed the hem of Dagla's robe. "Your Majesty, I have information about the enemy numbers and their weaponry. I also know where they have set camp," Samael said. He handed Dave a scroll. Dave took it and thanked Samael. Turning to Dagla, Dave asked, "Did you get the explosives from the academy?" Dave asked. "Yes, I did. I also oversaw the trebuchet tests. Everything is well and they were accurate. We have planted 50 barrels of explosives in the fields." "Good job." "Who is this?" Dave asked, looking at the nervous kid. "This is my apprentice, Duerhaza. He said something to me about the forest and I thought I better bring him to you." "Duerhaza." Dave almost laughed. The kid was cute compared to the ice lich he knew. "Speak," Dave said, mimicking the undead king's way of speech. "Why, Your Majesty, the enemy can walk through the forest and attack from the north when we least expect it. So, can't we use the forest to trap them?" Dave nodded. "You are right." "Dagla, see if you can have lumberjacks and people who know the forest well enough. Have them place traps, nets and pitfalls for our enemies. Also, use half of our oil supplies and spread it in the forest." "You plan on burning the forest, Your Majesty?" "Not all of it, just half. I have a feeling they will try to come through the forest, so it's better to shut them down and have the enemy forces focus on only two sides." "It shall be done, Your Majesty." Dagla bowed and took Duerhaza with him. "Samael, I need another favor." "As you command, Your Majesty." "I need a force to infiltrate the enemy, burn their food supplies and see if you could get your hands on any of their plans." "Very well." Samael disappeared. Dave opened the scroll Samael had handed to him. "Vinlandian forces are advancing with a 50,000 strong, 5,000 heavy cavalry, 30,000 light infantry, 5,000 heavy infantry, 10,000 archers, 5 siege towers, 30 trebuchets, 5 battering rams." The Vinlandians were well equipped. Though Dave had the advantage as a defender, the enemy had more troops and war equipment to simply overwhelm him if he was not careful. Dave had to cut down their numbers, and regular traps weren't the way to go. All the traps were for this very reason. But traps could be dismantled, and plans could be thwarted. A war had many unexpected variables. He had to step up his game a notch. Dave left the throne room and left the palace, going through the courtyard. King's guards saluted Dave as he walked past. The city was brightened with torches that lit the dark night. The sound of continuous pickaxes hitting the stone walls was like the continuous beating of drums in war. A heavy atmosphere covering the city. A war was coming, but the citizens were unafraid. They believed in their king. People made pit traps in front of ballistae installed in the streets. Bags of sand and wooden spike walls blocked the city streets. Several archers and knights were sharpening their weapons or tending to their bows behind the barricades. The buildings were locked and their doors and windows barricaded. Dave continued walking through the city accompanied by 2 knights. Whenever he crossed with workers, They bowed and he would nod and thank them for their hard work. Dave walked until he arrived at the city gate. Two steel portcullises were linked to steel chains. The operating mechanism was a lever next to the gate. Dave walked through the gate and oversaw the open field. Stroking his chin, Dave gestured with his other hand at one of the knights. When the knight came over, Dave said, "Have 20 soldiers dress in work clothing and manning the fields. On the morrow, I want the enemy to think we are unprepared." "As you command, Your Majesty." The knight bowed to Dave and went to relay his order. Dave had one last thing to do. Dave turned to the other knight and said, "Prepare armor, a good weapon and a shield for me." "Why, Your Majesty? Are you planning on joining the war?" "Well, of course, that's where all the fun is." Dave smiled. But for Dave, it was not just for fun. Right now, he was a king, and for a king to join a war meant only one thing: to bolster the morale of the soldiers. "As you command." The knight called two other knights over and informed them with Dave's request. "Your Majesty." A female voice called to Dave from above the city walls. Dave looked up. Dementi was looking at Dave from atop the city walls. "We have archers set up." "Good. Have most of them hide. I only want a few to appear to our enemies." "Very well, Your Majesty." Dementi gave a command to the archers on the wall. Most of them crouched in waiting. Dave went back to the palace. 3 knights came over and brought armor for Dave. Dave was very familiar with the armor. It was the same armor the undead king usually wore, a black set of plate and greaves, with a kite shield and a light devouring black curved sword, a full black steel helmet, shoulder pads locking a black cape in place. Dave equipped the armor and tried to inspect it. Failed to inspect. "You are in a simulation of the past in a human setting. Use of magic is extremely limited and your original status screen is not a display of your current power. Death in this quest is a fail condition." Dave needed to be careful in this fight. A single mistake and everything is over. But this didn't deter him from fighting alongside the soldiers. He had to increase their morale in the fight. Dave sat on his throne waiting for the morning. Samael and Dogla updated Dave regularly on the trap making and work going on in the city. When dawn came, everything was ready and only the enemy forces were missing. Dogla stood next to the throne, waiting for Dave's orders. "Dogla, did the Alchemy Academy prepare what I asked them?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We have enough mercury to use." "Good. Start pouring it into the river," Dave said. "As you command." Dogla walked out of the throne room to execute Dave's command. Samael strode into the throne room. "Your Majesty." "They are here." "Give the order. Bring the gate only halfway down. This will make the enemy think that the gate is stuck." "Give the order for the archers on standby to thin down the enemy forces. The remaining archer forces must wait for the order to attack." "As you command." Samael left, shouting orders to his subordinates. Dave walked to the palace balcony. He was looking at the approaching army. 50,000-man army looked like an incoming black tide. Soldiers pushed 5 large wooden structures across the plain toward the city. The soldiers that Dave ordered to impersonate peasants working the field ran through the city gate. As Dave predicted, the army that was walking slowly ordered a whole section of infantry to charge the city gate. From the point of view of the enemy, the gate looked to be stuck. It only went halfway down and couldn't close. This was an opportunity they could not miss. One of the army generals ordered a whole infantry section to charge the gate. Enemy infantry ran across the fields to the city. Dementi ordered the archers standing on the walls to shoot. The enemy numbers were so great that most of the arrows that were shot hit someone running. The men that were shot fell and were crushed under the foot of the rest of the charging army. This caused disorder in the Vinlandian ranks. People fell and died meaningless deaths even before the fight started. Barrage of arrows rained down on the enemy, taking dozens of lives with every arrow volley. But the sheer number of the Vinlandian forces was too big to show any noticeable decrease in their numbers even after the rain of arrows culled hundreds of lives. The enemy infantry went through the gate and poured into the city. Everything was going according to Dave's plan. As the foot soldiers went through the gate, they spread through the empty street. Dave's forehead was dripping with sweat. He was stressed as this part of his plan was the most crucial. Wanting to control the gate, a few Vinlandian soldiers went to the gate lever and pulled the lever up. They tried to lift the gate. It didn't move. Dave had already ordered the reinstallation of the gate to be controlled from above the city walls instead of from on the ground. More enemy units were running toward the city. They were exhilarated at the thought that the enemy was unaware of the attack on the city. They funneled toward the city gate, their numbers making it hard for them to get through inside the city. Some of them brought ladders and placed them against the walls, then started to climb. The soldiers spreading across the city streets began to fall into the pitfalls. When Dave judged enough enemy soldiers were inside the city, he raised his arm, then brought it down, signaling Dementi to start the second part of his plan. The concealed archers stood up and began showering the enemies inside and outside the city with arrows. Shock and panic spread through the enemy rank. They had just realized that they have been led into a trap. Yet before they could retreat to safety, Dementi chopped at a rope linked to the portcullis, bringing the gates down. The spike tents come down, crushing soldiers under them and locked the ones that were inside the city from going back out. Some of the archers on the wall poured boiling water and burning oil on the soldiers climbing the ladders. The oil and hot water burnt their skin and flesh, setting them on fire. More archers appeared from hiding atop the barricaded city buildings and shot arrows down on the soldiers spreading through the streets. When the enemy soldiers crossed halfway through the city, they were met with Iritsa soldiers managing ballistae in the middle of the street. The ballistae were shot, their bolts pierced through several enemy soldiers at once, pinning them into walls like a kebab skewer. Dave's foot soldiers were hiding inside some of the buildings came out and charged the surprised enemy forces in the streets, slaughtering them. Arrows kept pouring down on the enemy forces. Even when the enemy tried to shoot back their arrows, they were disadvantaged due to the height difference. Their arrows rarely hit anyone. Dementi was calling shots at the walls. She made sure that no enemy soldier made it to above the walls. They dropped stones on the enemy and hot sand. They even knocked away some of the ladders, dropping them on the enemy forces, crushing soldiers under the ladders. When most of the army was close to the city, Dave pointed his hand forward from the palace balcony. A soldier recognized Dave's gesture and lit a torch, signaling the trebuchets to shoot their first volley. Boulders coated with inflamed oil were shot at the enemy ranks. When the boulders touched the ground, they smashed through several enemies, crushing them, and left a fiery trail in their wake. Black powder that was mixed with sand caught fire and spread between enemy soldier legs and ignited barrels buried underground. The barrels exploded, killing off dozens of soldiers that were above them and injuring many more. Explosions echoed through the battlefield, creating mayhem and chaos. The soldiers didn't know what was happening. They were at a loss. The chaos increased in the battlefield was making the enemy soldiers restless. They didn't know when another explosion might happen or if they were standing right above an explosive keg. You have slain one of the enemy generals. Enemy morale has sharply decreased. Dave raised a fist up. Nice. Samael entered the throne room and said, "Your Majesty, there is movement in the forest." "Very well. Bait the enemy to go deeper into the forest and pick them off with archers and foot soldiers. Keep drawing them deeper. Act like we are unable to hold the forest side." "As you command." Samael rallied the command to a night. A boulder came crashing down inside the city, bringing down one of the building's walls. The Vinlandians started using their own trebuchets. "Samael, they don't know the exact location of our trebuchets. Use ours to take down theirs." Dave gave a command. Samael ordered another knight to send the order to the knights manning the trebuchets. Flaming boulders flew consecutively from inside the city in an arc, taking down 3 of the enemy trebuchets and killing many enemy foot soldiers. This made the enemy hesitate in using their trebuchets again. "Is the wall still holding?" Dave asked. "Yes, my lord. Dementi is doing a great job in holding off the enemy forces from climbing. I don't think we will need to use the roped boulders yet." "Good. Keep me updated." Dave kept watching the slaughter happening inside the city. The sound of battle and the smell of smoke gave him goosebumps. He needed to hold on for 7 days so far. The first day had just begun and he was in an advantageous position. Noticing movement in the distance, Dave frowned. The enemy is changing tactics. They are now advancing their siege towers. Chapter 269 Evil Within. Dave waved his hand again, issuing the command for another volley of trebuchets. The soldiers ignited oil-coated boulders and shot them at the enemy ranks. One boulder bore through a siege tower and fell on enemy soldiers, squashing them to sludge. The siege tower caught fire and crumbled on the soldiers riding inside it and the ones around it. Another boulder crashed into a group of soldiers, setting them on fire. One man, lit in flames, dropped and rolled on the ground, but the fire covering him ignited a trail of black powder mixed with sand that spread until it reached a buried stock of explosive powder kegs. The kegs were coincidentally under a siege tower. When the explosive blew up, they lifted the whole siege tower a few feet above the ground, shattering it into burning logs and smoke. Screams of pain and panic spread among the ranks of the enemy soldiers. They still had no way to deal with the explosives and didn't know where they were planted. The siege towers kept advancing to the city gate. The trebuchets came close to destroying one. A boulder broke a huge chunk of the siege tower, but it still held and kept advancing. Dimdi ordered the archers to change their arrows to fire arrows, then they launched them all at once, covering the sky in an infernal downpour. Vinlandian soldiers gave their lives in order to remove spiked walls from the way of the siege towers. They even put large wooden planks for the siege towers to cross the trenches Dave built around the city walls. The fire arrows came down, setting 2 siege towers aflame and burning the soldiers inside them, but one siege tower managed to drop a wooden plank on the city walls. Enemy soldiers rushed out from the siege tower. The archers close to the siege tower swapped to their melee weapon while the other archers kept shooting fire arrows at the siege tower. The wooden tower was a disturbing factor. Most of the archers were forced to focus fire on it, which gave the enemy soldiers more time to set up ladders and climb up the walls. Dave waved his hand again, signaling a soldier to drop the roped boulders. Above every tower on the wall, the archers pushed over the boulders to fall. The rope attached to them caused the boulder to sweep sideways at the ladders, crushing them. The soldiers climbing the ladders fell down on their allies. They either instantly died from falling from that height or broke bones, becoming useless in the ongoing fight. One boulder managed to hit the base of the siege tower, tilting the whole structure to fall on the enemy soldiers. When the siege tower fell, a horn blew from the enemy ranks, signaling a mass retreat. Dave shivered. Goosebumps spread across his skin. This was a signal for a complete victory of the first battle. The archers on the wall rained down arrows at the retreating soldiers, picking off many stragglers and wounded soldiers. Soon after, the enemy army was reorganized and retreated back to their campsite. Samael, give me a head count of our knights, the dead and the wounded. I need you to cut off the heads of the enemy soldiers, and burn their bodies. Cut off their heads? Yes, it's a war tactic. You will see why by morning. What about the prisoners? Samael asked. You caught prisoners? Yes, my lord, some surrendered. It is unethical to kill off people who surrender. Sorry, Samael. But all is fair in war. Kill them all. Or wait, I have better use for them. Call Dogla for me. As you command, Your Majesty. Dave was thinking hard about the decision he was about to make. It was ugly, and he knew it. This is a quest related to my legacy. If I fail it, all is gone. The only way for me to secure victory is to show my ugly side. Damn, I never thought I'll have to call upon evil Dave. Soon after Samael went away, Dogla entered the throne room. Your Majesty, we have lost 620 men, 250 archers, and the rest were all foot soldiers. The enemy casualties, however, are in the thousands. At least 6,000 dead. I say this was a complete victory. Yeah, but this was just a probing. The real fight is yet to come. Samael said you called me for something regarding the prisoners. Do you want them to be tortured out of information, Your Majesty? No. What I have in mind is far crueler than torture. Take me to the dungeons, Dave said. Follow me, Your Majesty. Dogla walked ahead of Dave. The smell of burning flesh spread through the city. There was cheering, but Dave could still feel the somber mood of many other knights. They had lost friends and family members. War had never been a cheerful occasion. Dave ordered some knights moving along the street to clear up the traps and pitfalls from the bodies of the Vinaldians. Thankfully, Dave ordered the closing of the portcullises and didn't let any enemy inform their headquarters of the traps inside the city. He still had the element of surprise if the enemy manages to go over the walls. Knights had chained up wounded enemy soldiers and led them inside a one-story building. "This is the entrance to the dungeon. We keep prisoners underground," Dogla commented. Dave called over 2 knights. "I need you to catch as many rats as possible and throw them in with the prisoners." "Rats?" one knight asked in surprise. "Your Majesty, are you trying to cause the plague?" Dogla asked. "Yes. When the prisoners show signs of fever or vomiting, cut off their tongues and release them back to the enemy. I need only 2 willing men to manage this." Dave turned and walked away from the catacombs followed by Dogla. "Sir, won't this cause our own men to be infected?" "Give the order for the knights who will do this operation to put a cloth over their mouth. If the knights show signs of the plague, quarantine them alone and let no one come in contact with them. Also, burn off the vomit and excrement the feverish enemies release." "As you command," Dogla nodded to Dave. "Your Majesty." A knight came to Dave. "What is it?" "The enemy is invoking the law of war. They wish to retrieve the bodies of their fallen soldiers. Loot the enemy first, take all of their weapons and armor and then let them clear the battlefield for us. Also, recover the dead bodies of our own soldiers from outside and clear the rubble." "Someone call over Samael," Dave ordered. "I am here, Your Majesty." Samael was right next to Dave, giving him a heart skip. Taking a breath, Dave said, "You need to accomplish your mission this night. Burn all of their food supplies." "As you command, Your Majesty." All of the fighting didn't last more than 2 hours, but Dave knew this was just the beginning. There were many days left and many variables to account for. Poisoning the river, burning the food and causing the plague in the enemy ranks. For Dave, though this was cruel, and rare were those who would partake in it, he didn't have a choice but to do it. He needed to kill off as many of the enemy as possible and in the most gruesome of ways. All was fair in war. Chapter 270 Brawl. By night time, Dave was standing on the palace porch, looking over the bustling city. The citizens and soldiers were doing hard work in creating pits and fortifying the city streets. They used the lumber from the forest nearby to build wooden spiked walls and block the streets. Dave had ordered more of these spiked walls be placed around the city. He was planning on fighting outside the city walls when morning comes. An icon in the side of Dave's vision blinked. Dave focused his eyes on it and it grew up into a notification. Most of the enemy food stocks have been burned. Soldiers who have drunk from the river water have been poisoned. Enemy morale has sharply decreased. Rioting and chaos are more prone to ensue in the enemy command. Enemy numbers are decreasing rapidly. Overnight casualties 2,126 and counting up. Dave nodded to himself. His plan was working perfectly. Hunger and the lack of drinkable water will weaken the enemy in the fight tomorrow. But this was only temporary. He knew the enemy will resupply in water and food and tighten the security on these resources soon. Demendi, give the command to the heavy cavalry units to move out from the forest and go upstream. I need them to prepare for a flanking attack tomorrow. As you command, Demendi said and ordered one of her knights to relay Dave's orders. I need units standing in front of the city walls tomorrow. Use half of our heavy infantries and equip them with long spears to hold off the enemy charge. We might lose a lot of our soldiers this way, my lord. Wouldn't it be better to stay behind the city walls? Demendi asked. By morning, the enemy soldiers will be weak. They have lost many soldiers yesterday. They have no food to eat and many of them are poisoned from drinking the poisoned river waters. It's our best chance as we still have the advantage to cut down their numbers in a melee confrontation. I see, Demendi informed another knight with Dave's command. Dave left the palace and went to check up on the prisoners in the dungeons. When he arrived, he was informed with good news. One of the prisoners showed signs of fever and repeated vomiting. Good. Place the rest of the prisoners with him in the same room. Notify me when at least half of the prisoners are infected. Dave ordered one of the knights guarding the dungeon. As you command, your majesty. Dave kept overseeing the work in the city. He even helped citizens dig pits in the streets which increased their vigor. To see a king doing menial work to help in their protection. bolstered the citizens' faith in Dave. Dave wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked up. Dawn was breaking. He walked to the city gate. Thousands of soldiers stood in rows around the city gate. In front of them were wooden spikes to hold off any possible cavalry charge from the enemy, and behind them were the high walls of the city that was filled to the brim with archers. Samael, like usual, appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" "What do you think? I'm joining the fight. I know it's dangerous, so just save it. We need every man in this fight." "But Your Majesty, don't worry. I know how to take care of myself. At least let me order a few veteran knights to keep you company." "You two stay with His Majesty," Samael ordered. Two very familiar knights stood next to Dave, one with an overly large broken greatsword, and the other in blood-stained full-plate armor. Dave laughed when he saw the two knights. It was Orn and Gale. They were his bodyguards when he was undead, and it seemed that they will once again protect him. Dave patted the two knights on the back and said, "Good to see you two again." "Again?" Gale didn't understand what Dave was talking about. "Don't worry about it, Gale. Anyway, I need someone to inform Dementi to share command with me in this fight." "Why not just you, Your Majesty?" Orn asked. "I'll be in the thick of the fight. I won't be able to see everything from here." "Dementi already knows all of my plans. She should be able to do a good job." "Very well, Your Majesty," Orn replied and ordered a knight to send word. "Your Majesty." A knight came over. He was leading a black stallion by rein. "Lady Dementi said that you should not fight on foot. I brought over your horse, Nightmare." The black horse matched perfectly with his black armor. Dave smiled as he scratched under the horse's chin. This was probably the same horse the Undead King was mounting in the fight against the Black Skull Order. Dave mounted the black horse. The mare neighed in acknowledgement of its rider. "There is movement in the horizon, Your Majesty," Samael said. A large row of enemy soldiers was steadily marching toward the city. "Your Majesty, a word from you will give our soldiers greater courage in the upcoming fight," Samael said. "You are right," Dave said. He led Nightmare through his ranks and into the front of his army. Dave turned, raising his light devouring sword and shouted, "Hear me, brothers and sisters." Dave called at the top of his lungs. The soldiers quieted down. Only the occasional clank of metal could be heard, leaving Dave's words to roam free. "Today is a day of battle. We have shown these bastards how ruthless we are behind walls, and today we shall show them how merciless we are on the field." Dave raised his sword. All the soldiers shouted at once, "Hurrah! The enemy outnumber us paltry 5-1. Good odds for Energy." Dave raised his sword again. An even louder battle cry thundered across the Urutsa ranks. "Today the gates of hell are open wide for us. Let us ride through them as legends." The final line sent shivers down the spine of every Urutsian soldier. A final roar echoed across the ranks and a notification popped up in front of Dave. Chapter 271 is Slaughter at the Gates. Your speech has lifted the morale of the soldiers. Chances of desertion severely dropped. As a king, by joining the battle you have massively increased the morale of your soldiers. They will not falter or fear as long as you fight alongside them. Soldiers will fight to their last breath. All soldiers have been invigorated. They will not lose stamina or tear as easily as before. The enemy forces stood across from the city. They made sure to be away from the catapult range this time. Dave looked up and nodded toward Dementi. "Release the trebuchets," Dementi shouted. Instead of rocks, the trebuchets threw dozens of soldier heads roped together that fell a few feet away from the enemy soldiers. Fear and panic-stricken, some of the enemy soldiers took a few steps away from the maggot-infested heads of their brothers that died yesterday. Dementi kept shooting the decapitated heads of the soldiers. Dave could see movement in the front ranks of the enemy lines. There was a general trying to calm the soldiers down. Dave's tactic was mainly to spread fear in the enemy ranks, to give them a preview of what is to come when they die. Finally, having calmed the soldiers, the general ordered a cavalry charge. Dave smiled. "That's not the way to use cavalry. Let me teach you why." The horses moved across the field, crushing the decapitated heads of their brethren as they ran toward the city. Dementi called for the sounding of battle drums and horns. Dave retreated to the back line, awaiting the enemy to come. "Ready your tower shields," Dave called. The heavy infantry poised themselves behind a thick line of tower shields. "Hold," Dave shouted. Dementi atop the tower gave a command for the archers to knock their arrows, waiting for release. Dementi ordered the trebuchets to send the first volley of boulders. They came down on the horses, crushing them and setting a trail of oil ablaze. The fire scared the horses near it and stalled them, breaking their momentum. The cavalry charge was showing openings. "Loose," Dementi ordered when the cavalry was in the archers' range. Arrows blotted the sky as they came down like a black wave of death. The first arrow volley felled horses that tripped more riders coming behind them. The cavalry navigated across the field, evading the spiked walls. By evading the walls, they were gathered tight together in lines but were separated from the rest of the cavalry. The cavalry was closing the gap too fast for Dementi to order another volley, so she shouted, "Fire at will." "Hold," Dave called as the cavalry was charging. "Hold," he shouted again. The cavalry was only a dozen meters away, still being felled by the stream of arrows from the walls. "Now, spikes up," Dave gave another order. The soldiers at the front raised their spikes and poised them on small gaps between their tower shields. The cavalry crashed into the risen spears. The spears pierced through horse and rider alike. The cavalry charging momentum wasn't able to break the tower shield formation. Dave's tactic to spread the cavalry by using the spiked wall worked. They were separated from each other and their momentum was broken by the arrows and spikes. Samael was in the front and ordered the tower shield line to swap with the melee fighters. They began slaughtering the riders that were stockpiled like a wall of meat. "That why you don't start a fight with cavalry?" "Ha," Dave laughed. Dementi kept ordering the release of arrows on the downed cavalry and on the ones still pouring from behind. The enemy general sounded the retreat for the cavalry. The riders turned tail and ran back to their encampment. The poor display of tactics gave Dave an enormous advantage. He had taken down more than two-thirds of the cavalry units and now his own cavalry numbers were much greater than the enemy's. After retreating, the opposing general ordered the march of the foot soldiers, followed by archers behind them. Dave waved a hand to Dementi. She nodded and gave a knight a few commands. Moments later, a pigeon could be seen flying above the city and headed to the north. "Your Majesty, there is movement in the forest. Tell the light infantry stationed there to hold for just a little bit. If they can't, burn the forest on those fuckers." "Fuckers?" "Oh, sorry, burn the forest," Dave said. He had forgotten he was a king for a moment. "As you command." The foot army began picking up speed. "Swap back. Use Roman formation," Dave shouted. Dave had already instructed the soldiers on how to do the Roman formation. The front row would protect them from the charging foot soldiers, and the soldiers behind them will use their own shields to cover the arrows coming from above. When the enemy charged into Dave's ranks, the front line held strong. The enemy arrows bounced off the shields. However, some arrows still managed to go through the gaps between the shield formation. But whenever an Arigian soldier was hit, another would take their position and keep the Roman shield formation in place. The enemy soldiers failed to break the formation, while Arigian soldiers pierced through them with spears from behind the shields. Dave wanted to buy time for his next plan. A few minutes later, a horn blew from inside the city. Dave smiled. "This is how we use cavalry." The ground trembled as the cavalry that Dave stationed yesterday was running across the open field toward the archers. The archers noticed the charge far too late and the arrows they loosened killed only a few riders. Panic ensued and most of the archers broke formation, running away. This only made it easier for Dave's own cavalry to run them down, crushing, cutting and destroying the whole regiment of archers with absolute ease. The flank from Dave's cavalry separated the enemy foot soldiers from the rest of the army and now they were nothing but easy picking. Crush them. Dave's soldiers swapped with the backline and dove on the enemy like the tide. The enemy called another retreat of the soldiers, but Dave wasn't prone to letting them get away. He rode ahead on top of Nightmare leading a manhunt with all the soldiers. "Kill them all," Chapter 272 Mr. Skeletals in Tavor. Dave slew enemy soldiers left and right. His black sword was coated in red blood. His mare was a warhorse, unfaltering while facing a sword or the noise of battle. It kicked and bit at any escaping soldiers while Dave finished off the stragglers. The enemy commander ordered a fresh line of soldiers to go and assist the retreating ones. When Dave noticed that his troops were far away from the protective fire of the archers on the city walls, he ordered his troops to cease pursuit and fold back. The enemy gathered together helping their wounded soldiers, then blew a horn sounding a full retreat. Dave's soldiers shouted in victory. They had defeated the invader once again. Dave clenched his fist, brimming with excitement. Dave shouted, "For Aritza, for Aritza, for the king!" The units around Dave all shouted in sync, glorifying their country and their king. Retreating back inside the city, Dave gave the command to burn the bodies of their dead and strip the enemy of their armor and weapons. "Give me a head count of the dead, repair a spike walls outside and add some more." Dave removed his armor. It felt heavy after today's fight. Relaxing in his ornate royal clothes, Dave sat on the throne waiting for the battle report. Demendi, Dagla and Samael soon came to his presence. Samael spoke first. "Your Majesty, we lost 413 soldiers today, 50 of them heavy cavalry, the rest were infantry units. The enemy dead count reached 8,000. Another victory, Your Majesty." Dave made quick math. The enemy had lost more than 16,000 of their army, almost a third of the original 50,000. All the prisoners showed signs of the plague and other contagious diseases. "Your Majesty, should I release them?" Dagla asked. "Yes. Let them go when they come with to invoke the law of war," Dave said. Dagla and Samael dismissed themselves, leaving Dave with Demendi alone in the throne room. "What is it, Demendi?" "I believe that the Vinlandians will try to secure water from another water source and food from somewhere else. In 2 days, the advantage we had will be gone." "I know that, Demendi. I will order a few of our units to infiltrate the enemy ranks and spy for us. We can know by then the supply routes the Vinlandians will take and we can raid them then." "Yes, Your Majesty." "That's all?" Dave asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." "All the archers were safe in the last fight. Other than that, I have nothing else to report." "Very good, you are dismissed," Dave said and waved for Dementi to go. He was once again alone in the throne room. Not long after, a knight in plate armor entered the hall. "Your Majesty, we did as we were told." The contaminated prisoners were escorted back to the enemy base. "Good job. Keep me updated with the status of the knights who were charged with keeping an eye on these prisoners. Put them in a quarantined area and see if they show any signs of fever or vomiting." "It shall be done, Your Majesty." The knight dismissed himself. Dave stood up from his throne and walked to the palace porch. His soldiers were working hard. They took the corpses of their comrades from the field outside the city and took them to an area where they did a mass cremation. Dave checked the timer in-game. He was logged in for 48 hours in-game. He opened the game menu and pressed the log out button. Your current progress in your legacy quest will be saved. You can continue your quest after your log back in starting from this point in time. Dave disappeared from the throne room and woke up in his hotel room. He picked up his phone and called Ralph. "Sup bro?" "Oh, you're still alive." "Not cool bro," Ralph groaned. "Come on. You know I'm just messing with you." "So how did it go?" "Nothing much, man. Just a regular talk over dinner, you know." "Yeah, I've been there," Dave said. He had a similar dinner with the Sylvanas. "Those old guys sure had fun on his expense with all that teasing." "This guy is really interested in you, you know," Ralph said. "Sorry, not into old dudes, or dudes in any case." "Ah, you broke my heart, man." "You got no love for old Ralph," Ralph said in an exaggerated sad voice. "Nah, you know I love you, bro." Dave chuckled. "Ha, nah, Tyvo was talking about the game. Said he wanted you to work for him now you got your scallies back." "Yeah, I kinda figured that out. But no, the boys aren't some mafia goons. They are mine and I'll never use them to benefit someone else's interests." "Loyal to your boys, I see. What you up to right now, Dave?" "Doing a legacy quest. Have to fight an army man." "Damn, can I join?" "Would love to get some EXP before the Eastern region raid starts." which is in 2 days. Sorry bro, would have invited you if it weren't a solo quest. Bummer, wish you luck with that shite. Gotta go, Caitlin is waiting. You're still with her? Yeah. Taking her out again. You should call Zoe and we can make it a double date. Date? Weren't you a free agent a few hours ago? Tyvo can be pretty convincing. Dave frowned. Did they make you do something against your will? No man, it's not like that. You see, this guy might be from the mobs, but he doesn't act like them. He has principles. Well, that's what he called them. He told me that he liked how I treated Caitlin, and liked it more because me and you are friends. Said something about men with character hang out with each other. Don't know all about that man. Those guys are dangerous. Well, no harm done yet. Just be careful, man. Thanks bro. Don't worry about it. Ralph hung up. Dave went to his phone to order dinner but thought for a second and picked up his phone, dialing Zoe's number. After a few rings, she picked up. Yeah Davey, what's up? Nothing much. Was thinking if we should grab a bite somewhere. Yeah sure, I'll come over in a minute. Alright, sigh. Dave hung up. Dave took a quick shower before Zoe came, brushed his hair and put on the dinner jacket that he wore the day he went to dinner with the Sylvanas. Dave heard knocking coming from the door of his hotel room. Opening the door, he saw Zoe all dressed up for the night. She wore a night blue short dress and a handbag of matching color. Where are we going tonight? Zoe asked. Don't really know. Why don't you choose? You know it's best if the guy chooses the date location. Not a fan of all that dating rules stuff. Also, you would know more about the best spots to have a bit in the city than I do. Touché. Let's go. I know a good restaurant. Lead the way, Dave said. Zoe smiled and crossed her arm under his, then led them both out of the hotel. A purple car was parked right outside the hotel Dave was staying at. The Lambo this time, Dave said. Yeah. It's the best to ride in a New York night. Hop in. Dave sat in and buckled his belt. Zoe stomped on the accelerator. The car roared as it swerved between cars, sliding through the busy streets of New York. Aside from a few moments when Dave felt he was about to die, he was mostly numb to Zoe's suicidal driving style. Soon, the purple Lambo stopped in front of an old antique shop. We're here, Zoe said and walked out of the car. Dave stepped out saying, this doesn't look like a restaurant. You'd be surprised. Come. Zoe crossed arms with Dave and led him into the shop. Shelves filled with statues, clocks and random objects lined the walls of the shop. A middle-aged man sat behind a counter in the antique shop. When he saw Zoe, he pressed a button under his desk. A row of shelves slid into the wall, revealing an entrance that goes deeper into the shop. Zoe took Dave through the entrance. Inside, there were a few dozen tables where many customers were sitting enjoying a dinner under candlelight. A waiter came over and led Zoe and Dave to an empty table. He handed them the menu and waited for them to take their orders. Dave didn't understand a word of what the restaurant was offering. The whole menu was written in French, leaving Dave in a dilemma. Zoe didn't take a single look at the menu and said, I'll have soup aux l'oignon as an entree and coq au vin, with a soufflé chocolate for dessert. The waiter turned to Dave. After a moment of awkward silence, Dave smiled. I'll take the chef's recommendation. The waiter nodded at the two and walked away. Hey, I don't want to sound like an ignorant, but what the hell did you order? You'll see. This is a French cuisine restaurant. They have some good stuff. Man, I hope there's nothing slimy in it. I heard they eat slugs and frogs, Dave said, shuddering. It is a delicacy in France. But don't worry, they don't serve that here. The two chatted as they waited for the food to come. Dave talked about his quest this morning, pulling Zoe's full attention toward him. Engrossed in their talk, the waiter had already brought over the food. Zoe's was served 3 dishes, one with cheese-coated bread dipped into an onion soup, the other was a duck's leg dipped into a wine soup, and finally a spongy souffle in chocolate. Dave's menu was, surprisingly, just regular steak and wine. When are you moving into your new house, Dave? Zoe asked. Dave took a bite from the steak and said, probably tomorrow or the day after it. I want to finish my legacy quest first. Neat. Karen told me she already equipped your penthouse with quality furniture. She sent me pics. Wanna see? Zoe asked. Nah, I wanna see it with my own eyes. The two of them kept chatting as they had dinner. When it hit 8 p.m., The lights in the room dimmed even further. A small orb rose up in the middle of the dining hall and projected the CCN logo in 3D. "I totally forgot about that," Zoe said. "What's going on?" Dave asked. "CCN is broadcasting you reviving the Undead Legion," Zoe said. "Oh right, this should be interesting." "How does it feel being a celebrity, Dave?" "In case you didn't notice, Mr. Skeletal is the celebrity, not me," Dave said. The CCN 3D logo morphed into the face of a smirking bearded dragger. The holographic video boomed with a loud explosion sound, displaying a field filled with the sound of battle. Undead and demons were fighting a deadly battle. The video actually started from the fall of the Legion. It began with Dave going to destroy a cannon and how he used the cannon to destroy the Ash King's throne tower. When the Ash King tried to kill Dave, the Undead King came to his side. The fight with the two monarchs brought shivers down the spine of all the people in the dining room. Most of them ignored their food and were watching the fight intently. The scene switched to when Dave was talking to the Undead King above the Bone Palace. The Ash King came over to fight and the Undead King took him head-on. The Undead King showed great power as he fought the Ash King to a retreat. Then suddenly the Archangel Nathaniel appeared, tipping the scales in favor of the Ash King. The two fought and defeated the Undead King, which in his death, all the other undead died along with. This cleared up the confusion on how the undead disappeared from Conquest. Suddenly the scene switched directly to Dave inside King Ashgra's tomb. Dave was smart enough to not send the part about Reberg. Otherwise, the whole world will know that there is a city in the wilds. The adventure continued from the tomb of Ashgar. The face of his party members was mosaic censored, so no, their identity was not revealed. The flesh dungeon was so disgusting it made the people in the restaurant give up on their food, but not the adventure. The dungeon run was shown from Dave's POV when he was in the dungeon. The fight with Ashgar brought great excitement to everyone in the room. The scene switched again when Dave was back inside the underworld. He rode on Grumpy, gathering his troops, and revived his first undead dog. Dog then revived Samael, who began hacking away at the demons plaguing the dead realm. An hour later, the scene had changed to Dave placing the Death Heart in its rightful place, bringing the Mad King back to his senses and sparking the appearance of the Conquest server announcement about the return of the undead. The video was 3 hours long, but surprisingly, no one felt bored watching it. It was an amazing display of skill and perseverance that the Dragger showed to revive the Legion. It gave the audience a sense of heroism. One man against the odds managed to bring back the entire Legion due to his ceaseless and brave efforts. Dave was also watching with interest. He even thought about where he could have done better and judged himself for some idiotic decisions he made. A female announcer appeared as the broadcast ended. "Hello everyone. I hope that you enjoyed our adventure with Mr. Skeletal. Tomorrow tune in on a detailed analysis of the battles that happened by some of Conquest's leading figures and game experts." On another note, the European Guild will broadcast their own Conquest of the East through our CCN channel. We will be doing a live feed of the raid. We hope to see you soon. Thank you all for watching and have a great evening. By the time the video ended, Dave had already drunk several wine bottles and alcoholic drinks. The room began spinning and Dave was not feeling well. Suddenly everything turned black. Groaning, Dave stretched. He was back in his hotel room wearing only his boxers. Hangover and headache overcame him. The last he remembered was being with Zoe in a restaurant. Suddenly his eyes perked wide open. This situation stank of deja vu. He removed the covers from over the bed. Taking a deep breath, Dave felt relaxed and somewhat disappointed that there was no naked girl this time under the covers. Alright. Time to get back to the game. Chapter 273. There is no such thing as overplanning. Dave was met with a server announcement. "Greetings Gishbra. You are currently progressing through a legacy quest. You will be able to continue playing from where you left the last time you logged out." Dave waved the notification away. Another notification appeared in front of him. Plague and fever spread through the ranks of the Vinlandian army. Their forces are weakened and exhausted. Fear and desertion increased in the Vinlandian army. 1,000 unit deserted the Vinlandian army. 50 Vinlandian soldiers caught the Black Plague. Good. That's a great advantage we have. The fight tomorrow should be easier." While Dave was waiting for dawn to break, he had ordered the reinstallation of the explosive kegs in the fields and more traps in the forest. When the sun came up, Samael entered the throne room. "Your Majesty, the river water level is decreasing. I believe the Vinlandian army is damming the river." "I thought they might do that. Thankfully I already prepared for that. Send word to the riders beyond the river to go upstream. When they locate the Vinlandians, have them hide and wait for further orders." "As you command." Samael disappeared. Dave ordered the army to reposition themselves like yesterday. The soldiers in tower shields stood in rows in front of the walls of the city. Behind them were archers on the ground and on the walls of the city providing support. But the Vinlandian army didn't show up even after hours waiting. "What's going on?" Dave wondered. A knight rushed up to Dave and said in an agitated tone, "Your Majesty, the enemy has taken a detour. They are coming from the riverside." Dave frowned. "The whole army?" "Yes, they dammed the river. When the water level is low enough, they will cross and attack from the unprotected side of the city. I considered that they might only bring a small portion to attack from the back. But this is for the best." Dave grinned like a madman. The gears in his brain were spinning like whirlwinds. "Demendi, take the archers and hold off the assault coming from the riverside. Samael, take 1,000 cavalry and light infantry and raid the enemy base. Don't kill the sickly but destroy everything in their camp if you can." He didn't want to waste the sick people. They still had the plague and will infect others, so it was best to eliminate just the enemy's base. "As you command," Samael said. Dave entered the city and went to the northern side of it. He climbed the stairs leading up to the wall. The raging river waters slowed down. It was now as harmless as a creek. There were tens of thousands of Vinlandians stationed behind the river water waiting to raid the city from that side. The river was too close to the city walls for Dave to station any troops to hold off the enemy assault, and he had no traps on the field behind the river, and even if he did, his trebuchets were positioned on the other side of the city, making it impossible to blow them up. Dave, however, wasn't panicking or feeling the least bit of stress. He calmly looked at the enemy and waited for the river to subside. An hour later, the water in the river was shallower than a creek. It was then when the Vinlandian army ordered the attack on the city. "Send word via pigeon to the riders up the stream. Have them blow up the dam. Let's drown these idiots." The Vinlandians sprinted across the river, ladders in hand. They placed them against the city walls and started climbing. Dementi ordered the archers to shoot their arrows, thinning the enemy ranks. Archers dropped rocks and boulders on the climbers and chopped down with their spare weapons when the Vinlandian soldiers got up to the walls. The battle heated up and the Vinlandian managed to set a foot on the walls. Dave wielded his sword and shouted, "Hold the walls." He rushed into the heat of battle, slicing at the enemy soldiers. The wall was clogged with soldiers. Some even fell from that height, breaking their necks in the fall. Dave sliced at the Vinlandians, taking life with every sword swing. The NPCs didn't have an HP bar. They died with a single sword stroke if they were hit in the neck or through the chest, but their armor made it harder for Dave's sword to deal a lethal blow every time. The Vinlandian army was charging the city like madmen, not caring for their lives. They climbed, suffering under the endless hail of arrows from Rotul soldiers. They were shot down, sliced, slashed and burnt, but they kept adding more soldiers to attack the walls. They had made another footing at the top of the walled city. Now Dave's army was being pushed back. Dave was struggling on top of the wall. At one moment, he was about to fall from the walls, but Orn grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "Thanks, Orn. Keep the assault. We need to hold on for a little longer," Dave shouted. And as if the heavens heard Dave's words, the stagnant river rumbled. A gigantic water wave came surging through the river banks, amassing rocks and logs in its roiling rampage. The Vinlandian soldiers were caught unguarded. The river was supposed to be dammed, but now it was coming at them like an enraged water god. The river waters swept thousands of soldiers as it flowed, separating the soldiers on the wall from the ones behind the river banks. Surprise and panic filled the Vinlandian soldier ranks. So far, none of their plans ever worked. "Slaughter them," Dave gave an order. His soldiers roared in ecstasy. Complying, They pushed back the Vinlandians on top of the walls. They were left without support from the rest of the army and became easy picking for Dave's troops. Half an hour later, all the enemy troops on top of the walls were either dead or captured. The rest has either escaped or was swept by the river current to an unknown fate. The Vinlandians ordered a full retreat. Their numbers were low and their expressions were sullied. It was a far cry from the imposing 50,000 strong that tried to raid them 3 days ago. Aritsa knights roared Dave's name in victory. They had once again repelled the enemy forces and managed to protect their city for another day. A notification window appeared in front of Dave. You have shown great valor and cunning in the fight against the Vinlandian army. The outcome of the battle is completely different from when the king of Aritsa led his troops against the Vinlandian. Your Grand Strategist title has been upgraded to War Maestro. The battlefield is your stage and the soldiers your actors. While equipped War Maestro title offers plus 100 INT, the troops under your command have an unfaltering belief in your decision and will face death fearlessly in your name. The troops under your command have a 20% reduction in stamina consumption. The troops under your command have plus 20% increased damage from all attacks and abilities. The undead troops under your command have a 3.5% chance to revive instantly after death. Another notification followed right after. You have caused the death of more than 50% of the enemy troops. The siege duration has been shortened and the difficulty increased. You are advised to use the rest of the day to prepare for the final assault from the Vinlandian army. Victory or defeat will be decided tomorrow. Good luck. Chapter 274. If it bleeds, it dies. Shit. I don't know if I should take this as a good or bad sign. It's good that the war is about to end soon, but increase in difficulty? Man, that's gonna suck. Dave mumbled to himself as he was going back to the throne room. Samael, Dave called. The man in black leather showed up right next to him. He was not a ghoul or able to use any magic, but it still surprised Dave at how this man could appear out of nowhere. Yes, Your Majesty. I want you to further fortify the city. Inside out. Put more traps, plants kegs inside the houses and on the streets, and fortify the palace walls with archers. I have a feeling that tomorrow, the Vinlandians will be able to break through our gates. Samael went silent for a moment. He felt Dave's nervousness and said, Worry not, Your Majesty. We shall do our best to save Aritsa. Thanks, Samael. Now go, do as I told. Yes, Your Majesty. Samael disappeared. Dave sat on his throne, both hands supporting his chin. He was thinking about what else he could do to prevent losing tomorrow's fight. He had done well so far, repelled the enemy forces with minimal casualties every time. But if the enemy decides on a full assault, abandoning the thought of retreat, he might lose his legacy class advancement quest. Gah, shit. Can't think of anything to use in the fight tomorrow. I don't even know what they're up to. Shit, there is no point in overthinking, I'll just have to adapt. Dave sighed as he relaxed on the throne, waiting for morning to come. The Vinlandians must be really pissed now. He drowned them, poisoned them, blew them up and caused the plague in their ranks. And now, their base was destroyed. No wonder they hated Dave's guts to the extent that the system increased the difficulty of the raid. When dawn came, Dave left his throne and walked through the city. Today was probably the last time he will ever see this place again. His soldiers were sharpening their weapons and preparing for the fight. Dave didn't think of them as mere ones and zeros, but they all had feelings that they portrayed and expressed like real living people. They laughed in victory and cried when their loved ones died. These were the traits that the Undead Legion had carried along with them from before their death. These traits were the things that made him feel not among computer programs but a real family, something he never had. Dave's feelings toward the Undead Legion were genuine, even if the Undead King no longer remembers him. The rest of the Legion still knows the legend of Gishimbra. Dave encouraged anyone he came across, lifting their morals in preparation for the last battle, patting the shoulder of the workers doing the trap, and even went underground to calm the civilians. After making a whole tour of the city, Samael appeared next to Dave. Your Majesty, "They are here, but we have a problem." Dave nodded. His expression was serious. Dave followed after Samael's hurried steps. He was going toward the city gate. Orn and Gale joined and followed behind Dave. Aritza soldiers that were stationed inside the city gave way to the four of them. Dave didn't station soldiers outside the city. He had to gain time. The city walls were enough to hold off the enemy, wasting a lot of their time. Samael led Dave to the top of the city walls. Dave looked at the stationed enemy and asked, "What is the problem you are talking about?" But he suddenly quieted down. "I see," Dave said. Cold sweat dripped down his back. His eyes were fixed at monsters leading the Vinlandians' army. This is the first time Dave saw anything aside humans in this legacy quest. The legacy quest was a simulation of the past. Even magic was scarce and useless. Dogla was a fine example. The legacy quest was set in a time, thousands of years before the development of powerful magic. Thanks to the Legion becoming undead, Dogla had enough time to learn magic and become the strongest magician of the Legion and a legend in the book of every wizard and scholar of magic. But now, Dave was facing monsters, something that obviously was not a part of the original setting of the legacy quest. The monsters in front of the Vinlandians' army were oversized four-legged creatures. They had a skin as green as a goblin, and their back was an armored carapace. They had horns like a ram but the jaws of a crocodile. There were hundreds of these creatures all standing outside the range of Dave's trebuchet. "What the hell is that?" an archer said in fright. "Calm down, soldier," Dave shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. Fear had already spread through the archer ranks. Gripping tightly at their courage, Dave had to deal with this situation before it got any worse. He shouted from atop the walls, "People of Aritza, the Vinlandians are trying to scare us with monsters, but they don't know that we are the true monsters. If it bleeds, it dies." Dave's speech calmed the people down a bit, but there was still fear in their eyes. A notification appeared in front of Dave. "Your Maestro of War title has been disabled due to the increased legacy quest's difficulty. You cannot increase the troops' morals with mere words. You gotta put some effort into it, mate." Dave cursed inwardly, both at the snarky comment in his notification screen and due to the failure of his title activating. How was he supposed to lift the troops' morals with action? He still understood what he had to do to boost the troops' morals. He had to show them that the monsters can be killed, otherwise, the crippling fear will lower their performance in the war. A horn blew from the backline of the Vinlandian army, sounding the start of the assault on the capital of Aritza, Muliner. The hundreds of green monsters ran like a herd of enraged rhinoceroses at the city gate. The ground trembled with every step the several-ton heavy creatures made. "Dementi, take command," Dave ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Dementi turned to one of her underlings and ordered, "Shoot the trebuchets. Archers, use fire arrows and fire at will." A volley of inflamed arrows rained down on the incoming monsters. The arrows bounced off the hides of the green monsters, some even pierced through their green skin, but it didn't slow any of these monsters. One boulder from a trebuchet smashed into the head of one of these monsters, caving it in. Another monster that was running behind it agilely jumped above the dying green ram. One of these green monsters was much faster than the rest. It arrived first and jumped toward the wall of the city. It attached itself to the wall like a locust on a wall and used its sword-sized claws to climb up the wall. The archers shot fire arrows at it, but most of the arrows bounced off its armored carapace. The rest of the monsters latched into the city walls and started their climb. The soldiers poured hot oil on the masters, melting their skin and causing many to fall to the ground, screaming unwholesomely in pain. But the oil and burning liquids wasn't enough to kill them, so they climbed back up, with more wrath and rage at the soldiers who just hurt them. One monster managed to set foot on the wall. It began swatting away the archers that were surrounding it, killing every archer with a swing. When no more archers had the will to attack it, the monster jumped into the city. The creature, however, was unlucky as it fell right into a pitfall trap. It got skewered and died instantly. Dave was standing on the wall right next to the gate. He was desperately trying to calm the archers who were afraid of the monsters. A green monster just managed to set foot on the wall Dave was on. "Your Majesty, "Back away," Orn said and slashed down at the monster's head with his sword. Orn's sword bounced off the monster's head. Enraged, the monster clawed down at Orn, who blocked with his sword but was still forced to his knees from the strength behind the monster's arm. Dave didn't like how this was going, so he had to intervene. He went past Orn and grabbed at the monster's extended arm, piercing through its eye with his black sword. The creature covered its face, screeching from the unsupportable pain it was going through. Dave took the opportunity as the monster was distracted and shoved his black sword into its throat and slashed out, ripping the monster's gorge out. Blood gushed out like a fountain as the monster fell outside the city walls, dead. The archers atop the wall were surprised by Dave's action. He killed the monster that they all feared alone. It was shameful that they feared what their king didn't. Your actions increased the troops' morals. They can now fight at full power. That's my boy. Dave ignored the notification. There were many other monsters climbing the walls. He swung his sword sideways, splattering the blood on the sword into the stone floor. More monsters climbed the walls. But now the soldiers were braver in fighting against them, and when they killed their first, it encouraged them to kill more. Samael shouted, "Fight for your country, fight for your king." The soldiers laid down their lives holding off the monsters from climbing, but the monsters were agile and fast. A few managed to land inside the city and spread through the streets, but there were thousands of soldiers waiting for them with ballistae at the ready. Dementi ran to Dave, who just finished off another monster, and said, "Your Majesty, someone is mounting one of these monsters." Dementi pointed at a monster. There was a man leading the monster toward the gate. Strapped to the monster were dozens of black barrels. Dave's eyes widened in realization. Dave shouted at the top of his lungs, "Archers, shoot it down with fire arrows." Archers shot volleys of arrows at the monster, but most of them bounced off and the ones that landed on the barrels bounced off. "Keep shooting." But it was too late. The monster arrived under the city gate. A moment later, a thundering explosion blasted the portcullises and the archers on top of them. Dave was standing on the wall right next to it, so he was affected by the explosion and was knocked off the walls and into one of the city streets. Everything went dark for Dave. Somehow, the fall didn't kill him. He still felt a numbing pain assaulting his back. His vision was distorted, and his ears were ringing. When his vision cleared, Dave, down on his back, was looking right into the eyes of one of those green monsters. The creature reared back, lifting its clawed arm, then slashed down at Dave. Chapter 275 The Last Stand. Dave's ears were ringing, his vision was dark, he could do nothing but gaze at the incoming claw. A broken curved sword entered his vision and clashed against the incoming claw, swatting it away. "Your Majesty," Gale shouted. He pulled Dave by the shoulder away from the monster. Dave couldn't utter a word. He was feeling dizzy as he was dragged away by Gale. Orn faced the monster head-on, fighting to a standstill. Suddenly, another monster came to join the fight. Orn grunted, fending the two monsters off, and was slashed through the plate mail he wore. Deep wounds gushed out blood from the back of the knight. Orn, however, the monster he is, didn't even grunt from the pain. He grabbed a spear that was laying near his foot and used the two weapons to fight the two monsters alone. A blood-covered Samael limed toward Dave, asking, "Your Majesty, are you alright?" Dave nodded with difficulty. "Take His Majesty away from the battle. We will hold the line here." Samael gave an order. Gale supported Dave by the shoulder and moved away from the battlefield. "The troops, they have to retreat deeper into the city," Dave said to Gale. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will see to it." "You there?" Gale called a knight over and told him Dave's command. "How is Dementi?" Dave asked. "She jumped away from the explosion. She is fine." "Good. Tell her to initiate the retreat plan, as you command." Gale left Dave at the hands of a few medics. They took him inside a tent where they treated soldiers. There were many men and women, with missing limbs, crying in pain or even outright dying over the table. The two medics cleared on table for Dave, removed his armor and placed him on top of the table. One of the medics removed Dave's tunic, exposing his bruised back. It was cut in several places and there were some bulges on it. The quest was a perfect imitation of the real world. The fall from over the tower must have broken a few of Dave's back ribs. "Your Majesty, I will pour a healing potion on the bruises," It's going to hurt. Just do it," Dave said to the medic. The two medics nodded to each other and poured a green potion on top of the wounds on Dave. Dave tightened his grip on the table. As the medicine did its job, his skin hissed as the green liquid was poured on top of it. His bones cracked and snapped back to their location. The numbing pain soon turned to itching and the bruises were no more. Dave took a deep breath. Now he could move without feeling much pain from his back. Dave turned over and asked one of the medics, "If you have such powerful potions, why not use them on the soldiers?" "Your Majesty, we only had one of these potions." Dave turned to the dying man and said, "Then why didn't you tell me? I could have survived this." "It was just a few broken bones." "That man would have had a better use for the potion." Dave angrily shouted, "Why, Your Majesty, please, I did as I was told," the medic said. A low wheezing sound came from right next to Dave. It was the gutted dying man. "Your Majesty, I am honored by your compassion, but do know that because of this compassion, I would rather die 1,000 times than see you in pain." The man went into a coughing fit. "Please don't talk," the medic said. "No, Your Majesty. The people love you. If I die, that's my duty as a knight of Aritza. But if harm comes to you, that will mean the end of all of us. So please, live." The man trailed. There was no light in his eyes anymore. "Shit," Dave cursed. "Give me my armor." The two medics brought Dave's armor to him. He wore the armor and walked out of the tent. Some knights that thought Dave had died now cheered very loudly as they saw him emerging well from the tent. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Gale asked. "Yes. Where is Orn?" "He killed the two monsters at the gate, Your Majesty." But what?" Dave frowned. "He was severely wounded and couldn't make it." Anger boiled inside Dave like a raging lava torrent, but his face was expressionless. It was colder than steel. "Has Demanti commenced the retreat protocol?" "Yes, Your Majesty. All the troops have retreated and the enemy is going through the gate." "Good. Send word for her. Start the second part of the protocol." "As you command." Gale nodded and went looking for Dementi. "Where's my horse?" Dave asked. "Here she is, Your Majesty." A knight in plate led Nightmare by the reins. Dave mounted the horse and nudged her forward. He was headed toward the palace. When he arrived, he was met with Samael at the palace gate discussing something with Dogla. Reporting to His Majesty, "We have lost the control over the city gate. The enemy is funneling inside and we can't stop them." "What about the monsters?" "They couldn't distinguish between allies and enemies inside the city, so the Vinlandians made them retreat." "Our casualties?" Samael went silent for a moment then said, "Over 2,000. Dave cursed. That was more than a quarter of his remaining forces. He was left with about 6,000 troops, most of them cavalry that were useless inside the city. Dementi arrived to the palace gate. Her waist was wrapped in bandages and had a large cut going down her face, but she didn't seem bothered by the wounds. "Your Majesty, the second phase is about to start. I ordered the retreat of all the soldiers." "All right. Signal the start of the second phase," Dave said. Dementi pulled her bow from over her back and pointed at the sky. She shot a whistling arrow that signaled the start of the second operation. Moments later, explosions echoed through the city. Dave had ordered the stacking of the external buildings inside the city to be in explosive powder. By blowing them up, firstly, it will kill a lot of the enemy soldiers, and secondly it will create barriers for them, halting their advancement. Fire and smoke rose up around the city, making it look like a ring of fire. The ongoing smoke decreased visibility for both sides, but Dave's troops knew the city layout and the traps position, so they should still be able to fend off the enemies to an extent. Fights and skirmishes broke all over the city, but Dave could no longer do anything to halt the enemy's advance. "Build tents inside the palace courtyard and put the wounded there. Have our soldiers fight to a retreat toward the palace and concentrate inside. This will be our last stand." Dave gave a desperate order. He knew there was no way for him to win this fight anymore, not with those monsters. Checking the timer, he still had 10 more hours before the quest end. Hopefully they can hold enough behind the palace walls. But in truth, all knew that the fight was not going in their favor. They all knew that death was knocking on their doors.